Ok. Hola, hola, hola. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenos días, o buenas tardes, o buenas noches. Depende de donde nos estén mirando. Ok. Hola, hola, hola. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenos días. Entonces, pues ante todo me presento. Mi nombre es Deniam Noguera y les estoy hablando desde Venezuela, desde Maracaibo. Un gusto a todos por allí. Y pues justamente les doy la bienvenida a precisamente todo lo que es esta semana de apertura, a todo lo que está haciendo este evento como tal. Y pues, bueno, vamos a irnos uniendo. Voy a irles comentando más o menos de algunas de las cosas que tenemos preparado desde acá para todo lo que es el jam como tal. Este ha sido, bueno, un año bastante chévere, bastante emotivo, es decir, el 2022, nuestra antigua presentación. Y volvemos con todas las ganas este nuevo año. Así que realmente espero con mucho ímpetu, con mucho anhelo, que varios de acá se animen, que varios de acá realmente puedan asistir. Estamos precisamente para apoyarlos, para ayudarlos. Voy a ir leyendo en el chat por si alguno de mis colegas, por supuesto, también tiene alguna pregunta referente a nuestro evento. A ver, y en general, hi, great. I speak Spanish. Wherever you from, Poila. Ok, a ver. Entre tanto, tengo una pequeña presentación preparada precisamente para ir mostrando de lo que va a ser acá, lo que sería nuestra sede. Aprovecho precisamente para mandar un saludo a todos los organizadores de acá de Venezuela como tal, ¿no? Que precisamente sé por todas las vicisitudes que usualmente nosotros, bueno, nos enfrentamos, pero bueno, qué bueno que este año hemos podido, a fin y al cabo, afrontar los retos diferentes y hemos podido irlos superando. Tengo entendido de que, bueno, tenemos otros jam hermanos como lo que es en Caracas, un saludo por allá, en Lara también, y pues hay algunos otros que por ahí están por confirmarse. En fin, aprovecho también mandar un fuerte saludo a lo que son nuestros patrocinadores. Acá nosotros realmente nos valemos bastante de la ayuda de ellos para llevar a cabo este evento. Y pues nuestros patrocinadores vendrían siendo hasta el momento AirTech, realmente garantizándonos una muy buena conexión a internet con su ultra low latency. Y pues tenemos otros aliados que en este momento vendrían siendo por parte de la sede, una sede bastante amigable, bastante chévere, que nuestros participantes van a estar disfrutando enormemente. Hola Wilmer, ¿qué tal? Un saludo, excelente, bienvenidos. Pues sé que se van a ir uniendo poco a poco. Y pues, a ver, nosotros realmente vamos a celebrar el Jam como tal desde el día 3 de febrero hasta el 5, es decir, desde el viernes 3 hasta el domingo 5, puesto de que al fin y al cabo cae fin de semana y acá nuestra comunidad, mi comunidad como tal, lo ha preferido de esta forma, precisamente para que también podamos pernoctar y todo lo demás. Y pues así mismo es una nueva sede para nuevas ideas. Un saludo, Galea, un gusto tenerte por acá. Así que, bueno, a ver, voy precisamente comentando de todo lo que sería, o mejor dicho, de todo lo que es la trayectoria precisamente del Maracaibo Game Jam. Nosotros venimos realizando este evento desde el 2013. Por lo tanto, este año estamos festejando nuestra 10ª edición, estamos de aniversario, realmente una edición más que especial para nosotros. Esto ha sido bastante genial, ya que acá en Maracaibo en anterioridad no se concebía, no se llevaba nada como tal, y precisamente esto ha sido producto de muchos esfuerzos conjugados de muchas increíbles personas que decidieron sencillamente tomar el reto, sencillamente dar un paso hacia adelante y hacer algo diferente. Y realmente de ahí en adelante cada uno nos hemos ido pasando la antorcha, precisamente desde, bueno, con muchas vicisitudes, realmente que sí. Y bueno, a ver, desde el 2013 que lo tomó una persona que se llama Vladimir, y si nos está viendo o escuchando desde algún sitio en el mundo, bueno, excelente, saludos. Luego pasó realmente a manos de otro organizador, y así sucesivamente se fue evolucionando la idea del Jam. Primeramente acá el registro fue de aproximadamente como de 15, 20 personas, si mal no recuerdo, según lo que observo, ¿no? A ver, y entre tanto, así fue hasta mi primer Jam en el 2016, en el cual, bueno, ya el organizador era un gran amigo actualmente, que es David Morón. Un saludo también si anda por allí. Y pues sencillamente yo en lo personal me quedé bastante enamorado del Jam. A ver, y entre tanto mientras les voy comentando esto, voy a ver si me permite compartirles por acá la presentación para colocarla en breve. A ver. Ok. Entre tanto, bueno, cuéntenos un poco desde dónde nos están viendo. Estoy bastante atento con el chat. Sé que mi comunidad, la mayor parte ahorita quizás esté trabajando o algo por el estilo. Pero bueno, un fuerte saludo, un fuerte abrazo a todos los que están conectándose en este momento, ¿no? A ver, también tengo entendido de que por allí está lo que es la comunidad de blenderianos, un movimiento bastante agradable que está acá en Venezuela, de la mano de un colega que es sencillamente el encargado referente a esta comunidad. Un fuerte saludo. Y también comentándole a todos los que quieran participar de que allí es una comunidad para ayudarnos, para apoyarnos mutuamente a todos, y es bastante agradable. Los invito, honestamente, en Telegram pueden encontrarlo como Blender Venezuela. Blender Venezuela, sí, sencillamente lo colocan en Telegram y pueden encontrarlo. Ahora bien, denme un momento para poder terminar de colocar la presentación y podamos observarla acá en vivo, todos al momento. Y pues, oye Iván, ¿qué tal? Un saludo, un gusto tenerte por acá, por igual que sí. Y aprovecho adicional mencionando que, bueno, a ver, tenemos diferentes movimientos acá en Maracaibo, en el cual se han ido presentando increíbles ideas para movimientos que tienen que ver con los videojuegos, lo cual es bastante agradable y hace que nuestra comunidad vaya creciendo cada vez más. Así que realmente a todos mis colegas que están en Maracaibo, bueno, de verdad que les deseo mucho éxito en todas sus ideas, en todos esos emprendimientos que están teniendo. Y sencillamente, bueno, desde el Global Game Jam como tal, podemos ir apoyándolos sencillamente en cada una de sus cosas, desde lo que se pueda, al fin y al cabo, ¿no? Por cierto, aprovecho en comentarles a todos los que son nuevos de que van a haber diferentes herramientas, las cuales van a estar a disposición enteramente desde el día lunes que el Jam inicie. Esto a raíz de que hay diferentes patrocinadores a nivel internacional que están colocando todos estos recursos a disposición enteramente. Voy a dejarles en breve el enlace a varias de estas herramientas para que obviamente puedan entrar, observarlas y bueno, sencillamente utilizarlas, que las tengan preparadas para el momento de que ya las estén necesitando. A ver, estoy terminando de poder colocar la presentación. Denme un segundo por acá. A ver, estoy atento también, por supuesto, leyendo el chat. Para alguna pregunta, para alguna duda que se pudiese tener. Realmente acá desde Maracaibo ha sido un camino, bueno, bastante difícil, sencillamente por la situación que hemos venido acarreando desde hace un tiempo para acá. Lo importante es que realmente siempre hemos sabido afrontar cada uno de esos retos, hemos podido superarlos y pues sencillamente de la mano de nuestros patrocinadores que siempre nos han apoyado, bueno, hemos ido realizándolo cada año. Sé que con anterioridad, hace 2 años tuvimos los efectos, los estragos que dejó la pandemia como tal, y de todas maneras supimos llevar el Jam adelante en aquella oportunidad. Varios de los acá presentes pudieron asistir, y este año de igual manera nosotros tenemos nuestras diferentes redes sociales. Vamos a tener habilitado nuestro Discord, de igual forma tenemos habilitado nuestro Instagram y también estamos en Twitter. Muy probablemente varios de ustedes que deseen unirse, deseen participar en lo que es Maracaibo Game Jam como tal, deseen, bueno, a raíz de este en vivo, de este directo, bueno, tener más información y demás. De igual forma, ya en breve les dejo por acá por el chat todo lo que sería nuestras redes, lo que es nuestro Instagram como tal, que sencillamente pueden ubicarnos como Maracaibo Game Jam. Y allí vamos a ir publicando toda la información. Nosotros estamos manejando hasta el momento 2 formularios, y que sencillamente el primero es para obviamente poder recabar sus datos y sencillamente a raíz de eso ver de qué forma podemos ayudarlos, podemos apoyarlos. Por ejemplo, tengo algunos casos de unos colegas que quieren participar, pero están actualmente bastante retirados de la zona, están bastante retirados de la ciudad. A ellos evidentemente estoy buscando la manera de poderles prestar todo el apoyo necesario para que puedan asistir acá en la ciudad a todo lo que es el evento en sí. Entonces, así sencillamente con otros colegas y pues hablándoles un poco sobre lo que es el evento. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver si me permite colocar acá la presentación. Ok. Bien. Creo que... A ver. Sí, evidentemente acá va a colocarse así, pero coloquemos la presentación en breve para ver si se puede detallar. Creo que hay un poco de delay, pero bien, veamos a ver si deja. Ok, a ver, entre tanto les escucho para todos los que están en línea ahorita, que puedan ir teniendo cualquier duda referente al evento. estoy respondiendo, ¿no? Por acá me están escribiendo de otros grupos, varios compañeros. Les comento de que sí, en esta sede este año va a poder pernoctarse. Lo único con lo que no contamos actualmente es con ducha. Realmente hasta este momento no contamos con ducha, pero es algo que estamos conscientes de eso y buscando obviamente eh, dar algún tipo de solución. Pero bueno, eso es algo que estoy en conversaciones, no obstante, bueno, entre tanto, otras cosas de las que me preguntan, sí, hay, hay estacionamiento privado, hay estacionamiento vigilado. También contamos con ayudas para los que tengan necesidad de utilizar, por ejemplo, silla de ruedas o algo por el estilo. Estamos completamente conscientes de eso. A ver, creo que por acá se les puede compartir un poco. Eso es. Acá les estoy dejando nuestro Instagram. Épale, excelente. Te responderé, bueno, quizás después del en vivo, la pregunta que que hayas dejado por ahí por el Twitter, sin problema, ¿ok? A ver, entre tanto también me están consultando sí, necesitan llevar sus equipos. El Jam como tal, nosotros no proporcionamos un equipo en sí. Lo ideal es que cada persona pueda llevar su equipo y sencillamente allá resolvemos con las conexiones pertinentes, ¿no? Lo que te haga falta una vez en el lugar, perfectamente podemos ayudarte a resolver. Si te hace falta cable o algo por el estilo, sencillamente, pues bueno, allá de parte de nuestro patrocinador AirTech, es quien nos está apoyando con toda la parte de telecomunicaciones, ¿ok? Por eso no hay preocupación alguna. Ajá. Que quieren iniciar en conjunto en el primer día a nivel internacional. No, realmente no hay ningún problema como tal. Es decir, varias sedes obviamente no van a estar celebrando el Jam al mismo tiempo que nosotros. No obstante, el tiempo para subir los proyectos se va a mantener hasta ese domingo 5. Esto, bueno, sencillamente cada sede lo va a celebrar entre el 30 y el 5. Como había comentado, acá va a ser desde el viernes 3, como tal. A ver. Y a fin y al cabo, realmente lo ideal es que las sedes que vayan a estarlo celebrando sea esas mismas 48 horas de normativa. Y ellos, bueno, van a ir colocando sus juegos en la plataforma como tal. No sé si respondí tu pregunta o era eso. A ver. Entre otras cosas, déjenme observar que por otros grupos también me están escribiendo. Ajá, correcto. Oye, un saludo al frente de Dancing Stage, también es de acá de Maracaibo. Unos colegas que siempre nos han apoyado y bueno, dirigido por Iván Ameste. También un hábil participante del Jam. De igual forma, le doy un saludo por igual a todas las bandas que actualmente están surgiendo de esos movimientos bastante interesantes que se están dando ahorita acá en Maracaibo, ¿no? A ver, estoy intentando subir en este momento nuevamente la presentación para ver si se puede visualizar. Ok. Vamos a ver si ahora me permite transmitir lo que viene siendo la presentación en sí. Ok. Vamos a ver. Excelente. Ya se puede observar la presentación como tal. para entonces irles comentando de lo que viene siendo por acá. Estoy observando que se maneja un poco de delay. Bueno, bien. Sencillamente voy a presentarles lo que es la sede. Esta es la sede 13 Work, que obviamente va a estar acogiéndonos a nosotros durante todo el evento como tal. La sede está ubicada detrás de un ente gubernamental que es el CENIAT acá en Maracaibo, y pues es más céntrico que nuestra anterior sede. Adicional a esto, nuestra sede, como bien estaba comentando, cuenta, además de que con espacios más abiertos, cuenta con diferente mobiliario, unas sillas bastante cómodas, bastante agradables, un personal que realmente desde el primer momento nos ha atendido de la mejor forma posible, y sencillamente vamos a tener diferentes áreas en las cuales nosotros vamos a poder estar para desarrollar, para obviamente comer, para por supuesto descansar. Y esto se lo estoy mostrando, bueno, a todos los que van a participar por acá, para que observen, más o menos se vayan haciendo una idea de todo lo que vamos a estar teniendo durante el evento, ¿ok? Adicional a esto, pues bueno, no solamente deseaba mostrarles la sede como tal, también quiero hablarles un poco a todos esos nuevos participantes que van a estar desde este año, y sencillamente quiero comentarles de cómo se lleva un jam. Voy a mostrarles, esto es lo que ha sido parte de nuestro recorrido en años pasados. Esto fue una de nuestras anteriores entregas de lo que ha sido toda nuestra comunidad. Realmente les envío un saludo a todos desde donde estén. Quiero que observen todo lo que ha sido esta agradable y fantástica experiencia. Que se animen, aunque no tengan experiencia, no importa. De hecho, el jam es para crearla, el jam es para que obviamente puedas ya tenerla. No importa, mira, yo sé que muchas veces parece que no tienes talento o algo por el estilo, realmente sí lo tienes. Acá se te observa y perfectamente te ayudamos a que te des cuenta de que sí lo tienes. Esto ha sido, bueno, parte de lo que es nuestra comunidad con anterioridad. De hecho, yo estoy ubicado por allí por atrás. Yo era apenas participante y pues tenía esas mismas ansias, tenía ese mismo nerviosismo, recuerdo yo. Realmente acá en Maracaibo siempre nos hemos destacado por tener muy buena comida siempre, ¿no? Siempre hemos resuelto, como quien dice, así sea con arepas. A los que nos están viendo internacionalmente, bueno, una comida bastante típica de acá son las arepas. Y bueno, creo que hubo una entrega de que hubo por ahí unas mini arepas o algo por el estilo. Por eso es que siempre está el asunto de que hasta con eso resolvemos, ¿no? Y pues, bueno, esto fue, según recuerdo, en las oficinas de Moon Agency, acá en Maracaibo por igual, y realmente fue bastante bonito, fue bastante bello. Asistieron bastantes personas en esos momentos. Varios de los que están acá en la foto actualmente están laborando fuera del país incluso, y de hecho les envío un fuerte abrazo a todos, ¿no? Y sí, nosotros permitimos que puedan participar desde casi cualquier edad. En esta entrega, de hecho, asistieron algunos menores. Su experiencia también fue muy buena, fue bastante agradable, y a fin y al cabo todos aprendimos un poco de todos. Esto, por ejemplo, que está acá, vendría siendo parte del primer día en lo que es la lluvia de ideas. Sencillamente, una vez que nosotros revelamos el tema como tal, inmediatamente nosotros nos acomodamos en la pizarra y sencillamente, bueno, a lo que vaya saliendo a raíz de eso. Y pues parte de lo que son los assets que se fueron creando esa vez para los diferentes, para el juego como tal. Esto que les estoy mostrando acá es para que observen de que desde algo se inicia, desde algo se empieza. Esto es orientado a todos los nuevos. Esto es, bueno, un intento de Sol hecho en Unity 3D, pero sencillamente debes de persistir, de persistir y de persistir. Eso es algo que, bueno, acá en el Jam enseñamos bastante bien, porque como dice un amigo, nosotros tenemos la cualidad, la habilidad de convertir 48 horas de insomnio en videojuegos. Mayormente así. Y pues sencillamente es hasta crear algo como esto, es persistir, persistir, persistir y no rendirse. A fin y al cabo de eso va la industria como tal. Para que tengan una idea de, bueno, todo lo que esto conlleva. Es sencillamente darle y darle y darle hasta que acabe algo así o mejor, por supuesto, ¿no? Esto es sencillamente un ejemplo bastante básico, bastante sencillo, muy puntual. Hola, hola David, ¿qué tal? Estoy leyendo tu consulta por uno de los grupos. Ya lo había comentado con anterioridad. Sí, vamos a tener un estacionamiento privado vigilado las 24 horas. Y sí, por supuesto, en la cuota de inscripción, allí inmediatamente va a estar todo lo que vienen siendo las comidas de todos esos días. Aprovecho en mencionarlo. Pasa que algunos están consultándome por acá por YouTube, pero por nuestras otras cuentas también los estoy observando inmediatamente y las que puedo ir respondiendo de una vez, bueno, pues sí, nosotros vamos a tener desde el día viernes, está garantizada la pizza, por supuesto que sí, y adicionalmente a la cena del día viernes, en la mañana también va a estar garantizado el desayuno, el almuerzo, la cena, y alguna merienda por allí con nuestros otros patrocinadores, que en este caso por allí tenemos que este año se nos está sumando una carnicería, nombre Carnela. La verdad, un gran saludo y un fuerte abrazo a estos patrocinadores, poco usuales, pero súper bienvenidos, porque están ansiosos de apoyar todo este movimiento, todo lo que es la comunidad gamer en sí, de desarrollo de videojuegos, que bueno, por allí está prometiendo visitarnos en día del evento para llevarnos unas degustaciones. Muy buenos también, quizás les deje por supuesto su Instagram, bueno, el de todos los patrocinadores, en breve lo voy a estar colocando en los chats para que evidentemente puedan tenerlo. Entonces, volviendo con la presentación, sencillamente quiero transmitirles esto de que es algo de persistir, persistir, persistir y persistir. Así como Mario estaba persistiendo en todos los juegos buscando a la princesa, bueno, sencillamente hasta que dio. Fíjate, desde que el primer castillo, bueno, se encontraba siempre a Toad y así le fue dando y le fue dando y le fue dando y Mario persistió, Mario no se rindió. Es común de que uno al momento de estar desarrollando un juego pueda estar frustrado por los diferentes intentos que vaya teniendo y no tenga el resultado como tal. Pero al fin y al cabo va de eso. Muchachos, quiero transmitirles honestamente eso, es persistir. Y persistir y persistir. Este es otro juego, por ejemplo, Trash Adventure 2. Hay juegos tremendamente imposibles, pero sí se puede pasar. Yo he estado ahí, yo lo he observado, yo lo he intentado, por supuesto que sí. Hay de verdad que al fin y al cabo es de esto, de persistir y persistir y persistir y persistir y persistir. Aprovecho para darles una mención bastante especial a este tipo de juegos que han realizado en nuestra comunidad local, talentos locales. Este, por ejemplo, se llama The Titan Game, The Titan History. Y pues un fuerte saludo a su desarrollador, Rafael, también de Bright Studios, por lo cual también estaré dejándole su Instagram por acá para que puedan observarlo, puedan apoyar el talento local, el talento que tenemos acá en Maracaibo, que tenemos acá en Venezuela. Y pues sencillamente este es un claro ejemplo de lo que es la persistencia. Y acá estoy mostrando un juego de que obviamente también puede ser bastante conocido, de la compañía That Game Company, cómo ellos fueron creando diferentes juegos desde sus inicios, diferentes juegos que también sirvieron luego como prototipos, estudiar las mecánicas de un juego, saber a dónde quieres orientarte. Cloud, que salió en el 2005, Flow en 2006, después vino Flowers y al final con Journey en 2012. Y varios de los que estamos en la comunidad sabemos lo grandioso, lo ideal y lo especial que es este tipo de juegos, todo lo que viene siendo esta saga como tal, ¿no? A ver, y bueno, Acá voy a mostrar otras imágenes de nosotros en las diferentes entregas del Jam. Evidentemente no tenemos ningún tipo de discriminación ni nada por el estilo, para nada. Estamos completamente abiertos a aceptar a cualquier tipo de personas. Nosotros realmente estamos unidos bajo la bandera de desarrollar, bajo la bandera de crear cosas nuevas. Y pues sí, al fin y al cabo es llegar, sentarte, tomar la iniciativa, hacer la lluvia de ideas y todo lo demás. Compartir con amigos y poder crear estas experiencias grandemente, ¿no? Sencillamente, bueno, como les comento, el tema de ese año creo que había sido olas, waves. El tema de ese año, que fue el 2016, si mal no recuerdo, ¿no? Y sencillamente, bueno, les comento de que sí, fue mucha emoción, fue algo de, en mi experiencia personal, de que era mi primer evento. Yo no tenía mucha habilidad en el desarrollo, yo apenas estaba aprendiendo formalmente a cómo programar a nivel profesional y demás. Uno se lleva una experiencia bastante agradable, bastante bonita. Y bueno, algunas de las imágenes de los participantes. Esto es sencillamente de sentarse, ir desarrollando, conversar unos con otros. Quiero aclarar que esto no es un evento de manera que es competitivo, para nada. Este es un evento completamente colaborativo, enteramente para apoyarnos los unos a los otros, para ayudar, para reforzarnos, precisamente trabajando codo con codo y sencillamente ir escalando en equipo. No es que simplemente voy a estar con mi equipo, no es que únicamente voy a estar allí aislado, para nada. Ya perfectamente permite la inclusión de todos. Y pues sencillamente es invitarlos a que se atrevan. Obviamente nosotros también tenemos una noche de juegos, también podemos hacer unos torneos que usualmente vienen siendo la primera noche del día viernes. Organizamos unos pequeños torneos, más que todo bastante amistosos. Oye, un saludo desde acá, desde Maracaibo. Estoy observando, José nos está viendo desde Colombia. Un gran saludo. Hola Ángel, ¿qué tal? Hola Ronald. Un gusto saludarlos. Colegas desde hace mucho tiempo. Un placer tenerlos. Pues imagino que han estado observando todo lo que es la presentación como tal. Y bueno, y de igual manera, les recuerdo, les invito, si tienen alguna duda o algo por el estilo, por supuesto, vayan comentando, vayan aclarándola. Enteramente vamos aclarándola acá en vivo, ¿no? Hay varias de las cosas que obviamente no puedo comentarles todavía, nada que ver con el tema ni nada por el estilo, ¿no? Pero, a ver, entre otras cosas, sí. También me consultan si tendremos comida diferente, es decir, entiendo la pregunta. Esto es para aquellas personas de que obviamente no pueden tomar refresco o algo por el estilo. También es mi caso, por ejemplo, no solamente tendremos refresco, también va a haber jugos y de ser posible todo ese tipo de alternativa para que obviamente puedas sentirte completamente incluido, que puedas sentirte enteramente a gusto en el Jam, ¿ok? Perfectamente se va a tener en cuenta, ya se tiene en cuenta. De hecho, tengo entendido que incluso hay algunas personas de que no pueden comer frituras. Estoy manejando un menú especial con ellos. También tenemos a nuestros músicos. Un saludo a las bandas nuevamente que están por allí. Sencillamente, bueno, son los que se abocan a hacer las musiquitas de todo el Jam. Los músicos siempre están bien dispuestos. Eso es otra cosa. Aunque están los recursos disponibles del Jam en su totalidad para la utilización de todo el mundo, siempre nuestro talento local está allí apoyándonos. Siempre. Y pues, obviamente, es más de lo que les venía comentando. Convertimos horas de insomnio en desarrollo de juegos. Muchos tomamos el reto de que sí, evidentemente son las 48 horas sin pegar el ojo, sin dormir, así sea como sea, para tener lo que viene siendo el juego listo para la presentación el día domingo. No obstante, les recuerdo, no se desesperen, no estén tampoco súper nerviosos con esto, porque aunque tu idea puede que no llegue a presentarse en su totalidad como tal, es decir, que tengas un juego completamente funcional, no estamos esperando, el evento no es para que tú saques acá la nueva versión de Call of Duty, no es para que saques la continuación de The Last of Us, no es para que hagas un juego AAA nada más en 48 horas con todas las de la ley, no, para nada, es sencillamente para que tengas el inicio de la experiencia y puedas evidentemente observar lo que es ese pequeño proceso guiado punto por punto para que puedas luego del evento tomar esa idea, tomar esa experiencia y si gustas impulsarlo, escalarlo, llevarlo hacia el siguiente nivel ya con obviamente un tiempo más prolongado porque estamos bastante claros de que vuelvo, insisto, no es para crear un juego AAA que va a ser multiplataforma y con todas las de la ley en 48 horas. No es así. Buscamos siempre fomentar los principales procesos que conlleva dentro de la industria y sencillamente irlos evolucionando ya luego con bastante tranquilidad. Así que bueno, otra foto de algunos jammers por allí, que evidentemente ya estos son los puntos de frustración que se encuentran. Este es un amigo, Luis, un saludo. Y pues sencillamente es así, ¿no? Por igual nosotros siempre optamos en decirles de que sí se puede dormir. Al fin y al cabo para eso es que se permite pernoctar, que puedan descansar, que puedan sentirse frescos. Aunque ya los más veteranos estamos con que sabemos esto, los que van iniciando quizás quieran es quedarse despiertos las 48 horas seguidas, no. Varios de nosotros ya sabemos como que bueno, se puede descansar, seguir en la mañana, lo ideal es tener siempre una mente fresca, una mente descansada, para evidentemente que surjan mejor nuestras ideas, ¿no? Es algo que ayuda, es algo que potencia bastante, es algo que, bueno, siempre la comida ayuda un montón a mantenernos despiertos, a conservar la energía. Hola Roland, ¿qué tal? Un saludo. Es algo que, bueno, siempre está presente. No van a pasar hambre. Usualmente algo acá, esto es propio de Maracaibo, cabe destacar que decimos que toda aquella persona que asiste al jam mínimo sale, no sé, con 1 kilo adicional. Porque, bueno, siempre hemos procurado tener este gesto de que se sientan a gusto cada uno. Y pues esto vendría siendo parte de lo que es ya el final del día, en el cual sencillamente ya es la presentación donde todos nos reunimos a observar lo que hemos realizado con anterioridad, en lo que hemos realizado desde estos días anteriores, ¿no? Acá, por ejemplo, está uno de los participantes, Luis, nuevamente, presentando uno de los juegos en la pantalla, ¿no? Y pues, bueno, sencillamente la experiencia va de eso. Yo realmente les invito a que se animen. Varios de los participantes, recuerdo de que incluso yo incluido, en aquel momento nosotros presentamos nuestro juego y también tenía, como quien dice, errores de último momento. Bueno, acá una foto con el organizador anterior, por cierto, David. Quiero comentarles también realmente que quede bastante claro de que esto es algo que nosotros hacemos por amor al arte, sin fines de lucro. Aquí nadie está buscando lucrarse de ninguna manera posible. Aquí no es que la organización me está pagando a mí para esto, no, para nada. Esto es algo de que realmente lo hacemos porque nos gusta, porque queremos, porque nos gusta impulsar el talento, ayudar ser esa ayuda que quizás nosotros necesitábamos en nuestro momento, no la tuvimos. Deseamos facilitarles eso a todos los nuevos participantes que hay de aquí en más. Y pues sencillamente quiero comentarles el caso de muchas personas que han participado acá en Maracaibo Game Jam. Actualmente no están con nosotros en este escenario, sino de que se encuentran externos al país, cumpliendo muchas de sus metas, muchos de sus sueños, y varios de acá. Por eso hago énfasis en esto. Salieron de acá, del Game Jam, del Maracaibo Game Jam como tal. Por ejemplo, tal es el caso de David Morón, es la persona que está acá de rojo. Él actualmente era el antiguo organizador y hoy en día está trabajando en Blizzard. Quizás varios conozcan de Blizzard por sus juegos como World of Warcraft, Diablo, entre muchos otros, ¿no? Y por supuesto, anterior a él estaba el organizador Vladimir. Y pues Vladimir también, que fue la primera persona que vino y apoyó el Jam como tal. Él actualmente está trabajando en Ubisoft. También hubo otro organizador, que es Saúl González. Y cabe destacar, hago una mención especial a Ciro Durán, que fue la primera persona en Venezuela en traer esta idea, plantarla en Caracas. Y bueno, sencillamente de ahí fue dispersándose por todo el país, a fin y al cabo, ¿no? Realmente un fuerte abrazo, Ciro. Quizás que nos estés mirando o algo por el estilo. La antorcha se ha seguido pasando de ahí en más, y se seguirá haciendo. Sencillamente, bueno, acá más de lo que son las fotos de lo que es la reunión. Tengo también colegas, tengo también compañeros que han participado en el Jam y están actualmente, de hecho, Saúl González desde Colombia, creo que nos estabas visualizando, te vi por allí. Estás trabajando en Unity, tengo entendido, en Colombia. Un fuerte abrazo. Muchas felicidades. Y justamente Unity es una casa de desarrollo que siempre busca innovar y apoyar a los talentos a nivel internacional. Siempre ha sido un patrocinador que ha estado de primero, de igual como muchas otras grandes empresas como Microsoft, PayPal también, Google, .bitganga, que por cierto ahora más tarde hay una transmisión en vivo con ellos por igual. No deben de perdérsela. Quizás van a ver varios de los recursos que también ellos van a ir comentándoles, varias de las herramientas, ¿no? Y pues sencillamente acá una foto general de todo lo que fue la mayor parte de ese grupo en ese momento. Entonces sí, al fin y al cabo pueden observar de que son varias personas que tienen, miren, honestamente hablando desde diferentes creencias, diferentes ámbitos sociales, etcétera, etcétera, y están allí todos unidos, apoyándose. Aquí no tenemos que ver con nada más, sino sencillamente unidos bajo todo lo que es esto. ¿Ok? Un saludo. Oye, admin, un saludo, un fuerte abrazo. A ver, me están preguntando nuevamente acá referente a lo de la sede. Sí, voy a mover esto un momento por acá para mostrar, ya te muestro la sede, ¿cómo no? No hay problema. Claro, la sede viene siendo esta acá, se llama 13 Work, ¿ok? Sí, también contamos con baños, como ya había comentado con anterioridad, contamos con baños, lo que no contamos es con ducha, pero con baños para hacer las diferentes necesidades, por supuesto que sí. También va a haber agua potable completamente, nos encargamos de eso. Tienen un espacio limpio, un espacio agradable. Como bien les comentaba, la conexión a internet no tiene ni que preocuparse por eso, porque con Airtec, que es nuestro patrocinador, eso vamos a tener bastante internet de sobra. Pueden streamear, pueden hacer de todo tipo de cosas, ¿no? Pues sí, acá en Maracaibo, justamente como dice Rafael Euskatey, siempre se ha caracterizado por eso, sin importar el nivel, todos siempre nos apoyamos, siempre. Y es algo de que, al fin y al cabo, va surgiendo en cada una de las sedes, ¿no? a nivel nacional y sé que también a nivel internacional. Un saludo a los que nos ven que quizás de España, de Estados Unidos, de todos esos diferentes sitios. Tengo entendido de que por ahí tengo una amiga que nos está viendo de España también. Un saludo. Oye, Sara, ¿qué tal? Un saludo. Isa, ¿qué tal? Y por supuesto, algo que se me había olvidado mencionar. El Jam no es explícitamente para desarrollar, es decir, no somos cerrados a desarrollar únicamente videojuegos, también pueden desarrollarse juegos de mesa, también pueden desarrollarse perfectamente este tipo de ideas, este tipo de juegos. Sí, habemos muchos que también nos gusta, nos encanta el Dungeons and Dragons, por supuesto, y pues siempre nos echamos un par de partidas de Dungeons and Dragons por allá, ¿ok? A ver. Y quizás para ir cerrando un poco, porque tengo entendido de que ya quedan como unos 10 minutos, pues a ver, voy a aprovechar en breve y voy a compartirles algunos recursos por acá por el chat de YouTube como tal, que evidentemente les invito a que puedan observar. Como bien les estaba comentando, habemos muchos de nuestra comunidad acá local que ya han creado, que ya han tenido sus primeros indicios en desarrollo de juegos fuera del Jam. De hecho, algunos ya están trabajando en este tipo de industrias, como lo es Videomanía. Y pues un fuerte saludo, Andrés, Fran, y pues síganle echando ganas, muchachos, y a todos en general. Voy a compartir, por supuesto que sí, el juego, de hecho, para que todos lo vean, los invito a jugarlo. Boxy World se llama, por cierto. Esto es un ejemplo de que, muchachos, ustedes tienen que persistir y tienen que hacer diferentes tipos de pruebas. Se los dejo también por acá por el chat, ¿ok? Por supuesto, de Carpincho Studios. Muy bueno el nombre. Luego me agradaría tener una charla con ustedes para que, bueno, nos comentaran a varios de dónde ha salido ese nombre. Bastante bueno. Y por supuesto también voy a compartir el otro que mostramos por acá en pantalla, que es el de Tidon History. Muy bueno también. Como les comentaba, es a raíz de un participante que ha estado en diferentes jams y esperamos tenerlo nuevamente este año por igual, ¿no? Para que nos muestre sencillamente cómo ha ido la evolución de su juego. Saludos de Colombia, Manuel. Un gusto. Esperamos que por allá también puedas unirte a la sede que pueda haber, a las sedes que hay allá en Colombia, ¿no? Que tengo entendido que son varias. Hola, Jorge. Jorge, ¿qué tal? Saludos desde acá desde Maracaibo. Jorge Palacios, uno de los organizadores del Jam en Lara, en Barquisimeto, si no recuerdo mal, ¿no? Y así sucesivamente. Pues a ver, déjenme ver de acá de la presentación hasta donde habíamos estado, que es bastante por acá abajo. Pues sí, justamente va de esto, ¿no? De sencillamente unirse, de sencillamente tomar esta iniciativa de afrontar este reto, ¿no? A ver, voy a hacer una mención, ¿no? Nuevamente de agradeciendo a los patrocinadores. Este es el segundo año de que Airtech nos apoya como patrocinador principal. Debo decir de que con su ayuda hemos de verdad llevado el evento a otro nivel. Ha sido algo bastante agradable. Y pues, así como realmente les comento esto, les insto a inscribirse, a observar, a registrar la página del globalgamejam.org. En esa misma encontrarán la información pertinente, en esa misma irán observando toda la información referente al evento. También en ella pueden encontrar lo que son los sponsors, pueden encontrar las noticias donde se va a ir revelando quizás día tras día cada una de estas herramientas que se nos van a presentar. Por cierto, por allí he observado que Houdini va a estar habilitando nuevamente este año. Les estoy dejando los enlaces por allí por el chat de YouTube. Sus herramientas, sus kits para aquellos que quieran iniciar quizás este año con un Real Engine. En lo personal pienso probarlo. Yo vengo realmente de hacer unos pequeños desarrollos con Unity en 3D. También me manejo bastante bien lo que es Blender, que se los recomiendo a los principiantes, a los que van a iniciar actualmente. Es un software de modelado 3D en el cual sencillamente puedes hacer, vale la redundancia, esos modelos. Sirve para 2 y para 3D. Y sencillamente luego exportarlos a tus herramientas. Invito, por supuesto, también a todos esos diseñadores gráficos. Por supuesto que hay cabida con ustedes, que por acá me están preguntando si con una tableta gráfica tú puedes asistir al evento, tú puedes unirte al equipo. Sencillamente, bueno, insisto, no sé, por 20ª vez, toma la iniciativa, persiste en hacer algo diferente, sube ese escalón, ¿no? Ya que al final las oportunidades cuando se presentan en la vida, debes de saber aprovecharlas, debes de saber de que están allí para algo. Y no tengan miedo, que aquí realmente en la comunidad nadie va ni a menospreciar el trabajo ni nada por el estilo. Envío un saludo. ¿Qué tal, Alejandro? ¿Qué tal? De Alejandro Nava TV. Un gusto. Por supuesto que, bueno, agradecido siempre en todo lo que se nos pueda apoyar, e invito a los diferentes medios de comunicación que deseen estar observando el evento. Escriban al Instagram del Maracaibo Game Jam, que ya pasé el enlace. Si desean asistir, si desean hacer cobertura del evento, estamos completamente abiertos a que se dé a conocer, ya que al final este tipo de eventos, insisto por última vez, es para potenciar las habilidades de cada uno, para evidentemente ayudarles a escalar a ustedes. Y pues nada más por el momento. Creo que ya debería de ir cerrando. Sí, por supuesto, muy buena acotación, Ángel. De hecho, Blender, junto con otras herramientas de software libre, para quizás aquellos que quizás conozcan poco, ¿no? Les doy una muy breve introducción rápidamente. Blender y otras herramientas, cuando están bajo la licencia de software libre, significa que no tienen que pagar una licencia como tal, pueden utilizarlo libremente. Hay muchas herramientas, muchos recursos en internet. Aquellos que, por ejemplo, deseen estar en el ámbito musical, hay páginas como, por ejemplo, Patrick Arteaga, que también se llama, y es un músico que evidentemente él libera sus canciones. Lo único que pide, en lugar de que le pagues, es que sencillamente le hagas mención. Hay diferentes tipos de licencia con las que se puede trabajar referente a esto. Unity también tiene algo bastante parecido, que es que puedes trabajar y desarrollar tu juego, subirlo, publicarlo, no pagarles como tal una licencia así de primero, si mal no recuerdo, a menos que tus ganancias sobrepasen, creo que eran los 20,000 o 100,000 dólares o algo por el estilo. Queda excelente para los que evidentemente somos principiantes en esto, queremos ir aprendiendo y ir desarrollando. Perfectamente viable, completamente válido, pueden utilizarlo, y así como diferentes otros recursos que al final vamos a ir revelando. Y pues por acá creo que estamos a 4 minutitos ya de cerrar el meeting, de cerrar el live. Por favor, alguna pregunta que deseen hacer, háganla en este momento. Estoy bastante atento al chat, estoy leyendo totalmente, hasta que obviamente por ahí llegue Tim Collins, que viene siendo el director general, de la cual también estoy bastante agradecido por la oportunidad de poder presentarles esto al mundo, de presentar lo que es el Maracaibo Game Jam, de lo que es el Global Game Jam acá en Venezuela, de decir sí estamos presentes, sí seguimos apoyando a la comunidad, sí seguimos subiendo y vamos a seguir haciéndolo por todos los que deseen sencillamente iniciarse, seguir escalando, seguir perfeccionando sus habilidades. ¿Ok? muy prontamente en el transcurso de la semana, Global Game Jam va a seguir realizando este tipo de live. Este es el primero. Ahorita, luego de mi persona, vienen otros que evidentemente van a ir comentándoles. Ahorita viene Coherence y luego viene Incredibuild, SideFX, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? También vamos a poder observar de primera mano todas esas novedades de que, bueno, nos van a deleitar. Ha sido de verdad un honor, un gran placer, sencillamente ser de los primeros que han aperturado, el primero que ha aperturado esta semana y precisamente con habla hispana, que sé que muchos usualmente comentamos que hay pocos que de habla hispana actualmente cubriendo este tipo de eventos. Digo presente por todos esos colegas, por todos esos amigos. Y sencillamente les invito a seguirnos en nuestras redes sociales, ¿ok? Que es el del Maracaibo Global Game Jam. Nunca vamos a detener esta iniciativa dentro de lo que se puede. Siempre vamos a seguir pasando la antorcha. Y siempre va a ser sencillamente un fabuloso honor. Un grandioso honor. Así que por lo demás, la verdad ha sido algo bastante agradable. Ha sido algo muy, muy gratificante. Recuerden que el evento como tal es del 30 al 5 de febrero. Estén atentos a las redes. Y pues sencillamente cualquier otra duda que puedan obtener, cualquier otra duda que puedan tener en este momento, les invito a que evidentemente ¿cuándo liberan el tema? Bueno, al final de la semana. Al final de la semana ya se estará manejando lo que sería la primera liberación del tema. Invito a mi comunidad, sé que es complicado, sé que es difícil, pero invito a mi comunidad porque nosotros vamos a celebrarlo más allá, ¿no? De que se reserven, de que quizás no miren mucho las redes ese día, intentemos mantener la emoción, pero bueno, solamente una recomendación. Es algo gratificante estar todos reunidos para observarlo en equipo, ¿no? De todas formas, bueno, siempre es perfectamente viable que lo observen haciendo las ideas, más no llevando ya recursos realizados ese día, ¿ok? Lo ideal es que se realice todo dentro del tiempo del evento. Es lo más idóneo, ¿ok? Un fuerte saludo a todos los que nos han observado, a todos los que nos han mirado, y de verdad un fuerte abrazo. Del 30 que habrá esos días. Sí, Daniel. Como venían comentando con anterioridad, rápidamente, el Jam va a celebrarse precisamente en esa fecha, pero es como decir un rango de fechas para que las sedes de todo el mundo seleccionen sus 48 horas de realizar el evento, ¿ok? Esto se ha dado precisamente a raíz del efecto de la pandemia que ha seguido a nivel global aún, de la cual, bueno, acá gracias a Dios y a todo lo que hemos tenido realmente de frente para poderlo afrontar y que hemos podido ir superando, no estamos tan críticos, pero sí hay otros países que todavía, y por eso es que se ha decidido a nivel internacional dar estos plazos. De igual manera, quiero reiterar nuestro apoyo con algunas de las sedes que este año la tienen mucho más difícil que nosotros, que vendría siendo obviamente esos países que actualmente están pasando por muchas dificultades, por, bueno, diferentes problemas políticos y demás. Estamos con ustedes desde acá, desde Venezuela, desde Maracaibo, les enviamos un fuerte abrazo y reiteramos nuestro apoyo totalmente. Gracias por seguir llevando todavía con estas vicisitudes el evento. Creo que por el momento, bueno, Tim, ha sido todo. Ha sido fantástico estar compartiendo con ustedes. Creo que ya en cualquier momento Tim me va a cortar la transmisión. Excelente, saludos. Agradable que nos estén observando desde México. La verdad, por allá también se hacen unos jam brutales e increíbles. Yo mismo los he observado. Qué genial. Así que anímense. Ha sido un enorme placer nuevamente. Y todos aquellos siempre estaremos en línea. La verdad, ha sido fabuloso. Ha sido excelente. Así que nada. Esto ha sido fantástico. Denian Novera por acá para servirles desde Global Game Jam Maracaibo. Y pues siempre se va a seguir realizando que podamos seguir pasando la antorcha en todo momento. Y estamos sencillamente, como bien estaba comentando, para apoyarles. Vamos a seguir revelando otras cosas en el transcurso de la semana por nuestro canal, por nuestras redes. Tenemos todavía otros podcasts al pendiente. Así que sencillamente no se pierdan nada, ¿ok? No se pierdan nada, que estamos para todo eso, ¿ok? Y pues ha sido fantástico, ¿no? Yo creo que ya está por finalizar. Recuerden, en la página de globalgamejam.org están todos los recursos a disposición. Excelente, Wilmer, claro que sí. Estamos al pendiente para recibir allá en el Global Game Jam todos los que deseen participar, todos los que deseen unirse. Great. Claro que sí. Recuerden que también tenemos nuestro Discord, ¿ok? Si no pueden estar participando físicamente, pueden estar participando online, sin lugar a dudas, ¿ok? Y por supuesto pueden entrar y salir de la sede, no es completamente limitativo. Pueden estar en la sede un día y luego retirarse, volver, ir a hacer sus diligencias, etcétera, etcétera. Lo ideal es que al final estén para el momento de cierre. Y agradezco enormemente a nuestros patrocinadores. Actualmente aún seguimos en busca de algunos, todos los que deseen sumarse. Y pues es una grandiosa iniciativa que vale completamente la pena en totalidad. ¿Ok? Es algo que los invito a todos. Así que bueno. Ready, team.
Thank you, Gracias, for hosting.
Bueno. Thanks much for you. Thanks for the opportunity. It's very, very funny. It's wonderful. A ver.
We can people can chat with you on Discord if they want.
My people, bueno, is the best. I tend to be representing the community. Thanks, team. Bye bye. See you later out. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. That was great. Great session. Up next, we're going to bring in the folks from Coherence to talk to you about the technology that they have available for you to use during the jam. Bring on Zero and Tadej. Hello.
Hey, Tim. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Just a second. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Super excited about Global Game Jam this year. I'm with a company called Coherence. And you might ask yourself first, what is coherence? And I prepared a few slides here to help us guide through it. But at any time during this stream, feel free to ask questions, and I'll read them out loud and try to answer them as well as I can. So first of all, what is coherence? It's a new multiplayer technology. It's created by game developers. We've been at it for 4 to 5 years. We're around 30 people based in Scandinavia, but with colleagues all around the world. And we're really passionate about making multiplayer easy to use and easy to set up. So this is also why we set ourselves this big challenge to try to get you guys to join us in making multiplayer games at the Global Game Jam this year. Coherence, our aim has always been to make the easiest to use multiplayer game engine. And I think we've succeeded. We also think that it's very important when you're doing multiplayer to have many options and a lot of flexibility in how you set it up, because multiplayer games have a lot of aspects to think about. Currently, the engine is mostly supporting Unity, and we have plans to add more support for more engines in the near future. And Coherence is not just an SDK, it's not just an engine, but it's also a whole backend for multiplayer games. So you can do anything from building, deploying, testing, running the games, and scaling them online. And the website is coherence.io. And I'm gonna talk a little bit about what we're gonna do today. So who are we today? So my name's Tadej. That's a Slovenian name. I live in Sweden, where our main office is. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Coherence, and I'll be presenting today. With us in the chat is also Ciro Contenizio. He's a game developer at Coherence, and he'll be helping out with answering questions and sending links and so forth. And this week we'll be doing 4 of these streams. I'm doing another one on Wednesday, and then on Thursday and Friday, Ciro will be presenting closer to West Coast US time zones, and I'll be doing the helping in the chat. So there might be also other, oh, hey, Ciro. There's also other people from Coherence in the chat and available on our Discord for chatting and answering your questions. We are mostly game developers from different backgrounds, from indie, AAA, mobile. And yeah, our members are spread out around the world. And as I said, if you have any questions, just feel free to pop in at any time, and I'll be paying attention to the chat. So you might ask yourself also, like, multiplayer at the Game Jam, like, are you crazy? It's already pretty hard to make a Game Jam game. Why would you do multiplayer? Well, there's many reasons for that, in my opinion. So with Coherence, we have a video showing that, and you can basically go from a single player game concept or a prototype to making it multiplayer networked in a matter of minutes. Of course, there's, if you're taking it further, there's more work, like with every technology, but it just takes 5 minutes to install Coherence, to get it working, to get the basic synchronization up. And I think that's pretty encouraging when you're doing something like that. And in a Game Jam, I would argue that it's really cool to make a multiplayer game, because you can then finally play these games that you make together with both people you are jamming with. Either, if you're on site, it's cool, everybody can use their own computer. You can then share these games online. Coherence also gives you a free opportunity to upload WebGL builds, to upload desktop builds, and then share it. And if you're jamming remotely, it's even more fun to be able to do that. And of course, it's always nice to try out a new technology, to challenge yourself a little bit. And but we realize it's nice to also add some kind of incentive for people to jam with a new technology. And this is why we've set aside a $10,000 prize pot. And everybody who wants to participate in that can go to coherence.io/GGJ. And then when you submit your games to Global Game Jam, we just ask you to submit also to our itch.io page. And then we will look at every game. We will use criteria like, what is the most innovative use of multiplayer and so forth. And most importantly, our team will always be available throughout the coming weeks on our Discord, on the Global Game Jam Discord, on our forum, on site. We're also sending a few of us are going to go to local jam sites and are going to be helping out in person. But also, even those of us who will be at local game jam sites, we will be paying attention to Discord and making sure that everybody's experience is as smooth as possible. And this is not the first time we're doing this, actually. At Coherence, we have a very strong culture of game jams. We're all super big fans of Global Game Jam. Several of us participate regularly, but we also do game jams internally. So, in a software development process, you really want to eat your own dog food, so to say. And this is why every few sprints, when we're making a new release, we have a 1 week game jam internally where the entire company is basically jamming and creating something new. And out of these jams, even some features of Coherence came out, and we also find, a lot of the things that you might find when using the technology, and feed it back in our design process. We also, in November 2022, we organized our first external game jam, which was similar to Global Game Jam from Friday to Sunday, with a half day on Sundays, so people had even less than 48 hours in the end. And we were really, really happy with the results. We were doing it on site in Malmö in South Sweden, and we had about, I think, from 15 to 20 participants, and seven really nice games got made in that time, which was very encouraging for us. I'm gonna open this. I'm gonna share my screen now. Give me a second. There, you should be able to see my screen now. So just to go back to this slide and show you who we are today. Chiro in the chat, you will recognize him. Yeah, we are crazy, and we're gonna make multiplayer games at this game jam. So as I said before, there's a prize pot of $10,000, and the URL is coherence.io/GGJ. So we're gonna look at some of the games that were made in the previous game jam that we organized. There's even this itch.io page is accessible to everybody. It's called coherence.jam-episode1, which indicates we're gonna do many more of these in the future. And if we look at the results, we have a game. A lot of these were amazing, and this was a public vote that ordered the games. But we like all of them, but we're gonna show one of them today because it's easy to demo. We've got Duck Planet, a game where you're on a planet as a duck and trying to wear a crown. We've got Grave Mistake, which was an asynchronous multiplayer game where you're either a ghost or a human. It's very interesting. I really recommend you check it out. We have a game where you're a ball. We have a game where you're drawing together. We have a game of tag, and we have a very interesting card game as well. So let's look at Duck Planet together, and maybe we can even play it together. Why not? So the link to the Duck Planet game, Chiro, maybe you can post it in the chat. It's at andytouch.itch.io/duckplanet. And we even have, as I mentioned earlier, with Coherence, you can publish your WebGL builds, and that's what we're going to be playing today. I'm going to go to this link. And every Coherence project gets its own URL. So here you can see we're at coherence.io/game/coherence-jam22 Duck Planet. And I get this world selector where I'll select Duck Planet as the world and type in my name. And now I'm in this world. See, it's Chiro and me playing together. Chiro is currently wearing the crown. And I can use WASD to move around and the mouse click to do the attack in the game. And when I attack, I knock the crown off of Chiro's head. And there's also these meteors in the world that are kind of knocking the head off your head. And now the person that catches the crown is the momentary winner. And currently Chiro seems to be doing much better than me. And when you're wearing the crown, you're not able to do any attacks. And the developer said that's because when you're in power, you have to set a good example. And this game was made by a couple of people over the weekend. And none of them had ever made a multiplayer game before. So I think that's very cool because all of them can now say, yeah, we've made a multiplayer game. And also they've all learned something on the way. So, all right. Thanks, Chiro. Let's close this window. And yeah, I strongly encourage you to check out these games. They're really awesome. And now I wanted to do a quick demo inside Unity to show you how you can set up coherence on a single player project and make it multiplayer. So we're going to be looking at how to set up a scene, how to set up coherence for the first time, and how to actually expand on this as well. So let me open the project. So here you can see I have a simple project with an almost empty scene. And if I run it, I can move this character around with WASD or a gamepad. And we're going to look at how I can actually make this multiplayer. So first of all, let's look at how to actually install coherence. Coherence is a Unity package. And in order to install it, one first has to go to the project settings into the package manager section and enable pre-release packages, and then type in the information for the coherence repository and the SDK. All this information is available in our documentation. So if you go to docs.coherence.io, you have this installation section where you can find this information, just copy paste it in. So once we've done this, we can go to Window and the package manager. And usually the package manager will show you this. So this is the official Unity packages. But if you, good afternoon, Dave MC. If you click on this packages dropdown, you get my registries. And because we typed that into the package manager settings, we can now see the coherence package. And here I can easily add and remove the coherence package and upgrade to the newest version. So once we have this, we get this nice coherence welcome window. And from here, we can open the Coherence Hub. And the Coherence Hub is the part of the Coherence SDK that kind of shows you the overview of everything in the project. I can see here I'm not logged in to the Coherence Cloud, and I don't really have to be to show you this demo, but I will also show what you can get if you do log in. I can see the status of my scene. I can see there's currently no mono bridge in the scene. We will fix that. There's currently no live query in the scene. We will fix that as well, and some other statuses as well. So let's start with setting up our scene. If I go to the Scene tab, I can just easily follow the on-screen instructions to create a mono bridge, which is going to be the network manager, making sure the entities in the scene are synchronized. There's going to be a live query. So a live query basically is a part of coherence that tells you what part of the scene everybody is interested in. Let me add that. And if I check the live query now, it's set to radius 0, which means I'll just be interested in everything. But I could easily go 5 here or 100 or however much. And then I'll add a simple connect dialog, and you can already see that in the game view, you can see this connect dialog that shows me regions, name, room list, a new room, and stuff like that. Coherence has 2 different modes. You can do session-based games with rooms, which is what we'll be doing here. Or you can be doing a world, which is a persistent world where everybody can just log in at any time. So let's go ahead and save this. And now there's no synchronization still set up for our character that you saw before. So if we go into the character, this dude here, we have a bunch of settings here. And I already created a prefab. So we'll open that. And the reason why we need a prefab is because Coherence needs something to instantiate when other people log into the game. And let's look at this prefab for a second. So we have all these scripts that are just basic single player things like a rigid body, capsule collider, and player input scripts. And then all we need to do to add coherence is we go add component and we add a coherence sync component to it. And this coherence sync component is the part of coherence that will make sure that everything we select that should be synchronized over the network is synchronized. And it has a lot of different options, but we don't need to change any of this. We just go to this configure window. And the configuration window will open. And this is the place where we decide what parts of the prefab we want to synchronize over the network. And here you see on the left side, we have the whole hierarchy of the object. And we can click on any of these and the view in the configuration window will change. And first, let's click on player. We select position, which on the root object is always selected already. And we select rotation. We're not going to be scaling the character live, so we don't need to synchronize that. We don't need any of the rigid body options. We don't need any of the player input stuff. We just leave that. Then one thing we do want to synchronize is the animation states when the character is moving. So we can just go to the one part of the prefab that has the animator. We click on it, and you can see the animator's variables are already pulled here, and I can select them. I can define what kind of interpolation they're using. I can create new interpolation scripts and so forth. But that's not important. The defaults are enough for most use cases, and especially for a game jam. Then we have a part where you can synchronize methods as well. So if I wanted remote objects to do something, I can synchronize a method, and that method then becomes a network command. So I can call network commands on things that my client is not owning currently, like your character, for instance, when we play together, and I can send messages to it. And then one important step here is in the components part of the configurator. I want to define the behavior when this prefab is spawned, but it's not me, or it's somebody else owning it. So, for instance, a rigid body, I want to not leave it as is, but actually turn it into a kinematic rigid body. So, for instance, if the character is affected by gravity, I don't want this process to be done on all clients. I just want it to be done on the client that controls this object. And this might be a dedicated server, but in our case, it will be a client. And then the capsule collider, I will leave it as is. But the player input and the movement script, I will disable. Because when I'm pressing WASD, I don't want your character to be affected. I want your character to be affected on your machine. All right, we've done this. And now we'll go into schemas and hit bake. So baking is a process that actually takes all of this configuration and creates network code for it. And this is super fast, and you don't need to worry about the details in a game jam. But if you want to go deeper, there's all the control that you might want in this case. So let's see. Let's go. Let's save this. Let's go back to our scene. We still have everything here. And we can hit play. But now I don't have a local server running. So what I can do, I go to servers, and I run a local room server. So this is a command line server. It's the same server that's running in the cloud, which I will show later. Now we can actually go to new rooms and create today's room and join it. Now I'm walking around, but there's nobody else in this demo yet. So what I'll do is I will build and create a separate build and connect to it and show you the synchronization. Yeah, this demo is using URP, so it takes a few seconds more than just an empty project. But in this process, I could be doing any kind of build. I could be doing a WebGL build, a mobile build, and so forth. So we see the room that we created before is still here. I will also connect with this one, but I'll create a new one, calling it demo, and create and join. And now we see the demo room appears here as well. And I have 2 characters. So now you see I'm synchronizing 2 characters. It took just a few minutes to set this up. When I disconnect, one character will disappear, which is what happens with session-based characters. Are there any questions at this point? All right, I don't see any. So I'll just go on. Let's make this a little bit more interesting. Let's add a new thing to our scene. So we have here a crate object. And let's put it here. This crate object currently has no networking on it. But let's add some networking to it. Let's add a coherence sync. Let's convert it to a prefab in resources. And now we can see in resources, I have this prefab. I have this coherence sync. It's set to be to allow duplicates, but we'll go back into this later. Let's configure it. I just want position rotation. And yeah, I mean, the rigid body can be kinematic when I'm not owning the object. And then let's hit bake. This will now bake and add network code also to this crate. And let's save. And give me a second. We baked already. And now we're going to add a new build. And see how it looks. And you will see one thing when I press play now. It's, let me make this window smaller. Oops. Like this. Make it like this. And I will create a new room, create room. Join it. I have to restart the server because we've been making changes to it, and the server actually uses the schema that we created. So let's do again. We have the create room and join it, and we join the same one from this guy. But you will see one thing now. I actually have 2 crates in the scene now because the editor spawned a crate, and there was already a crate in the scene in the editor. There was already a crate in the scene when I connected with the client. And you can see I can actually take this crate and move it in the Unity editor. And you can see it move here in the, let's move it a bit more in the other client. And one cool thing about having it in the editor like this is, just a second, I have to make my window smaller. I can actually drag these crates now into my scene in the editor. And you can see these crates are now, the crate is visible in the editor itself. So I can make live edits to all of this. And if I disconnect the client, one of the crates disappeared because it was a session-based object, and it's only alive in this case if I'm actually, yeah, exactly, Sokuban, if I'm actually simulating it. But let's exit play mode. And now let's do one thing with this crate. So if we go to the crate prefab settings, there's one piece of configuration that we didn't really look at much, which is the lifetime of the crate. So I can actually change the crate to be persistent, which means that it will remain on the server even when everybody disconnects. And we reconnect, it will still be there, and we can continue simulating it. First, set this to persistent, and I select its uniqueness to no duplicates. If I have crates in the scene itself, there will only be one crate at all times. Like even if 100 clients connect and they have the same ID, the system will make sure that only one of us has ownership over it. So let's do this. And now I can save and go into my scene and actually random crate, not some crate ID. So this can be a string, so it can have a lot of space to add your uniqueness to it. So this is going to make sure that we only have one crate. And this is maybe not amazingly interesting yet. So let's add some behavior to the crate. We can go to scripts here and player. And here's a script that Chiro added this morning that we can add to our crate. And this crate now has a script that does a very, very simple thing. So if you look at this code, it's basically on collision enter, it will spawn a flower. And spawning a flower is basically instantiating a flower prefab on top of the crate. It's going to be kind of like Super Mario when you bump into it from below. So let's add a flower. Oh, where is it? Oh, maybe because I need to go into assets. Which one, I wonder? This one. Yes. We can test it locally first. Let's go to a new room. If I bump at it from below, you can see the flower appears on top of the crate. And if I make a new build, you first see there will only be one crate, and then we can all be bump into this one crate and make the flower appear. And the on collision enter will actually be called for both local and remote players. So in this case, we don't have to think too much about networking. But if we want to change that and do it just for local objects, like the crate where the crate is simulated, then we would just do something like check if this has state authority. And if not, if we want to do a remote action, we would send a network command for it. So let's go into this one. We'll see like flower, room, create and join. I think we don't need to restart it, but no, yeah, now I need to restart it. Let's do this. The build is here. Our room should still be here. No, let's do, it's not, of course, because I restarted the server. Then I can join it here. Oh. And you can see there's only one network crate. It has uniqueness, and any of us can go and make the flower appear. But yeah, apparently this is not networked. I think what happens is, to be honest, the rigid body on the non-authoritative one is set to kinematic, and I don't think it registers the collision. But you can see how simple it is to set these things up. So persistence will also mean another thing. So now that I have this crate set as persistent, let's do actually one thing. And instead of using rooms, we will use worlds. I can go to the sample UI and just change this to worlds. And now I will start a new server with the worlds set up, and I'll show you how persistence works. So I can connect to the local world. And let's go to scene mode. Drop a bunch of crates here. Make sure we see them. You can see these crates are now, they have some ID, but it's not the same ID as the other crate where I just typed it in. So they're gonna be unique on their own. And when I go start and connect, you can see these crates are still here. I can now move one crate. Where is it? Yeah. I can move it, and then I can disconnect, and it'll be moved for everybody else as well. So yeah, this is this part of the demo. What we can do now is switch back to rooms just to keep it simple, and actually do the online connection with this project. So here in the Coherence Hub, I can just go sign up, login. And now I'm already, let's do it again. Let's sign out of Coherence. Let's sign out of here and go sign up and log in again. And now I basically type in my login info. You can also register, it's free. Log into it. Now see, I'm logged in here. And it shows me all the organizations and projects I'm part of. You know, in the beginning, you get a default organization and project. But of course, because I work here, I have a lot of them. But for now, let's go to the Global Game Jam organization. And let's go to live setup. And basically, the schema that we're building before and the code generation. So I actually have to, if I want to play this online, I can upload this to Coherence Cloud under schemas, and now it's in sync. And if I go to my online dashboard and go to it was called, the organization was Global Game Jam and live setup. If I go to rooms, I can define what regions I'm interested in. Let's just go all three regions. We're by the way, we're adding Singapore in a few days, so that's also going to be part of the Global Game Jam regions. And I save the room configuration, and yeah, now I can connect and actually use the online servers. Yeah, it usually takes maybe a minute or two for this to set up. Live setup, Coherence Game Jam. Yeah, I'll show you in another project. let's see, rooms. We can even create a new world with that schema. Then 6. So I can either use the room setup, which is now with taking a few minutes to appear, or I can start a world, and that world can be persistent. And I can, I can go here and check the live logs of the world, which is basically the same logs we were seeing in the editor before, not in the editor, but in the command line tool. And now I can connect. Oh, I know what's happening. All we need to do is bake here again. Because of a Unity, there's a bug with this specific version of Unity we've been seeing. Just bake again. And now I can see the regions from before. See, I can even connect to the local one. I can connect to the US one and go in. And I think my build is still on the same schema, so I should be able to also do that. Yeah, no, we will have to rebake. But just so you can see, you can even go to create to the coherent sample UI, change to worlds and play it. And basically, yeah, bake again. And then the world appears here from the dropdown. And I can have several worlds, one in each region. I'll show you on another demo how exactly this works. So you can see this test world here. I connect to it, and now I'm actually connected to an online world. And if I put a bunch of crates here, and somebody else connects to it, they will, when they next connect, yeah, there's a problem with my setup here, but don't worry about that. So I just bake and press play. And then I connect, and I can see the cubes that I added. All right. So now let's look at another thing. Let's look at the first steps project that we have. So we built a project that is going through basic coherence features, and it's making it super easy for you to learn how to use it and how to actually use the different features of it. And the entire project is available in our Discord. You can look out in general for Chiro's link. He's also the person who can answer your questions about it the best. But now let's look at it in my editor. It's a project with many different scenes, and you'll see when you open it, there's a whole tutorial. You go to tutorials. There's a whole tutorial section on the right side where you can go through all the link to the docs. You can see how to sync transforms, animation parameters, sending commands, and so forth. And I'll show you all of this shortly. I just bake first. Maybe Chiro, you can join me in the room. Also, everybody else. So this is the link to the WebGL build of this game.
Hey, Tadej, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, cool. So shall we play together?
Yeah. Let's play together. So here's the link. And coherence.io/game/coherence first steps tutorial. And you can copy also to the chat, Chiro, and we can invite others to join. I'll open it in my browser. And let's decide, Chiro, you and me probably are connecting to the Europe world, right? But others can also try to connect to the other world if that's closer to where you are. But then you will not be able to see Chiro and me. But if you connect to Europe and you're in the US, for instance, you'll have a little bit of a ping to here. Let's connect. I'm already in it.
I've also pasted the links in the chats. Maybe on YouTube it won't appear straight away because I'm not allowed to paste links, but I think team from Global Game Jam will paste it soon.
Okay, perfect. So here we can see Otto, hey Otto, and you can run around with WASD, and you can use Q to wave. It's very important mechanic in this game. And you can use C to change what your character looks like. So we have different, hey Copenhagen people. Hi from Malmö.
We have a few guests.
Yeah. So this is the most basic synchronization that you can see here. And it shows you how to sync movement and animations, basically. And now I suggest that we go to the physics scene. You click on the top left corner, you have a physics button, like transforms physics, and we go there. And we look at, we have to reconnect. And in this scene, we can now use E to pick up crates. So I can pick up a crate. Now others are picking up their crates, and we can jump around with them and leave them wherever. And this is demonstrating authority transfer. So there's this concept of authority in coherence, where this crate that Fran is taking around might be simulated on any machine. I can press Tab and show you where these crates are simulated. So the blue ones are simulated on my client, whereas the Fran's is simulated on his. And if I go and pick up this one, one of the orange ones, then I transfer authority over it, basically, to myself. And yeah,
I think it's worth commenting this thing because this demo is showing physics, right? And this is something that's a classic topic that people wanna know about, especially when it comes to networking. So who's running the physics here?
Yeah, so the physics are being run on for the blue crate. The physics are being run on my client. The orange crates the physics are being run on the clients of the people carrying them. And when I go next to a crate and take ownership of it, then I'm basically continue running the physics for it. And of course, physics in Unity is not really deterministic. So there's some anomalies sometimes with some fast physics-based stuff. But you can do basic physics like that. If you want to do more advanced physics, then you can use something we call a simulator or a dedicated simulation server and upload that into the cloud as well. And then that headless Unity client/simulator will take care of all the physics of the entire game. Let's go to the live query scene.
So basically, this was a cheap way of doing physics, right? Like cheap and quick.
This is a cheap way that doesn't cost anything. You don't need to upload a server to the cloud, and it still works reasonably well for Game Jam games.
Yeah,
I would say.
I would totally suggest to use it for Global Game Jam. In fact.
Yeah. Here we have a live query scene. Live queries, I explained a little bit before, are basically regions in the game that I'm interested in. And you can see Fran has joined, and I can see him. But if Chiro now goes outside the live query, I cannot see him anymore because the server is no longer synchronizing my movements with him. And it doesn't matter where my player is. It just matters where the live queries are and where the people are who are in it. See, you can see auto popping in and out. And you can use live queries to optimize the game, but also to add some interesting mechanics to it. And these live queries could be, for instance, on the camera or the player character and just move with us. And then we can control what we can see and how many. If you have tens of thousands of NPCs in the game world, you only need to see the ones that are around you at any given moment. Then let's go to the moving platform scene. I will connect again. And here we have a couple of network synchronized moving platforms. and all of us can jump on them, and then we will start moving with these platforms. And what this is demonstrating is parenting in coherence. So if you have two network objects and you can live parent one to the other, and then all the child objects transforms will be synchronized in local space. And all of this happens on the fly. So now I'm in global space, now I'm in local space of the platform.
Together with physics, this is one of the dreams of networking, right? It's like one of those things that can really be a headache.
Yeah, it's really, really useful. Because also what happens when this is parented, coherence makes sure that there's no flickering between the platform and the character. Because in networking, packets are coming at different times, and you might see a little bit of a desync, but not really here. And you can really control, you can do all the interpolation on fixed update instead of update, or late update if you have a camera or something like that.
Let's all get on the train if we can.
Let's do it. Yeah, exactly.
This demo is always funny. And by the way, I want to remind to the chat that you should find, to the stream, that you should find the link to this demo in the chat. It's a WebGL link. Well,
yeah, Chiro, can you also post the entire presentation? I think I made it public.
Okay, maybe. So I will share, copy link.
All right. Like we can also go to complex hierarchies. This is going to be a short demo of connecting an object that has joints, and you could see earlier when I was demoing here in this project, when I'm editing the configuration of the object. I open this in prefab scene mode. I can actually go deep in the hierarchy of the object, and I can select things there to synchronize as well. So it doesn't matter if your control scripts and states are on the top of the prefab or in some nested position of it. And here I have this arm, and I can look. I have control over it, and then I can basically try to pick up this crate with I think picking up is with space. Yeah, and then I carry the crate. And the cool thing about this is that even if not all of these joints in the hierarchy are synchronized on the network, I might be using IK, inverse kinematics or something like that. I can use something called coherence node. I put it on the ARM itself, and then that can be used to parent other networked objects, basically. And then last but not least, we can look at the persistence scene. Connect here. And here you will see a cool thing about persistence, where you can, what is the planting? If I press P,
yeah.
P, I basically plant a flower in the scene. And each of these flowers has a little timer here. And you will see that when the timer fills up, the flower will start blooming. And then when it fills up again, it will start, it will wane, right? And let's just wait for one of these flowers to bloom. And then, because all of these are persistent, the state of each flower will remain. So I can disconnect, and I can connect again. And these flowers are there. And the way the code was written, it's actually checking when you planted the flower, and then we check the difference in time. So even if nobody is actually making the flower grow, it will still change its state. All right. One thing to keep in mind is how do you actually make and upload these builds. So if I can show you for this Global Game Jam project, there's this section of the online dashboard called Share Build. And you just go and enable build sharing. And you basically save it, and you get this URL that you can share with anybody. You can also change the slug of the URL in your with your friends, and then they can play as well. But here we just enabled the sharing. But if we go to the project itself, there's a section called Coherence Cloud and Share Build here. So I can basically go Mac. I can select the Mac build, which is basically in builds itself, and then I can upload it to the cloud. Let's see. There's a few useful resources that I wanted to post here. First of all, how to install Coherence. It's very clear and easy to follow from our documentation. It takes just a few minutes to install it into any Unity version. We recommend 2021 plus, and we recommend, if you're using 2022 Unity, there's a bug in 2022.2. So we recommend 2022.1 until they fix that bug. Then you can create your free account at coherence.io. So if you go to coherence.io and you're not logged in, you can just go sign up and create your free account. And we have a Discord that's very useful if you have questions, both during the game jam and also afterwards. If you're interested to learn more, if you have questions about anything, just feel free to ask. Basically, our entire team is there, and we're very happy to help. And we are also in the Global Game Jam Discord. There's a channel called Coherence, and we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. And there is a 5-minute multiplayer setup video that we made a couple of days ago. Maybe Chiro, you can post that one as well, where I basically take a single player asset, a single player scene from the Unity Asset Store, and add Coherence to it on the fly. And it takes like 4 minutes, 45 seconds to get it synchronizing together. And I think that's pretty cool. And if for game jammers, I think it's also quite encouraging to see that it doesn't take a lot of effort to get up and running. And then we can look at the last slide before we go into more questions. So I'm sure you're all excited about Global Game Jam as much as we are. I would love, the organizers also reminded me, and it would be amazing if you could go to globalgamejam.org and sign up for the jam. There's an amazing number of local sites, but also online participation options and hybrid options. There's a page we created specifically for the Global Game Jam on the Coherence website, which is coherence.io/GGJ. And if you go to it, you see you can also access it from the main menu. And here we have a funny sketch video that we made, kind of speaking to the fact that it's a little bit crazy. You have to take on the challenge to use online multiplayer in a game jam game. But as said, I'm sure you can do it, and we could do it, and our participants in the past could do it, and they were really happy with the results. And just to mention this again, we have a Discord at coherence.io/Discord. And maybe Chiro can post that one again if we haven't. And to give you a little bit of an additional encouragement and motivation to do multiplayer with Coherence at this year's Global Game Jam, we really wanted to sweeten the deal a little bit by having this, by offering $10,000 worth of prizes. And we're going to be looking at all the games coming in and picking the first, second, and third prize. And please check coherence.io/GGJ for more information about it. We're also going to be posting terms and rules for participating. The main rule is you have to sign up specifically for this as well. So when you upload your game at the end of Global Game Jam, you submit it to both Global Game Jam, but also the itch.io page that is published on this Global Game Jam page at coherence.io. And we will be giving more time after the Global Game Jam is done, a buffer period of a few days, so that everybody can upload their builds and make sure it's working, and then we'll look at it. And we're super excited for this. And a bunch of us are going to be jamming as well. A bunch of us are going to other sites, and then let's see. A bunch of us are going to be going to other sites than Malmö, which is our local one, and helping out and jamming along, and just generally having a good time and trying to make something cool and interesting and hopefully innovative. Yeah. All right. That's it from my side. Thanks so much for participating and being here. I'll be here again on Wednesday. And Chiro and I will both be there Thursday, Friday as well. And thanks, Tim, and the Global Game Jam team for making this possible.
Yeah, thank you. Really excellent
Thanks,
stuff.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks to our friends at Coherence for that great session. Thanks to everybody out there with the questions and watching along, following along with the demos. Up next, we have our friends Sergey from Avaturn. Putting him on now.
Hi, Tim.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I can start.
Yeah, are we adding Dimitri as well, or just you?
No. So I'll start explaining about Avaturn, and we'll review all the aspects of it today.
Excellent. Thank you. Have a great time.
So, hi, Global Game Jammers. I'm very excited to be here. My name is Sergey from Avaturn team. And we are very excited to show today our new next-gen avatar platform tool for developers that hopefully will be able to deliver for you a more immersive game experience, more engaging game experience for you and for your gamers. And I'm really looking forward to see how you'll be using it during the upcoming Global Game Jam. So I will quickly explain what Avaturn is, why we're so excited about bringing it forward to you, and how you can integrate it in 10 minutes, more or less, into any game environment. So let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, excellent. So yeah, Avaturn, we turn people into realistic avatars from a selfie in about 2 minutes or so. Let me show you how. Excellent. So this is Avaturn. Let me, oh, sorry, I stopped presenting for a second. Let's go back to the presentation. Let me quickly take you to the details. So this is Avaturn. You can see here very quickly our new generation avatar platform and its results. based to existing Avaturn platforms. So it is more realistic. It gives you the best or the closest thing to your user. The input can be HD, 2K, 4K, and delivering your user geometry, your user texture within a couple of seconds, and effectively addressing the most important part in the experience for your gamers, their player or their appearance. So you can integrate this in 15 minutes. You can have an unlimited customization. It means you can customize the avatar hair. You can customize the avatar garments, starting from shirt, shoes, pants. And as a developer, you can also add garments into your own avatar environment that will provide you. As a global game jam developer, you're actually entitled to do that for free. So yeah, the avatars are realistic, beautiful, and light, and easy to integrate. So let me quickly take you forward to how can we do that. I know the majority here among developers are using Unity. So let's start from that. And I will also show an Unreal example as well after. So let's assume that this is your game or Unity environment. And with our demo that you'll be able to download after this video, what you'll be able to do is, well, let's assume that this is your avatar or this is your game character. It can be pre-animated. Our avatar supporting Mixamo animations. They have humanoid rig, and they're coming in a GLB format. So this is your Unity environment. What happens next is that the user clicks on Open Avaturn. Then you can scan yourself. You basically take a quick selfie of your face. You can see here examples like selfies. And what happens next is that your avatar is being generated. It takes about 20-30 seconds, and this is the result. So the result is the face, the exact face of the user. The user can choose his own body out of several templates and modify it. If he chooses the male body template, he can choose male body types. If they're choosing female body template, they can choose female body types. After that, they can choose their hair. And we even developed something unique in order to deliver you more customization, where you can even change with this RGB functionality the color of the hair into any color that you'd like. And of course, you can change the garments. And this is, I'm speaking from user perspective. So the user scanned himself. Now he's customizing himself. He can add or remove shades. By the way, if you take a look, you can see that this is exactly my avatar. It has my exact geometry and my texture up to every single detail. So it's not a pre-made 3D assets. It is an entire 3D model that is being generated in real time from a 2D photo. So yeah, we have here the shades that we've chose. We can, by the way, use the exactly same functionality to change the color of the shades, and even shoes. You can even randomize the shoes. So that's it. We are good to go. I mentioned that the avatar have humanoid rig. You can even check some of the animations that we added just for fun within the iframe. Okay, cool. And the next thing that the user is doing is that they are clicking save. And that's it. The user is as himself in your Unity game app environment. And if you have a pre-built game character or a hero, the user now can be the hero of the game. If it is 11 football players that are playing in your Unity game, your users can become those football players. Maybe it can be a single player, maybe it can be a multiplayer where they play with each other. The point is that you can bring your users, your gamers into the game within a couple of seconds, taken by them, and with 10 minutes or so devoted by you to make this integration. So the integration part is really easy. The way you're doing it is you go to avaturn.me. You have here our developer docs. You have here our basically integrate tab. You can create your avatar right away from the start if you're just like an end user who wants to have fun. But for developers, what you should do is integrate. The next thing that comes up is a sign up form. In the sign up form, yes, I would like to integrate the avatar into my product. Here, please name your game or app, and this will be used for your own customized subdomain. So for example, if your game is called Fortnite, you'll have a dedicated subdomain, fortnite@avaturn.dev, and you will use this subdomain to integrate into your game or app Avaturn. You get your own subdomain because you would like maybe to customize and have different garments. Maybe you want to add your own logo or any other customization ideas that you may have. Please make sure to write here, let's say after the developer name, Global Game Dev Jam. So we'll know that you're a Global Game Jam developer. The reason is, as such, we reward you with a 3 years free premium package worth $7,200 for customization of shirts, for editing your logo, free of charge. So very important to write down Global Game Jam developers. So, okay, I filled out the form. What's next? The next is we open a subdomain for you, and you are going to the docs. In the docs, we have here several examples of how to integrate Avaturn. So it's either you use the Unity example that we showed you earlier, but effectively, the way it works is you can simply copy-paste the code in this sandbox that you have in the developer docs. Make sure that you change this frame source to your subdomain name, so it will show your subdomain. And that's basically it. It is a simple iframe integration. So it sits on an HTML page, so it can be integrated within WebGL for Unity. It can be integrated in Unity. It can be also integrated in Unreal. Not a problem. I will show in a second how exactly it looks. As long as the environment that you're developing have access to HTML, and that's a very easy integration to do. So let's see just what exactly happens from the point of view of the developer or the game mechanics. Once you click on save, once you click save, a GLB file is being sent to the external environment, and then you receive the avatar, just like I showed in the Unity sample. So it is as simple as that. Let's go maybe forward to the example of Unreal. So Unreal works in a very similar way. This is an Unreal project that we already built for you. You can actually use this template and basically to modify with your subdomain and with your Unreal project. So what happens? The user clicks on play. You can see here that you have a game character. It's not defined yet, right? And once I'm clicking T, let's assume that I'm logged out. I'm a new user playing your game. So I pressed on T to play with my avatar. I sign up quickly with Google. Let me quickly do it. And that's basically it. I have access to my existing avatars, or to, if I haven't created my avatar, I can generate my new avatar right away. The scan is being done with a cell phone. So if you go from a phone, if you go from a desktop, you have a QR code that you quickly scan with your phone and the camera opens up, and that's basically it. You take a selfie and it appears back on your desktop. So yeah, let's take whatever avatar, and let's modify it maybe a little bit more. We have here a very diversified set of garments, and let's click save. So that's it. In a second, you have an avatar that I mentioned humanoid rig, so you can control it and animate it just from the get-go. Not a problem whatsoever. And that's it. You have an avatar of you, if you're a gamer, playing in the game that was created by you, the developers. It can be one avatar. It can be an environment where you see also avatar of your friends. So you have kind of a social aspect. As a developer, you can potentially use our platform to generate millions of avatars, realistic avatars, and importing them into your Unreal environment or whatever 3D environment, and they even save time on production of 3D assets. We have companies like Disney actually using us for that purpose. So that is another example for the Unreal project. Also, you'll have access, so you'll be able to download, if you're a Unity developer, the Unity example and to play around it and to modify. If you want, you can have Unreal. You also have this sample that I showed you. You can download it. Or if you're just looking at a straightforward implementation, just go sign up to on our website at avaturn.me. And then basically you can integrate it using our sandbox example, just copy paste into your project the HTML code. We are also available to support you live 24/7 on our Discord channel. Yeah, and of course we are also present on Global Game Dev Discord channel starting of today. So yeah, this is basically it on our end. Let me just make sure that we covered everything. So yes, if you're interested to integrate realistic avatars of your users, your gamers, or just realistic avatars as part of the game environment, you're welcome to sign up to Avaturn, integrate our platform, download our avatars, and starting having an immersive, engaging experience. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Sergey. hope everybody learned something about Avaturn today. And as you mentioned, you can go to the website and check out more, learn more if you want. Use the technology in your global game jam game, and we're excited to see what people will come up with for that.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here. And see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, team. Bye-bye, Global Game Jammers.
Yeah, thanks. All right. Well, we'll be back at the top of the hour, 8 a.m. Pacific time, with Incredibuild talking about their technology. So yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in today. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going well. How's it going with you, Tim?
Going great. Thanks for being here to help us host this next segment with Incredibuild, and thanks for everybody who's watching along with us.
Yeah, I'm so excited to talk to Incredibuild and to be here. So thank you so much for having me. How has the show been going so far?
So far, so good. We had an organizer from Venezuela on doing a whole session in Spanish this morning, which was cool.
Wow.
We
That's
had
really
Coherence,
awesome.
who's one of our headline sponsors. Avaturn came on. So yeah, so far, so good.
Very cool. And we have a whole bunch of stuff to kickstart the week off. We have some stuff today, tomorrow. Is it every single day this week up until the big show?
Yeah, all this week, and then Saturday we do the theme reveal, so that's going to be all exciting stuff.
Ooh, a special theme? Any
yeah, that's the theme
any
for
hints
Global
that
Game
we
Jam.
can get ahead of time?
Sorry, what was it?
I said any hints we can get ahead of time?
No, not yet. We keep that pretty tight secret.
Keeping
until
it tight-lipped, huh?
Yeah.
I like that. That's always fun. What have some themes been in the past?
Last year was Duality. The year before that was Lost and Found. I remember like Waves, Repair. Yeah, those are the ones that come to mind off the top of my head.
And so when there is a theme, then the devs have to create the game all around the theme, whatever that means to them. Is that how that works?
Yeah, it serves as like an inspiration, creative inspiration for the jam.
Ooh, oh, I'm excited to hear about this year's theme. You'll have to stay tuned so we find out on Saturday, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Starts at 10 a.m. Pacific right here.
10 a.m. Saturday. If you want to know the theme, you'll have to tune in. Oh my gosh, I'm excited.
Yeah.
I like secrets. Very cool.
Well, I'll bring on our guests from Incredibuild, Jim and Dory, and I'll be dropping off. So have a great chat, and thanks for watching.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Jim.
Yeah.
I'm excited. Hi, Jim. Hi, Dory.
Hey there.
Hi, I'm Mac. Welcome. So y'all are from Incredibuild. Tell me about Incredibuild.
Dory, I'm going to let you. I was just on to watch to make sure that you got on this okay and everything. So I'm gonna let you talk.
Okay, thanks, Jim. So hi, nice to meet you. So yeah, Incredibuild. I believe that most of the audience is already familiar with what Incredibuild is, but for the ones who don't, so Incredibuild is a software acceleration technology. It allows code builds, shader compilations, and other time-consuming workloads to execute in parallel over a distributed network. So it works locally on your machine or your build server, and it allows them to seamlessly make use of idle CPUs, usually you already own, in other computers in your network, and it effectively transforms your developer laptop into something like 300-core supercomputer. So if you don't, yeah, and that's actually awesome, especially in gaming, where you really need this capacity. There are so many workloads that are time-consuming, so that's magic. And also, if you don't have enough capacity in your local network, if you're an indie developer or everyone's just working, like they should be in this kind of competition, so Incredibuild can also seamlessly burst you up to cloud instances just when you need them dynamically. It can also be cheap spot instances, so you can have hundreds of cores, and then you just scale down. So everything is done for you, so everything just works much faster, and it allows you to just seamlessly get all the compute that you need in order to iterate as fast as you can.
Wow, that sounds like a big supercomputer, like at the palm of your hands, essentially.
Yeah.
Like
That's really nice. And
that's
in
wonderful.
that industry, it's really appreciated.
So, what's your origin story? How did the project get started, and what made you want to help devs out to be able to have this power and utilize it for their builds, for their games?
So it's actually as every good product, it comes from a real pain. It's just
True.
by people who really suffered from these long wait times of their C++ code builds, and they just said, okay, we're going to do something about it, and they quit their developer jobs and found Incredibuild just to solve this kind of problem. And actually, they did it great in a great way. They were really, smart and very passionate about what they did. So they kind of solved it for C++ builds, but they didn't stop there. They just built a very cool technology, which is based on virtualization. It is not just aiming to solve this compilation problem, which takes a long time, but essentially can be used to solve any kind of workload that is highly parallel and can benefit from hundreds of cores. And in the gaming industry, that proved to be really, really beneficial. Incredibuild is not only there. You have C++ all over the place. It's really dominant in the gaming industry, especially in the AAA. But in game development, you have so many other stuff besides code builds that are time consuming. You have shaders, you have the bake time, right? You have, custom workloads that studios are doing in their pipeline, whether it's checks or compression and encoding and all this kind of stuff. And if you can have hundreds of cores in your laptop or build node or whatever it is, just it will serve you. So there are plenty of opportunities for there. But where we shine, and where most of the time developers spend time waiting for the cool build with shaders, and that's something that should be banned. So that's ban wait time.
Just do away with it. I love it.
It works. That's doing good. That's I'm happy for to be part of something that actually helps people.
Absolutely. I was reading on your website that they don't even need to change their code. Like you can just integrate right in with what they're currently building, correct?
Yeah, and that's that's one of the things. You just need to install Incredibuild on every engine that you have, every machine. So if you are now working from your home and you just have some spare, old workstation, 8 core there, 8 core here, it accumulates. You can suddenly find yourself with instead of a 16-core computer, you can find a 64-core computer just with Incredibuild, especially when you're working with colleagues, and that's kind of the ability to share with others your resources when you don't need them, when they don't use them. So that makes sense, that perspective.
Very cool. So something that I was curious about when I was reading up on Incredibuild, what is your demographic, or who is your demographic? Is it bigger devs? Is it smaller devs? Is it everyone in between? At what point in your project are people coming to you for solutions?
I think it's not a matter of size, or it's a matter of stage. Where people start their game, usually they are in the design phase, and they just start understanding what it is that they want to have and build, etc. But when they start compiling code or running shader or opening up levels or whatever it is, it takes them more than a minute or two of wait time. That's where Incredibuild should come in. And one of the things that we do, we have a special offering just for these smaller studios or indie developers that can't afford, so we have ways to help them as well. We have a free version of Incredibuild to support the community. So essentially, when you start waiting, that's where you want to stop waiting. That's kind of the equation. So if you find yourself, there is this series in Apple TV which is called Mythic Quest.
Oh yeah, I love that show.
So in this series, there was one scene where Poppy, the head developer in this game development studio, and she's really excited because she was just that she went in a spree and she just coded for hours, which is what our this event is all about. And she's all excited and she's kind of hitting the run button, and then she has compiling, and then all the energy just and then she needs to wait. She knows, but now she needs to wait 30 minutes, 20 minutes until everything is compiled, that she can actually see what it is that she built, and that's frustrating. And so if you do a change, you are really into that, and then you press a button and you want to see that, you want to see your creation, the thing you just worked on, and then you need to wait 10 minutes. It's like a punishment. So that's where we come in, So if you reach this phase where you need to wait a minute or two, that doesn't work it. Come and find yourself a solution for that. And I want to say that I've been many years at Incredibuild, and at the beginning, it was a lot of market education. People did just wait for their builds to finish. They waited for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. They didn't even know there is something that can help them in that. So it was a lot of market education as well. But I'm very happy, with all the agile trend coming in these past years, people understand, they look for solutions. They are not compromising anymore for their productivity, streamline development, etc.
Right. Like you only know what you know. And if you don't know that there's a solution out there that because it's a normalized activity, like, okay, I hit enter, I need to wait now. And you're like, you don't need to wait.
Yeah, and if you don't know that, you just think that that's what you need to do. So when you wait, don't wait. Find solution. I think that's one of the things that I love about this industry. We serve many industries. C++ is really predominant in financial, in defense, in automotive, in embedded computing. In the gaming, it's really fast. The adoption of technologies, the non-compromise kind of approach of people, their ability to do stuff which are more custom and think out of the box, and that's why it's also spread them. People are speaking about things that help them, and that's what I like. Technology. We kind of follow the gaming industry, and we see the things that we build for the gaming industry is later being adopted in other industries as well. So it's kind of
wow.
Really
And that makes so much sense too, because when you're in the gaming industry, you're around creatives, people who are thinking outside the box, as you said, and they have ideas and they need solutions, and they're coming to you and they're like, hey, I just want to do this a little bit faster. And you're like, oh yeah, we can innovate that for you. And then that's so funny that you have these other companies probably months, weeks, years later being like, I think I need this solution. You're like, we have it. The gamers, they came in clutch for you.
Or they speak with you in conferences and they say, how much does it take you to build? And we wait for 20 or 30 minutes, several times a day. And oh my God, I don't believe that you still do that. But yeah, this is. And I think that in the gaming as well, I think in the entire industry, it's a bit like this competition. It's a bit of a race, in a way. It's a race, in the best game, the highest quality, on time, with the best graphics. It's a race against the clock. It's a race with other competitors that are doing similar stuff as you do. And in a race, a crucial point in every race is to be as fast as possible.
Yeah, time.
That's why one of the reasons why the gaming industry is really in a kind of, it's racing more than other industries. And, everything that can make you faster is something that helps in a race. That's one of the reasons we are also here in this event, making you faster so you can spend your time creating and be creative, celebrating.
Absolutely. Like speaking about the Global Game Jam, have you participated in any other game jams? Do you have any other personal experience in that?
I'm more in the playing kind of
Sure.
developing. Yeah, I have experience with playing for a long time.
Don't we all?
But in other hackathons, and yes, and also in startups, and that's something that I did in the past as well. So you kind of jam a lot, but not in game.
Sure. So, do you have any stories that come to mind of devs or at all levels coming to you and being like, oh my gosh, your product saved me so much time. I'm so happy I found you. Can you share any stories that come to mind?
Actually, that there are a lot, and one of the things I like best is to go to conferences like GDC or
Sure.
speak with our customers, and every time they come, oh, Incredibuild, you're just awesome. You save me so much time. I can't, I can believe how I did it. I worked before that because it's really crazy. When you go from even 10 minutes to 3 minutes, that's really dramatic.
Yeah.
But in terms of really, I think that our customers, it's not about kind of you save the day kind of moment. Although there are, but I think with our customers, it's more of we don't want to reach the moment where we want something to kind of save the day. So they
Oh,
kind
sure.
of most of them are just preparing. It's kind of incredible. It's seen, especially in the gaming industry. It's very different between industries. But in the gaming industry, I've seen that more when I speak with executives in large studios. They see it kind of de-riskifying their ability to meet their deadlines.
Oh, sure.
You need to get to launch this game on time for Christmas or whatever. You need to
Yep.
have out. And you don't want to reach the stage where you're 2 months before and you look for something that's going to make things for the good. You want to prepare in advance as much as you can in order not to reach the stage where you need something to really be dramatic kind of help for you. So that's where we usually. But you can, there are so many case studies, in use cases of Incredibuild. Been so many years leading this industry. But for example, Microsoft, the coalition, there was, I remember they had a year when they needed to, there is even a use case Microsoft published in their website on that, where they needed to release 2 games in 1 year, which was really dramatic in that time. And then they also needed to struggle with remote developers who had less capacity,
Yeah.
and they needed to get all the resources on time, etc. And they worked already with Incredibuild, but when you're working with external developers, they don't have the capacity. And that's where, another technology came into the rescue. Microsoft knows a lot about it, and others as well. It's in the cloud. So they were able to take, and build kind of an environment in the cloud for these external developers. And with Incredibuild, you could scale them up and down as much as needed for them to be able to run as fast as possible and open up these Unreal levels as fast as possible, and they were able to do that. Release these 2 games in time. So it's not about Incredibuild, but I think that we have a nice part in making this, at least in the very good quality. And it's also always translate to quality, because when you're looking at an artist and the artist needs to wait for 20 minutes, for the shader to compile to see if the graphic change is for good or for worse, then in the next time, do I want to change this? No, I don't have the time to do that, and that's quality for you. So eventually it comes to that.
So getting into a little bit technical, this might even be over my head, but for shaders and how much time it takes for the code to compile and really figure out, as you said, if it's for good or for worse. Tell me about like that process and how Incredibuild kind of comes in and makes it maybe 3 minutes versus 20 minutes. This is a little bit over my head, but I know shaders are just so important. And like you said, will an artist make that change because they don't want to wait however long it takes to make it?
Yeah, and also it also affects the streamline kind of process. When you're creative, you want fast iteration. You want that fast response to be more on the creative side. And if you just need to go and get a coffee and wait for 20 minutes before you see it's not the way I want to work.
You lose steam.
Yeah. So actually, it's quite simple. Incredibuild was conceived in a way that we wanted developers to try before they buy. So back then, when the product was started, so they were just able to download it from the web, install it on their machine, install it on a few other machines they have in the network, and whether you are from Visual Studio and you run build with Incredibuild instead of your Visual Studio build menu, or whether you are from Unreal, you just build your shaders or code. Incredibuild will seamlessly detect which machine out of the machines on which Incredibuild is installed is free or it has some of the resources free. You can even, use machines. Right now we're speaking, I'm using just 10% or 5% out of my CPU capacity of the machine.
Right.
So with Incredibuild, someone else could have gotten the remaining 90% that I'm now not using. It will not affect this conversation and my computer ability to run properly, but it will
Yeah.
help my colleague to run his builds much faster. And that's how we do that. So essentially, the Incredibuild is a grid platform, and then once someone needs more compute, whether it's a developer workstation or it can be a CI/CD node, Jenkins, or whatever, we are agnostic. Incredibuild takes that further. So you have your Jenkins workload running, and then Incredibuild would just scale specifically the compilation processes within a solution being compiled, or a shader workload, or whatever it is, to hundreds of cores you already own in your network. Or it can scale you to the cloud up and down, because we know how many processes you now have that can run in parallel. We can just provision these resources for you in the cloud and bring them down when you don't need them anymore. So you pay just for what you're using.
Oh, wow.
That's how we work. And I think that the other interesting part is the virtualization kind of part. You don't need, with Incredibuild, you don't need to install on this remote machine. That Incredibuild help you kind of harness their unused capacity and resources. You don't need to install anything on these machines besides an Incredibuild agent. You don't need to have your source code there. You don't need to have your Visual Studio or Unreal Engine or any of your tool chain. Incredibuild just virtualizes everything, kind of emulates everything that's needed on this remote machine, as if the process is running on your machine.
Wow.
And this technology, game developers and others can do not only compilation. This is the technology that allows the ability to extend, the use cases to a variety of use cases that are time consuming. It's not just the compilation acceleration kind of product.
Right. Wow. Well, that's so incredible. It saves so much. Like, I'm getting excited over here.
Incredible. Yeah, I agree. I really enjoy. Yeah, I think it's really incredible. The technology is really awesome. Really, really top notch. Virtualization, distribution technology. We have some great stuff in our roadmap coming up as well. It's an acceleration kind of solution. It's not just distributed computing. We are now introducing very smart caching mechanism, because it's always faster not to build something, even if you're doing it fast, then build it very, very fast. So
Right.
we now introduced, especially for the gaming industry, but it's going to be general C++ as well, audience, as very smart caching mechanism that will allow you to share things that were already built between developers and CI/CD machine, which will make things even faster. And we have many other stuff. It's kind of, acceleration layer over layer that will make you run as fast as possible.
You can like peel back the layers if you need to.
Make you slow again.
Yeah. So tell me about some of the game engines that Incredibuild works with.
Essentially, it's Incredibuild is, as I said, it's extensible. So our customers are kind of, we have the product that we productize, but we have also our customers taking, Incredibuild's capability, as I just told you about, and kind of embed it with their kind of pains. So
Sure.
if you're looking at, Visual Studio as an IDE, it's the most popular IDE for game developers, especially at least the AA, AAA kind of game developers. If we're not taking Unity under consideration, Visual Studio is pretty popular, in code builds as well. And with Visual Studio, Incredibuild is just there. So you just build the same thing as you do it with Visual Studio. You build your game, and boom, you have it with Incredibuild. You just get hundreds of cores instead of just your local cores. That's the only thing it does, and it does it well. But also the other acceleration technologies as well, and the extensibility of Incredibuild allowed, for example, Epic to integrate Incredibuild into Unreal Engine. So
Oh,
when
wow.
you build an Unreal Engine-based game, and if you build it from within Visual Studio and you have Incredibuild installed on your machine, Unreal will automatically detect that Incredibuild is installed in your machine and will just run your build with Incredibuild, so you get hundreds of cores instead of just the local cores. Same thing goes for the Unreal Editor. So Epic integrated Unreal Editor, the Unreal Editor with Incredibuild. So if you have Incredibuild installed in your machine and you kick up shader compile from within Unreal, the Unreal Editor, Unreal will automatically detect that Incredibuild is installed in your machine, and will kick the shaders with Incredibuild, and that's it. Instead of having your local cores, you'll have hundreds of them.
Wow.
Pretty straightforward. And the same thing is done by many other companies as well. They have their custom engines, and they integrate Incredibuild as part of their custom engines to accelerate, the variety of tasks that they have. But with Unreal, I think it reaches a lot of audience. We have tons of customers. The largest, more than 90% of the top 100 game studios and Unreal largest game shops are using Incredibuild to accelerate the build. Because the larger you are, usually the larger your code base and your shader, the bigger your wait time, and the bigger the time for the same. Kind of, this is the equation. So, yeah.
Yep. And when you're that large, you, like, as you mentioned before, deadlines are so important because now you have a board and like stakeholders. There's people that are counting on these deadlines, and Incredibuild is coming in and being like, oh, you don't have to wait 20 minutes for the shaders to render.
You'll be on time. It's the risk, but it's not only that. It's also developer satisfaction. It's really, it's there are various aspects to that. For example, when you build without Incredibuild and you really need the compute is going to be taken from your laptop. So it's kind of, you won't be able to do anything on your laptop. You cannot code, you cannot do anything because your laptop is just crunching stuff now. But with Incredibuild, you can even tell Incredibuild, listen, I want you just to distribute. Even if it will take, instead of 2 minutes, it will take 3 minutes. I want you to keep my machine as free as possible, because during these 3 minutes, now I can work, because Incredibuild will take most of the capacity from idle machines anyway, and I can continue and work on my machine. So it's not even reducing this 10-minute wait time to 3 minutes. It's reducing this 10 minutes to 3 minutes, but during these 3 minutes, you can work, you can continue and do stuff on your laptop. So this is another thing, which is, and this is not, releasing your game on time. It's really the ability, as I'm a software developer for many years. I developed a lot of time, and being able to just work and not just hit a button several times a day and just repeat this wait process. We like what we do usually, many of us, okay? And this wait time is not something that we like. Although there are people who tell me, Incredibuild was one of the worst things that came, to my desk. It really, dramatically, negatively affected my coffee drinks. So,
oh my goodness.
a lot of break. But yeah, generally, yes, it's the ability to streamline, not to continue work, to continue do what you do. I think it's important. And it serves, I think that when you need to do something like wait several times a day, you don't like it, it builds up stress, it builds up negativity.
Yeah.
It hurts your creativity. So yeah, I see that a lot. So it's not only just releasing the game on time, it's keeping, the developers happy. Another aspect is the peak time, it's the crunch time, and that's another thing that these studios that are using Incredibuild are trying to avoid. It's still a big thing in the industry, the crunch time. And I can tell you from speaking with studio executives, this is something they try to avoid. They really try and find the ways that they can not reach this point where they have people, bring your sleeping bag to the office. That's crunch time. So they try to prepare for that. One way is to, reduce wait time from the beginning of the game production development, and not just wait for the last 4-6 months, when it needs to be released. That's one aspect. Another aspect is that when you have peak times, everyone is building, everyone is fixing bugs, everyone is compiling, everyone is doing shader changes. So you need more capacity than ever. And this is exactly when you need all this capacity, when you need your pipeline servers and build servers, you need them to crunch a lot of stuff. This is the crunch time, and then everyone's doing the same thing, so you are kind of blocked on capacity just where you need it most in crunch time. And then everyone is waiting more. And this is even more frustrating because the game is going to be released. So yeah, so that's where you have Incredibuild. You can, and if you need more, you can scale to the cloud and burst to the cloud or burst within the cloud, or just add a few more capacity. CPU is not that expensive just to add, and everyone has all the capacity they need, and they don't need to extra away this crunch time or preparing ahead. So it's more than just releasing the game. It's really a good way of working. So it's just use your wait time, increase your cycle speed, all this kind of stuff. That's the new paradigm.
Absolutely. And I think when you talk about crunch time, it has this, I mean, in the industry, a lot of people, like you said, they don't like it. And the execs, they don't want to get to that point where they have to crunch. And if you, as you mentioned earlier, solve the problem before it becomes a problem, then the crunch isn't there, or at least it's not as big as it could have been how you just had Incredibuild the whole time, which
And
I think
if
is
it's
awesome.
big, instead of usually in crunch, because all the build servers kind of stuck with all the builds running on, instead of waiting the 10 minutes you used to wait, now you need to wait 30 minutes. So if you're in a sleeping
Yep.
bag in the office, at least you don't need to wait triple the time you used to wait before. That's really
Yep.
frustrating. So that's another aspect of that. Yeah,
Yep.
but reducing the crunch is very good. Like, it's a better environment. I think people are more more concerned, more try to avoid this and try to find solutions before it happened. I think we have a lot of experience with that, and this is exactly what Incredibuild is coming.
Absolutely. And when you think about like structures as well, the person who's coding it, how you mentioned, they might not want to make a change because of the time it will take for everything to compile. Well, then you're just letting QA catch it, and then you have to come back and do it anyways. So this
That's
could potentially save
yeah.
excess time on other teams.
Yeah. Another thing is that they accumulate changes. So instead of just doing a small change and building it, because it takes time, they accumulate more and more changes, and then they do it. And when you have a problem there, you don't know which kind of change you made that caused this problem, and then you need to go back and forth and kind of do all these kind of triage in order to understand which exact kind of code, or which it's even worse in the release pipeline when you accumulate changes and not build per commit, and then you need to understand which commit exactly broke the build. And if they accumulated commits, now the release manager or the DevOps manager needs to break his head, try to understand who's the developer who broke the build. And with Incredibuild, once you can reduce this time, you can move from nightly or periodic build, you can move to a build per commit, and then once someone breaks the build, it's this person. So it really saves a lot of time and frustration between people also.
Sure. Like, no, you did it. No, you did it. But they're like, well, the code says you did it. Oh no.
Sometimes it's not that clear. That's where things get tough. Yeah.
That's funny. So what I'm hearing, I'm gonna repeat it back just to make sure I understand. With Incredibuild, you can see all the changes that were made in the processes, and then it will tell you if something broke, and then can you revert back to a previous build or?
Yeah. So you can see this, let's split between two things. You have the acceleration part of Incredibuild, which just make things run much faster. That's, I think, the main value proposition of Incredibuild. And you have also the visibility kind of aspect of Incredibuild, which is entirely different stuff. It's kind of on top of that, we have kind of build visualization that allow you to see what it is that you build. Usually you get this kind of output, textual output. You cannot really decipher what's going on when it's textual, but when you have a graphical representation of all the things that were being executed as part of your build, an arrow, you'll see it as red. Something that was successful, you see green. You see how many tasks are running. You can do a lot of stuff, and
Wow.
you can optimize your builds to run faster. You can optimize and understand which hardware do I need. You can jump very easily from problem to problem. And when you have this kind of conversation between the DevOps or developer saying who broke the build, etc., you can see it on a build visualization and discuss it. You have something, a representation layer. You can see you see this task, now you see that it's red. There is an error here. We can go and jump to the place, so it's easier to detect these errors. It's easier to further optimize your build, get an understanding of what you're actually doing. That's something that if you don't have kind of visualization tool, it will be extremely difficult to make it, to improve your build process or to understand what's going on there. So that's another layer of Incredibuild productivity. It allows you to see what it is that you're running, to see failures. Even if they are running in the CI/CD, you can kind of take the history and see what's happening and better understand, how to solve it and know where the problem is. So it also reduces time that perspective.
Sure. You've talked a lot about like the layers of Incredibuild. What are some other layers? What are some things that Incredibuild does that people might not know about, or solutions to their problems that they're like, oh yeah, I didn't even realize that was a problem.
Yeah. So I think that it's very similar to what we discussed in the beginning. I think that what people don't know that they don't know.
Yeah.
That one of them is the ability to take Incredibuild and use it for a variety of use cases that are time consuming in your organization. It can be, things that you do as part of the development. It can be, texture compression. It can be conversions of, there are customers who are doing conversion, from one format to another format. You can do export. You can accelerate the export time of stuff. You can export. You can accelerate testing. You can accelerate packaging. There are a lot of things that you can try and embed, within your custom. Because in gaming, a lot of these are custom. Studios are building their own tools, using their own scripts, etc. So they can use Incredibuild to accelerate any kind of aspect that is parallel and time consuming. That's something I think that a lot of people are not familiar with. They know that they accelerate their code builds and shader, everything that comes out of the box, but they don't know that they can extend it to solve other problems that they have. So I think this is important. I think many people don't realize how beneficial is the ability to visualize your build, how you can further optimize it, find out, the dependencies. If you see, a lot of things that are running in parallel, and then you see something that's run sequentially, and then other stuff running in parallel, this thing is a blocker. You can see it with your eyes, and you can use these dependencies in order for everything to run in parallel much faster. You can see, whether you're optimized for some kind of hardware or not. There are a lot of things to take from this. And there are a lot of, Incredibuild is very mature in the industry. We've been many years serving the gaming industry, and we're serving developers, C++ developers, top of the market, from all industries. And they kind of, they want everything. They kind of expect the best product. So you have so many features in Incredibuild for productivity that you really need to read the manual if you want to optimize it. For example, you can tell Incredibuild to minimize the use of your laptop because you want to continue and do other stuff while Incredibuild is building on other hardware. Okay?
Sure.
You can say to Incredibuild, listen, when someone is using me as a helper, I want to keep at least 2 cores available for my use, even if they are currently not used. You can have a lot of things related to performance in the way that you work with your CPU, with your IO, with your network. But it will take us a long. It's an entire webinar of the things that you have in Incredibuild and you're not familiar with. But it's all there documented. But who's reading the manual? But at least the main things are really there in your face, and you get a very considerable amount of productivity even without all the tools.
Sure. I something that you touched on that I think is really big for game devs is the optimization and being able to see like what isn't optimal. There's so many times, I'm sure for you in your long gaming sessions, when you're like, this is really clunky. My machine can barely handle this. What is going on? And can Incredibuild not prevent, but maybe prevent, or at least be able to see what's optimal for each type of machine and the lowest specs maybe something can run on.
Yeah, and actually that's something that customers are doing with us, not for their games, for their builds,
Sure.
for the dev environment. Many times, there are a lot of problems. This kind of problem we discussed with it's solving. For example, when you know what's the maximum amount of parallel processes that you have, even for local builds, you can understand, which kind of CPU do I need for my build servers. If you can see if you're using a lot of memory and how much memory you're using. You can see, what's the IO that you need to have. You can see the network usage. You can see, where you need to break more. You can see also, when you're running, a lot of our customers, they run, a ridiculous amount of processes.
I can only imagine.
Really millions. We are serving the largest organizations in the world. So that's an enterprise grade product. Not it's both for the small developer, but also for the largest enterprises out there. So we're speaking about millions of builds that one customer can run every month. And when you have this amount of builds, it becomes really difficult to understand what's optimized, what's not optimized, what's really working well and what's not. And with Incredibuild, one of the things is that you can actually see that with dashboards. You can see, which machines work the best. You can see repeated errors on specific machine, and then you can understand maybe we even detected hardware failure. So when you see that the build is constantly failing on one machine but doesn't fail on other machine, then it's probably not a problem with the build. It's probably a problem with the machine. And then
Sure.
you open the build monitor and you can understand what the problem was every time and things like that. So there are a lot of things that you can do now, not even related specifically to the build, but also to your environment. And these are very complex environments. So Incredibuild highly simplifies that. I think that one of the best things about this is it's, in one way, it's really helped, the person who really needs to handle all this capacity of compute capacity to manage it centrally. But from the other hand, it's really a self-serve product. No one needs to take care of all these things because Incredibuild does that automatically for the developer. So it's kind of just set up on all the machines that you want, and it will just take care of itself. The reason that we're actually having this conversation and not doing a demo, for example, is that there is nothing really to see. You just see your build running much, much faster. You'll see hundreds of cores working together. You can see the visualization. It won't tell you that much because it's not your project.
Right.
That's, and that's what I expect from this kind of product. I just want it to work and be as little aware of it as possible.
Just in the background.
Yeah, it works. I have hundreds of cores. That's it. I can run much faster. That's really cool. And all this dashboard and visualization, it's on top of that as well. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, like something that kind of like peeks out to me is that it's like you can see the health of your project and really understand like how optimal it is and where things could potentially be better. I love that there's this dashboard that you can just see the errors that are coming up in your build. That's really wonderful.
Both from
Sure.
the developer perspective, looking at his build, and also from the release manager perspective, looking at the entire build flow and the IT perspective as well, and the ability to manage your cost spending in the cloud. And that's another value. Back then, before the cloud, you just had all your capacity in your company or in your house or whatever. So it doesn't really matter if you're using this machine or not. It won't cost you really that much more. But in the cloud, every minute that you're using costs you money. And the ability to optimize this kind of usage is both serve the performance needs, but also the cost needs.
Sure.
And one of the things that's incredible, and a lot of game studios, the ones that can afford it, and they're really competitive in that, and other companies in other industries as well, they start moving to the cloud, whether it's mostly for their CI/CD and build farms, but also for the developers. And I'm speaking about pure cloud scenarios, and that's where Incredibuild even shines even more, because in the cloud, one of the things, if you want to get the best performance, you'll get a 64-core machine. But for a 64-core machine, you'll pay a lot of money every minute using that, right? But when you're running the build on a 64-core machine, Sometimes the build will need 200 cores, and you're limited to 64. It's okay, so you just run fast and slower. But sometimes the build will only need 1 core, 2 core for 10 minutes, and then you're still paying for the 64 core machine, but you're just using 1 or 2 core out of it. So you're just wasting money.
Yeah.
With Incredibuild, the way that we solve that is that instead of taking this, and if, for example, you want to save money, so you'll take a 16-core machine, but then your build will take too long. So you just kind of waste money because you wait for your build. So this is kind of the understanding which is the optimal kind of environment. You always compromise, whether you compromise on your cost or you compromise on your performance.
Sure.
With Incredibuild, you don't need to do that anymore, because what we're doing with Incredibuild, so instead of taking the 64-core machine and sometimes just using 2 or 3 cores out of it, you just take a 4-core machine for your initiating build. And then once you need 200, Incredibuild will scale you to take 200 in the cloud. And once you just need 1 or 2, Incredibuild will get rid of these additional cores and will bring you back to the 4-core machine. So
Wow.
you just pay the excessive 2 cores instead of paying the excessive 62 cores. That's one aspect. Another aspect is that, for example, spot instances, which are very cheap in the cloud, much cheaper, but the cloud vendor can take it from you in any minute. Usually you can't use them, because if you're running a build for 20 minutes and after 90 minutes someone will take your spot instance from you, you'll need to rerun your build. So with Incredibuild, you just run your build on a local 4-core machine, will scale you to spot instances, and if someone will take it from you, we'll just recover this task. So I think that the bottom line is Incredibuild is able to save these studios more than 40% of their cloud costs due to
Wow.
better optimization of the resources, which is very dramatic. So you get the performance and you also get the cost reduction. What's there not to love? Things like that.
For real? Yeah. It's like it does it all.
It's a win-win. Yeah, we are working on the making coffee kind of part of the product.
Yep.
It doesn't, but we're working on that. Yeah, it's really a win-win situation.
So, how does Incredibuild know how many cores you need to complete your process? Like, can it sense that, like, oh, we need 100 for this. Oh, this one needs 30, this one needs 5, or are you telling it how much it needs?
So actually, that's a great question, and you don't need to tell it. That's one of the things with the product. It's the virtualization layer. It's the unique technology that we have. I don't want to go too technical in this discussion, but essentially it involves, injection technology and virtualization technology. Essentially, Incredibuild is kind of a middleman between the processes that you run and the operating system.
Sure.
So when your build just runs 200 processes, Incredibuild listens on everything that the build speaks with the operating system, and it knows that the build just wanted to run 200 processes. So instead, and Incredibuild as kind of man in the middle between your processes and the operating system, can decide whether these processes are actually going to run or not, and if yes, where. So we kind of, every time that your build process or shader workload or whatever, they want to create a new process, and in a build you create tens of thousands of processes and shaders as well. Incredibuild will kind of catch all these requests for process creation and will decide what to do with it. So if it's a process that needs to be created on your local machine, that's fine. It will just pass it to the operating system. But if it's a process that it will be better to run remotely, Incredibuild will actually pull your operating system in thinking that it's running here, or your workload, but essentially it will seamlessly run it elsewhere. And that's how we know how many processes and cores you need. That's part of the technology. That's part of the uniqueness. And that's why one of the reasons that Incredibuild can support all these kind of different use cases, because it's not tied to compilation. It's kind of speak the operating system kind of language. It's generic in a way that it addresses the problem of slowness and the ability to get more compute. So that's the reason, even in the C++ ecosystem, you have tons of use cases. You have a lot of build systems and compilers and use cases, etc., that require, and even in the gaming industry alone, Incredibuild, using this generic technology, that's what allowed us to kind of encompass the entire ecosystem for that, AA, AAA gaming community or indie developers working with the tools to support. And because if you're a large studio, you want to build games, the same game, you want it to target, PlayStation and Xbox and Nintendo and PC and was Google Stadia was before.
Yeah.
And I've been so many years in this ecosystem, so I know all these things that we supported in the past now they don't exist anymore. But essentially, in order for Incredibuild to be kind of one-stop shop for all your studio needs, we needed to support all these consoles and we need to support all these engines and Visual Studio and CMake and MS Build and Scons and WAF and all these build systems and compilers. And we couldn't have done that if we needed to tailor a solution for each of them. So
Right.
our technology really served us, and the founders who thought of it in the beginning, doing it in a generic way really served us in the ability to serve the entire ecosystem. Because back then in the past there were 2.5 kind of target platforms. Today
Yeah.
we have so many things, different stuff. That's a huge kind of tool chain for an ecosystem. And that's what allows us to do that. This unique virtualization technology.
Man, y'all have come so far and really helped everybody who needs it. Are you able to talk about the roadmap of any new things that are happening down the line with Incredibuild?
I think so. Of course, we are there progressing with the ecosystem. Unreal Engine 5 came up, and we came up, of course, with it. With Visual Studio 2022. When we're looking, at the future, I think that there is always performance. That's the bread and butter of Incredibuild, always improving the performance, getting ahead. I think that the most exciting thing in our roadmap is the caching, the new caching technology. That's going to be really dramatic for additional performance, the ability to share things that you already were built elsewhere, between developers, between build nodes, etc. That's going to save a lot of compute time, a lot of wait time. It's going to save a lot of network traffic time, and also a lot of costs in the cloud. Because if you don't need to build something, and you just can use something that someone else built, that's going to save you a lot of money and time.
Sure.
So I think that's going to be a real change to the performance and the what we bring to the community. There are other things to come. We are highly focused, on bringing an enterprise grade product from one end. All these dashboards, security, management and things, because we really support the largest studios out there and outside the industry, the largest banks and companies like Microsoft and Intel. There is a whole list, in our website. So really the largest names out there. So enterprise grade kind of product, it's some of the things that we invest in. But there are other exciting things that are coming. Some of them I can't speak about, new stuff that I hope that will mature soon. You'll be able to see that. But yeah, that's exciting time. So we are with that. And all the technological advancement, cloud is there. We are working with our partners. We recently won a great, a prize from AWS, being their Partner of the Year award. That's huge.
Yeah, that's congratulations.
One Partner of the Year for every kind of section, and for us, the ability to migrate tons of workloads to the cloud, being that efficient for our ecosystem in that perspective. I think that's great, and we are continue to work on that with our partners, with the cloud vendors, with Microsoft, with Amazon, and with Google. These are the main partners we work with. So you're going to hear more around that as well.
Ooh, exciting! So if there's some devs in the chat that are like, man, I really want this product, how can they find you? How can they get set up? How do they know what plan is right for them?
So I think that finding us is easy. Probably you already are familiar with us, but we're just writing Incredibuild will get you to where you want to start. If you are using Visual Studio, Incredibuild is actually bundled within Visual Studio as a premium version. So you can, if you have Visual Studio, probably do. you already have Incredibuild. It's just a matter of enabling it as part of the Visual Studio setup experience. And once you download the product, you can have a trial, a 30 days trial. You can have the free version if you are qualified for the free version. You can have a Teams version. We have various plans that are relevant, depending on the size of the team, of whether you're indie, single developer, etc. Just find your right, right product, right offering. But if you a single developer, we have a free version for you as well to benefit from Incredibuild. And in terms of setting it up, it should be as easy as possible. Just install it on a bunch of machines, and they will speak with each other. That's more or less it. Just load your license, and you're ready to go. Build inside Visual Studio, build inside Unreal, customize Incredibuild. You have all the documentation that you need to do that. But essentially, it will probably just work. And in the scenarios where it doesn't, you always can reach us. We have great people, in our support customer success team, always willing to help. Usually won't require much of them because Incredibuild is pretty seamless in the way that it works. But I will encourage you, if you have any kind of problem, just drop us a note. You get very fast response, and probably it will work in a minute. Don't wait. Don't.
Right. Yeah, don't wait till things are on fire. Get it done now.
Just don't wait for your build to finish. Just send this email. We'll help you and get this bottlenecks out of your way.
I love that. And this is going to be so pivotal for Saturday for the Global Game Jam. Dori, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us about this. This is going to be game changing for people who may have heard about you but weren't quite sure if they should pull the trigger. And especially 30 days. There's no risk. There's no risk there. Try it out.
There is also a free version, so it's even less riskier. So yeah, try it out. I think it will be very beneficial. It's worth your time. It's worth your time. Just a few minutes, you get it right running, and that's and you won't need to wait more than the minimum that you need ever again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dori. I appreciate you coming on, and this is exciting. This is a good time.
Yeah.
Any last words that you want to say about Incredibuild before we let you
go? I think it's it allows you to have more fun. I think that's when you have this kind of event competition, fun is a great part of it. If you wanna when you need to work and you are passionate about it and you put your heart about it, that's where the fun begins. And we are here to help, not take copy, all the energy when you want to run this run button and wait for 10 minutes. So we are here for you to drop this time and to allow you to continue the fun. And I hope all of you will win.
Yeah, right. It's going to be exciting. We don't get to find out the theme until Saturday. So secrets. Well, thank you so much, Dori.
Good for any theme. So that's one of the things. We made it generic for the themes.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Dori.
I had a lot of fun. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. We are going to be hearing from SideFX coming up next, as well as Houdini. Go to globalgamejam.org to sign up for the jam and find out more about our sponsors. I'm excited to see what's coming up next. Stay tuned for the Global Game Jam pre-show.
Thanks, Mac. Thanks, Dori. That was a great presentation about Incredibuild. They said you can go to globalgamejam.org and find out more. Up next, we're bringing on Ben from SideFX to talk about Houdini and the offer they have for Houdini Indie for the jam. Hey, Ben.
Hey, everyone. How's it going? How are you, Tim?
Doing well. Getting excited for the jam.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thanks for putting together the live streams this week. It's definitely a helpful resource for all the game jammers.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let you take over. Have a good time.
Okay, cool. So, hey, everyone watching. I am Ben Mears, Community Manager at SideFX, and I'm here to talk a little bit about Houdini. If you don't know what Houdini is, it's basically 3D art and animation software, kind of similar to Maya, 3D Studio Max, or Blender. And what I'm going to do is share my screen, and I'll show you some kind of resources, give you a little bit of info about Houdini. So 1 second here. Okay, is that showing up? This is SideFX.com is our website. This is where basically all the Houdini stuff is. And if you go to Houdini overview, you can learn a bit about more what Houdini can do. It can pretty much do everything. I mean, it's known for special effects mainly, but you can also use it for modeling, character animation, rigging, environment art. And the strength of Houdini is that it's procedural. So everything you do, you start creating nodes. You know, it's kind of like this. Start building these node networks, connecting things together, and you kind of automate a lot of the processes used in game development. We have a free version of Houdini. So if you go to Get at the top here and download, we have our launcher. It's kind of the best way to get the Houdini licenses and run it. And we have Houdini Apprentice is free, and you can use it as much as you want. It does have some restrictions in regards to exporting and rendering, but it's a good way to learn Houdini for as long as you want. You can learn all the tools, learn the UI, and then when you're ready, you can switch over to one of the other licenses. And speaking of licenses, part of our sponsorship for Global Game Jam is that we give out free 2-month Houdini Indie licenses. So if you go to the Global Game Jam news page here and find this one that says Houdini Indie for Global Game Jam 2023, you can there's a form on here that you can fill out, and you can get a license for free, completely free. And that will allow you to export and also use Houdini Engine. And so you might be asking, what is Houdini Engine? It sounds like a game engine, but it is not a game engine. It's actually more of a bridge between Houdini and some of the other software packages, such as Unity and Unreal Engine. And basically what it allows you to do is connect the two programs and have them running side by side at the same time, and then you can have changes happening in Houdini, then those get ported over to the game engine and vice versa. And there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with Houdini Engine in having procedural assets that are basically live. You know, you're not exporting an FBX that is locked out. You basically have an asset in the game engine that you can update and change using the parameters you set up in Houdini. So Houdini Engine is a pretty cool tool. Check it out. We also have it for Maya and 3D Studio Max, so you can connect those other softwares with Houdini. And yeah, so then let's see, what else do we have? We have a while ago we created some Game Jam starter kits, and basically if you go to Get at the top here, and then you go to Content Library, these are a lot of kind of pre-built assets you can use for free. You can use them in your games, and there's a lot of different stuff here to check out. And these are basically Houdini project files that you can open up. You can see how the things were made, and you can, you know, tweak them to your own kind of settings or what you want to do with it. And you can use them for your projects. So if you scroll down a bit, you can find the Unreal Starter Kit and the Unity Starter Kit. And these are basically pre-built assets specifically for games. And the cool thing is, like, Houdini Engine is free. Houdini Engine Indie is free. So you could be using these assets without actually even having to have Houdini installed. So we'll look at the Unreal Starter Kit. If you click on this, there's videos that go with all of them. So, you know, it's all sorts of tools, you know, edge damage, a tree tool, rock tool, foliage, and basically ways that you can generate assets for your games really quickly. Pipes, placement, you know, scattering things around in your levels, actually building platforms and walls. So all this kind of stuff, it's all here. It's all free. Check it out. You can use it for your games, for the Game Jam. or if you're working on games outside of the Game Jam, you can use it for those as well. We've added some new ones. We have a new road tool. You can build terrain in there, trimming, and that kind of stuff. Another thing that we've done is we have Project Titan. If you go to Learn and then Tech Demos, Project Titan is our newest one, and it's basically all built in Houdini using some Kit Bash 3D assets, and then it's in Unreal Engine 5. And kind of similar to the starter kit, if you go through there, there's tutorials. You can get all the tools used to build the city, and then there's also tutorial videos that go along with it. And especially if you're working in Unreal, this is a great way to kind of find out good environment art workflows using Houdini and Unreal Engine. And there's a lot of stuff that we did for Project Titan. So you have buildings, fence and platforms, ads and billboards, cables and wires, cloth, scaffoldings and construction type stuff, foliage, lamps, pipes, stacking objects. You know, you don't really want to manually place each thing if you have a lot of them. So there's tools to help just stack things real fast. The train that's in there, there's a video covering how it was rigged. And then VAT characters, and VAT is vertex animation textures. So yeah, check out that, and then here's the tutorials that go with the project and all the assets that were built for the project. So you can go through here and see all these different lessons. Yeah, so that's kind of the quick overview of Houdini. For learning, you know, if you're new and you're starting out, we have a lot of learning resources. If you go to Learn up at the top here, kind of the best place is just getting started, exactly what it sounds like. We have foundations. This is basically for complete new, you know, if you're brand new to Houdini, start with the foundations. It's a book, but you can download the PDF of it here. And this gets you started, like, you know, the UI, how to do stuff in Houdini, how to get going, and then starts going through all the different types of stuff you can do, like effects, terrain, KinEffects is our animation tool. So yeah, start there. We also have, you know, this, you can go, if you scroll down here, you got the basics, and then you start getting into more specific things by going to learning paths. So learning paths, you start at the top, you get started there, and then you can kind of start picking whichever way you want to go or what your kind of area of focus is. So, you know, if you went modeling, you could click this and start getting into modeling lessons, lighting and rendering, character rigging, all the different kinds of VFX you can do, like pyro, fluids, and destruction. We have game development specific stuff. So if you come in here, you can start learning about the different game tools, world building and environment art, how to bring effects from Houdini into your games, and then, you know, specializing with either Unreal or Unity. And then that kind of goes back to the Houdini engine that I mentioned previously. And a lot more stuff too, you know, character effects, pipeline. PDG is our tool that it stands for procedural dependency graph, and that's basically automating lots of processes. So check out the learning paths area, and then, you know, we also just have a lot of tutorials, both created by us and created by our community. So if you go in here, you can start finding pretty much anything that you're looking for. And there's a ton of content here for learning Houdini. Okay, so yeah, I covered that stuff, and should mention that on Thursday, Simon Verstraat, who's a Houdini pro, he's going to be doing a live stream up for Global Game Jam, same time, 9 a.m. And it's basically, you know, Houdini for Game Jam basics. So that he's going to go into way more depth on actually how to use Houdini and build stuff for your games with it. And yeah, I think that's basically what I have. If you have any questions, you can contact me. My email is ben@sidefx.com, pretty easy. And so, yeah, find me and shoot me an email if you have any questions. And get the licenses for the game jams. Also, be sure to tag your game with Houdini if you make it. You know, we can because of Global Game Jam's cool filtering system. If you go here in Tools and Technologies and you tag Houdini, there it is, then we can see all the games that used Houdini. And I actually I'll go through and I'll play all of them. So if you use Houdini, I want to know about it. Here's the ones from last year's Global Game Jam. A lot of great games in here, and also feel free to include some info about how you use Houdini, because I'm always interested just to see what people are doing with it and how you're using it to make your games. And I think that's it for me. Tim, do we have any questions?
Yeah, I don't know if we do yet or not. I haven't seen too many come through, so I think we're good.
Okay, cool. Oh, well, I guess one other thing to mention too is that we do run our own game jam, usually in the summer. And so if you like game jamming, which if you're watching this, I'm assuming you do, and you have a good time at Global Game Jam, keep an eye out for Houdini Game Jam 2023. I think it'll be in July. We haven't got the exact dates yet. And what we do each year is we put up a page of the winners. So you can go on to the page for last year's Game Jam and kind of learn about the games. 80 Level did articles with the winners. So there's so you can kind of get some tips and tricks about Houdini from just looking at what other game jammers have done with it. So yeah, check this out, and then if you want a game jam in the summer, keep an eye out for Houdini Game Jam 2023.
Nice. And that's open to anybody?
That's open to anybody, yeah.
Cool.
Well, I mean, the one restriction is that you do need to use Houdini in some way for your game, but it's totally up to you how you use it. It could kind of be as little or as much as you want to, and of course, people are using game engines and other 3D art animation tools as well. So you can use any other tool you want. You just have to use Houdini in some way. And with that, yeah, I think that's all I got for now, Tim.
All right, cool. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Ben. That was a good little intro tutorial to Houdini. Make sure you go to our links in our chat there. On our news page, you can find all the information to sign up for your free license, Houdini Indie license. That'll be good for 2 months from when you sign up. So you can download it today, start learning it, go through all the tutorials that Ben mentioned, and on the Houdini, on the SideFX webpage, you can get yourself ready to use that for the upcoming jam and make some cool games with it. We had some really amazing Houdini power users at Oculus when I worked there, and they did some cool stuff with it. So looking forward to seeing what you all can come up with and make during the upcoming jam. I still have a bunch more content to go for the rest of the day. Coming up in about 45 minutes, we'll have the folks from Google Firebase on to talk to you about how to use Firebase in your GGJ game. Yeah, so stay tuned for that. And if you want, find that link here. There's a Google Meet you can join. Yeah, they have a Google Meeting link that you're able to join and ask them questions directly. That will be at the top of the hour in 45 minutes. Or you can just watch here on Twitch or YouTube, wherever you're watching, and I will make sure that the questions make it through to the Firebase folks over on the Google Meet. Check out all of our sponsors. Thank you to all our sponsors. We have a lot this year. Go to globalgamejam.org/sponsors to find out all of the information there is about all the free offers that are available, like the Houdini Indie license that we just mentioned, free offers from AWS, from GitHub coming soon, from Construct, from Game Maker, Avaturn, Plus Music. There's a bunch of so many of our sponsors have free offers for you to take advantage of, and we're excited about that. So make sure you go check that out. Still plenty of time to go register to Jam over on globalgamejam.org. Find a site near you. We're up over 725 sites now in 108 countries. So there's ought to be a place near you to join the Jam and jam with us starting on Monday, a week from today. And yeah, so we'll be back in a little bit with Google.
So, we saw we're making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And online multiplayer.
What?
What?
Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Cast.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean coherence at Coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously? Yeah, just 2 boxes syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ.
Hi Global Game Jam, Hagen from Autodesk here, the 3D software company behind Maya, 3ds Max, and many other softwares. This year, we had the privilege of sponsoring the Global Game Jam Accessibility Fund, and I don't need to tell you the baseline value accessibility has on making games and fostering community. Needless to say, I am so happy we were able to hopefully further lower any barriers between people and making games this year. I've been jamming since 2011, and looking back on my creative career, game jams played a hugely integral role in that journey. So good luck this 2023 Global Game Jam season, and I look forward to jamming right next to y'all virtually. Take care.
Hi, today we're gonna have a look at how to take a single player game and make it multiplayer with Coherence. Coherence comes with a lot of features that help you make all kinds of multiplayer games. What we'll focus on today is how easy it is to get started. To test this, we wanted to see how quickly we could add multiplayer to a popular package in the Unity Asset Store. You'll find the link in the description below. So let's get this started. Let me turn on the timer. First, let's go to docs.coherence.io and click on the installation page. We scroll down to the package manager section, and I'll copy the URL to the package repo. In Unity, let's open project settings and click on package manager to add our scope registry. We'll enable pre-release packages and then enter the name, URL, and scope. We'll click Save and close the settings. And now let's open the package manager itself and select My Registries. We can see that the Coherence package is already available, so let's go ahead and install it. Now that Coherence is installed, we can click Welcome in the Coherence menu and open the Coherence Hub. Let's connect the project with our free online username by clicking on Login Sign Up and logging in the browser. Going back to the Unity editor, we can now select our default organization and project. Now let's set up our scene by clicking on the Scene tab and adding a monobridge, a live query, and a sample connect dialog. Now we can look at our Fox game object. We can see that it has a lot of components for handling animation states and inputs. Let's add a coherent sync component to it. We'll need to convert it into a prefab, so let's click on Convert to Prefab in Assets and add it to the prefab mapper. We have to define what fields to sync over the network, so let's click Configure and select Position, Rotation, Local Scale, and all parameters in the animator. There is a lot more we could be synchronizing and fine-tuning, but let's stick to the defaults for now. Right now, we don't need to expose any methods as RPCs, but we do need to define what happens to components on remote Foxes. We want the rigid body to be kinematic and disable the input and other components that control the Fox's logic. When Coherence spawns this prefab over the network, it will make sure these settings are applied. Now let's close the configuration window and go back to the Coherence hub. Let's go to Schemas and click on Bake Now. This will generate the client-side network code for all our Coherence prefabs. If we want to use the Coherence cloud, we have to make sure that our configuration is uploaded. So let's click on Upload to Coherence Cloud. Now we can hit play and we'll see that the region selector gets populated with the EU region already. So we can go ahead and create a room. We're connected to the cloud, but there's nobody else in our session. So what do? Let's make a build. We'll create and join a new room called Demo. And run the editor scene again. We can now see that the demo room is already here, so let's join it. And voila, 2 Foxes synchronizing online. We can now send this build to a friend and play the game together. Let's check the timer. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to set up basic networking. Not bad. Coherence also allows you to share builds online. Let's first go to our project dashboard, go to Share Build, and make sure we have build sharing enabled. To make things extra interesting, let's switch to WebGL and make a new build. Let's give our build a name. Let's call it WebGL. And when the build is ready, we can navigate to the Share Build section of Coherence Hub. Let's select WebGL and the corresponding build folder. Now we can click on Begin Upload. Alright, the game build is uploaded. If we go back to the dashboard, we can see the public URL of the project. Let's open it in a new tab. There, the game's running in the browser. Let's create a new room and call it Demo Web and join it. In the editor, we can now join the same room. So let's hit play. See the room listing. As you can see, the demo room's there, and we join it. And now we can see the Fox syncing between the web browser using WebRTC and the Unity editor using UDP. Thanks for watching this video on how to make a simple multiplayer game with Coherence. This is of course just the start, and there's much more to explore, like network commands, server-side simulation, authority transfer, and other advanced features. Stay tuned for more videos, join our Discord, and head over to coherence.io and sign up for your free account.
regular selfies to make a realistic, recognizable 3D avatar? Do it inside your own product with Avaturn, a new realistic avatar platform where any user can become a 3D avatar under a minute. Avaturn easily integrates in your product through web. It works great with Unreal Engine, Unity, and most web solutions. The integration gives you highly customizable models. Choose body type, hairstyle, clothes, and accessories. Our models are rigged and easy to animate. So sign up now to bring the users to your world. It's your turn with Avaturn. No, seriously, go integrate right now.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you're dialing in from. Thank you so much for joining us for our Level Up with Firebase campaign this year. We're so excited to have you. This is our first gaming campaign of the year, so woo, way to kick things off. So first, I would like to invite our Firebase teams here to introduce ourselves. We will be in this call throughout this session, so passing the mic on to Joe.
Hey everyone, my name is Joe, as Huey stated. I'm a developer at Firebase. I am the primary author for some of the content that you're going to be seeing today. But that being said, I have a lot of people to thank, including my dog in the background, I guess. But no, I have many people at Google to also thank for helping me tremendously with this, but I look forward to sharing with you.
Awesome. David?
Hi, yes, I'm Dave Delabita. I'm a software engineer on the Firebase Games team, which means I work on both the Unity and C++ SDKs. I'm also an avid gamer, so it probably helps to be one in the position I'm in. Nice to meet you.
Awesome, thank you. Rachel?
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm an engineer on Firebase, and I'm happy to help talk through a lot of backend problems if you run into those.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So Joe will be leading the set. Oh, sorry. My name is Huey. I am a program manager here on the Firebase team. Joe will be leading the session today, and Rachel and David will be answering any questions you might have in the chat throughout this whole session. So for today, we're going over our first learning pathway of our campaign, which is understanding your game's crashes using advanced crash limits features. So whenever you're ready, Joe, I am passing the presentation over to you.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the introduction. I just want to, first of all, say, how is everyone? Feel free to type in the chat if this is your first Global Game Jam. Obviously, it's not the jam right now, but leading up to it, if this will be your first, or if this is your first of the year, because I know some people definitely like doing many game jams a year. But regardless, I'd like to welcome everyone and hope this session can kind of give new insights and help people regardless of your level of experience. And with that said, I guess we can just dive in. I'll start presenting in a little bit. I just want to oh yeah, thank you very much, Huey, for placing in the actual code lab, the actual pathway we'll be doing. We're going to, before we do that, I'll just talk a little bit about some of the stuff that is actually covered in the text of the code lab, but given that, this is kind of an interactive session, I'll just talk a little bit about it first. But today and in other later steps, we will be downloading the Mecha Hamster Level Up with Firebase edition, which is a new version of the classic Firebase open source demo Mecha Hamster that I have removed some of the built-in Firebase functionality from in order to show you how you can quickly build them back in or, make your own. So hopefully this sort of gives people an opportunity to sort of see how, quote unquote, the sausage is made and allow them to do it themselves. Oh, and Michaela, I see this is your second Global Game Jam. Oh, nice. Well, hope that you can take some of the lessons from this and incorporate them further. This is maybe the third Global Game Jam I would be involved with. The last one was many years ago, but that being said, welcome. So while the pathway includes instructions for when and where to download necessary components, basically I have, like a television chef, thought ahead and downloaded them ahead of time just so we don't have to spend some time with you just looking at me, looking at an hourglass, which, if that's your thing, that's your thing, but it's not mine. So a quick note, I'm going to be running the project from a Mac and building for iOS, but the instructions are approximately the same regardless if you are running it from Windows. The OS, which I originally developed the stripped down version of Mecha Hamster from, or Linux, and whether you're building for iOS or Android, which are the two supported platforms for right now. And now I'm gonna start presenting and open the project. Just a sec. You're about to get a hall of mirrors for a second. There we are. So I'm going to save you some of the more tedious parts of just downloading the files as mentioned, and also opening the project. This is discussed in sort of some of the material here, but the project, depending on which version of the editor you open it in, it will give you a slightly different message or slightly different ways of opening it, but it's generally the same. As you can see, this is the link that Huey posted. It's just sort of the pathway link for what we're going to be going through. We have this little knight who, is blocking crashes, or he's learning from previous crashes, and that's kind of to show what you'll be doing. There's an intro video here, but I'm hoping you're getting this experience because it's a lot of me giving a similar spiel recorded. So we'll skip that for now, and we'll get to kind of the meat of this, which is we're going to start with this code lab. And as you can see, I've already started this a couple times, but starting up kind of a similar introduction. Looking it over, it mentions, long story short, in a real game, when you use Crashlytics, it will take sort of like crashes or other sorts of errors that we will elaborate in here and send them up as a report to the Firebase console where you can easily view them and learn and debug your code. So this will help you iterate more quickly on bugs that otherwise you might not have information on. But we didn't want to just give you a game that was just full of bugs. So the original game is not, but I was saying I didn't want to just like build a bunch of artificial bugs in gameplay. So instead what I did is we have a perfectly functional game that I have made a debug menu that causes realistic errors that actually kind of simulate certain things that have happened to me in game development context. I guess I should have elaborated previously. I'm a former game developer. Nowadays, I kind of do that as a hobby in addition to my Google work, but I used to be a full-time game developer. And so many of the crashes that I've built into this debug menu are similar to things I've run in the past, such as like ANRs or just like weird formatting things like that. But like most of our code labs, this starts with a discussion of what you're going to learn, what you'll need. And this mainly maps to kind of what we've talked about. I'll try to go at a relatively slower pace, but don't worry if you can't keep up. This is kind of more just to model what's going to go on, and afterwards, I'm more than willing to answer questions or kind of take it back a couple steps, insofar as version history will allow me. But yeah, so going to the next step, we're going to set up the development environment. So I mentioned that one of the steps would be downloading the code. We have a link to our GitHub that has the code. I've already done this, so I'm not going to be demoing how to do that. You can alternatively just download it as a zip file, because we know not everyone can or wants to use source control technologies. I would highly recommend it, but sometimes it's nice to offer more than one option. So one of the first things we're going to do is we're going to open up the game, which I have done in the background, and it takes you into sort of an untitled demo scene that this is not actually one of the ones we made. This is just a generic Unity feature. What you're going to need to do is go into the hamster folder, which, saying that out loud, very funny to me, and then click on main game scene. This will take you to where the actual game is. And from here, you can play it in editor. And for instance, this will have none of the Firebase functionality built in yet. So fun story, that kind of shows up as a blue screen the first time you use it, but after that, it just kind of doesn't happen again. But from here, you're able to play the game, which for those who don't know, is a sort of monkey ball-like game. When played in the editor, it's played with arrow keys, but when played on a phone, it's played with motion controls. As you can see, the initial level, very simple. So simple, even I can beat it. I'm not exactly a pro gamer, but there's definitely some more interesting challenges further on. I'm not going to actually try to beat some of the levels I'm about to show you, but I just want to show it to you real quick. But long story short, this one has like a teleporter maze where if you don't turn off this, there's like light puzzle aspects. So like basically you have to launch over to another side, not fall off, and then hit this switch. And then from there, teleport back. I like how I said I wasn't going to beat it, and then now I'm just over here doing this. Anyways, it turns out it's an addicting game. So from there, basically, this is just a discussion of opening it, as I said, so I'll go to the next step. So from here, we're going to create a Firebase project, which for those who haven't, I guess like real quick, let me open up the chat. Real quick show of hands. Has anyone worked with Firebase before? Oh, I'm looking into the chat right now from Ilaria. Use Firebase, Franco. Oh, nice, cool. Actually, a question for those of you who have used Firebase before. Have any of you used it with Unity? Nice. Okay. No, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Unity is a game engine I used throughout much of my game development career. I used a little bit of Unreal, but that's kind of not within today's scope. But yeah, Unity is a fun time. So getting back to this, we're going to create a Firebase project. So in the Firebase console, we're going to go to the add project. And from here, you can kind of name your project, I guess like whatever you'd like, as long as it's something that you want it to be known by and will be clearly identifiable as what it is. I have a previous project, so I think I'll actually just use that for right now. Well, no, I'll do this just so I can show you the process. Sorry, just a sec. Do I have a question, or was that? Oh, sorry, I thought that was a question. Okay. So from there, I'll just say GGJ. So Global Game Jam. It needs to be at least 4 characters long. So let's just say Global Game Jam level up. So I'm just going to create that. And notice this gives you the option of whether or not to include Google Analytics. I will say that Google Analytics really, as this dialog tells you, enhances a lot of different Firebase functionality. Because it kind of offers a basis by which it can improve different services, or for instance, in the sake of for the sake of Crashlytics, it will allow you to better understand like the action flow that can lead to a crash, which when you're dealing with a very difficult to debug crash is definitely incredibly helpful. So going through, you'll set it up with a Google Analytics account. I kind of have one by virtue of being here. So I'll just create a project. This will take a second. So in the meantime, we can go back to this. Yeah, it talks about setting up Google Analytics. And then we have to register the app with Firebase, which we'll do in a second. In the meantime, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask anything. Let's see. Okay, it is set up. The very short window is closed. So opening this up, I'm going to put these side by side so it's easier to do both at once now instead of just switching between. So still in the Firebase console, I'm going to go to the project overview page, which is this. And notice how there's a couple different platforms supported here. There's iOS, Android, web. So we're going to be doing Unity, which even though it can be used on iOS and Android, is actually kind of its own flavor because it will offer the ability to do both. And so clicking on that, I'm going to want to register the app. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to register as an Apple app. And let's go through these instructions. Select the build target I'd like to register. Again, you can do Apple, Android, or both. And then for the Unity project's platform-specific IDs for the code lab, for iOS, we're going to copy and paste this. And then I'm going to call this, I just give this a nickname that makes it easier for me to kind of tell what I'm referring to. So let's just say GGJ iOS. You know, you can name yours whatever you'd like. Honestly, the name of this game is Mecha Hamster. So if I wanted to make like GGJ iOS Mecha Hamster or something like that, whatever you're really feeling there. And you can also add a Android app or Apple app after the fact. So don't worry about having to make this, you know, incredibly binary decision right now. So from here, there's sort of instructions in both places, but this kind of makes it a little bit easier. So I'm going to download the Google Services info.plist, which is a file for use for iOS. And from there, I'm going to add that config file to the project. And on doing so, I'm going to get this in the Finder. Again, I'm using Apple, so this will be a little bit different if you're using something else. So I copied it. And one thing that's easy to do with Unity is while in the Unity editor, you can look at the project view here. And you can press reveal in Finder, or I forget what the equivalent PC command is, but there's an equivalent PC and Linux command. So you can just use regular copy and paste operations. And from there, Unity basically, anytime it detects, oh wait, I might have done that at the wrong level. Yeah, I did that at the wrong level. Let me put that one level down or else Unity will not detect it. So anything in the assets directory, Unity will automatically process, which, you know, for many files, that just means it will ignore it or it will just like note that it's there. But for things like this, it might note like file type, etc. But you got to put it in the assets directory. And you can put it in a subdirectory, but just as long as it's within assets. And from there, I'm just going through, making sure that I did that. Okay, so this part is one of the parts where it would have been good to, you know, sort of download something ahead of time. We have a download button here for the Firebase Unity SDK, which is how you get sort of Firebase functionality in your project. It's a somewhat large zip file, not that big. Like it's, currently it stands at less than a gig, but this definitely fluctuates. But I've already downloaded it ahead of time, as mentioned. So let me just open up the downloads folder. And also let me read the instructions of what it says to do here and kind of do it in that order, because that's more what you'll be doing. But so you're going to unzip the SDK somewhere convenient. and in the open project, navigate to assets, import package, custom package. Oh, and so we're going to import 2 packages here that will be used later in this code lab, one of which is the analytics package. So as mentioned earlier, you need to enable analytics for the project. And then afterwards, we're going to include the Firebase Crashlytics Unity package to get in some of the more advanced Crashlytics functionality. So with that in mind, I'm going to unzip this. Doing so right now. Okay. So I've included it here, and I'm just going to drag and drop the necessary files in. And just a second. Okay, Firebase Analytics.Unity package. Opens here. Oh, yeah, actually, there's more than one way of doing this. Sorry, the way that it's discussed here is to go through that menu, but you can also do this import dialog through drag and drop. When you're doing the code lab, just follow what it says. So there will be a couple points like this where you get a chance to just, take a deep breath in, enjoy your surroundings, see what Unity itself is doing, see this amazing, complex and magical machine at work. And then from there, it's going to do a little bit of recompilation, because the way this is set up is that it's actually doing a little bit more work based on what it's brought in automatically. Just know that this is going to happen, so don't start, trying to edit things while it happens. It wouldn't necessarily cause like a bug or anything. You just might be frustrated that your actions aren't doing much while this is loading. So I'm going to wait for these dialogues to stop just like popping up. Notice the script compilation toolbar down here. The good news is that means it's working, which, obviously, oh, interesting. Could not parse the curious. Oh, this is a little bit of a bug that we'll see what happens, but it's maybe an errant. It's maybe not exactly. It doesn't block the game from running. It may have an issue with some build stuff later, but that is something we can debug at a later time. This is something that kind of varies setup to setup, so I'm not going to go into the details of that unless it stops us later. So from there, I'm now going to do similarly with the Crashlytics one. If I could find that window. Okay, there it is. Pulling that in, and it will do a similar thing where it will ask things to import, and just import it with the default settings unless you have a very specific thing you're trying to do, because basically bringing in both of these causes there to be some level of overlap that unless you like have a really specific reason to not import as it is suggested to you, don't worry about it. Wait. Oh my God. Hey, question, was I? Oh wait, no, I'm in it twice now, huh?
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay, cool. I asked just because I couldn't find the meeting window, but it was saying that I was still being shown. All right. Oh, nice. Technical difficulties, never hurt anyone necessarily. So from here, I'm going to Now, having incorporated those, there's a little discussion here about alternative ways of installing the SDK on Unity. If this is your first time using Firebase, don't worry too much about that. If this is something that you're interested in doing alternative setups, these can actually make things a little bit neater, but they definitely have some interesting corner cases. So look into that once you've kind of familiarized yourself with things. But anyways, now to actually doing some coding and game development. So one of the first things we're going to do is open up the main game file, which is, as you can tell, the code for the main game. So you can either navigate to this using assets, hamster, scripts, main game.cs, or you can search it. I'll just navigate as discussed here, just because definitely want to just follow through with that. So assets, hamster, scripts, main game. And this will open in whatever your text editor of choice is. You know, you can theoretically you could do this in Notepad. You could do this in Vim if you'd like. In fact, there are definitely people who do that. But for my case, I'm definitely just going to use. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code. It's like one of my favorite editors. But we're going to take this code here and include an extra using statement that will add a couple extension methods that will be necessary for the rest of the tutorial. If you don't use them, you'll get a compilation error, and the code just kind of won't work. You could like obviously go and try to fix it, but this is the easiest. This is an easier way. So from here, I'm going to find the start method that currently exists and overwrite it, because right now in start, it basically calls this initialize common data and start game. But we're going to change it to a new flow where it instead calls. Oh, let me also indent that properly. Initialize Firebase and start game. So notice different method that we're actually going to fill in now. This is the initialize Firebase and start game method. I'm going to just copy it in real quick and then talk a little bit about what it's doing. Let me just find it. So right now it has a empty body that all it does is throw a exception, a not implemented exception, which is just a neat way of telling you like, hey, even if this compiled and you're starting the game, you're going to get an error that will kind of tell you a little bit more about like, you need to fill this in. So filling it in, what we're going to do, I now have that message in there twice. We're going to cache an instance of the Firebase app, which is that variable you're seeing up there. It's public. I don't remember if we actually use it in that manner here, but you know, it's just a good way to have access to it for right now. But the first thing we're going to do is call check and fix dependencies async, which just kind of checks, hey, does Firebase have all its dependencies? And if not, is it able to get them? And then from there, it uses continue with on main thread, which was one of the things that we got in that using statement, to then do some downstream work, which if everything goes right, should call initialize common data and start game, which is the method that we actually were originally using in the original start method. And so this kind of just allows us to get in some initial Firebase functionality and then continue the game as originally intended. So before like trying to build it for iOS, let's just make sure that the game still works. This will be like a good way to test that some of the initial Firebase functionality has been added properly, because while Firebase, not all functionalities work in, say, the play and editor environment or the desktop environment, this is one that should and is a good way to do an initial test that things have been set up correctly. Oh, just a second. This is a bug that I've seen before that I will quickly fix. There might be a, so this is a Mac specific thing that I don't think would occur on Windows or Linux. Just a second. So if you click the help thing, this should bring up Okay, so from here, sorry, just trying to. Okay, get security. Click the pop-up menu next. No, not that. Not that. Sorry, everyone. Just a second.
Joe, I think if you hit cancel, it might pop up with a better dialogue.
You are absolutely correct. It looks like.
No.
Or no, same one. But here it is. Allow anyway. Oh, okay. I'm going to quit sharing briefly, just because I forget if Mac displays some stuff. David, would you be able to speak just briefly about anything about Crashlytics that you'd like to talk about?
Well, I can talk about why this is occurring.
That sounds great, actually.
So macOS has a way to ensure that files that are downloaded from the internet are approved by you before it starts using them. And in this case, the shared object that it's trying to load was compiled by not you. It was compiled by Firebase. And so it's warning you to the fact that you are attempting to execute something that it doesn't know what it is. So in order to enable macOS to handle the files properly, you have to grant access to them. Currently, they're being locked down in a security database, and you have to, through the system menu, tell macOS that it's okay to open them, and then attempt to run the project again.
Okay, so I will start sharing again. Actually, wait, let me make sure of something real quick. I might be building for the... Oh, that is curious. It looks like that error that I mentioned earlier might actually be of concern right now. Oddly enough. So for whatever reason, the iOS version, so I'm building for iOS and it's complaining about my missing a Android configuration file. Oh, no. That does not seem to be the case. Oh, okay. It looks like it is missing another file that I'm going to check for real quick. Sorry, let me show you that real quick, because this is something that I have had reported to me before, but had never experienced. So this might be something worth knowing about. Sorry, let me just find the share dialog again. Okay, so from there, I'll just show you. So there's an error console here, which kind of tells you a little bit about what's going on. But it says unable to load Firebase app options, and then it mentions this file, Google Services Desktop.json. And if you want, I can just sort of click this and read it. Interesting. It's complaining about a file that it shouldn't really be using, but I'm going to look into that real quick.
Joe, after you allowed the security database to run the shared object, did you try rebuilding the project?
I did. Well, so I tried playing an editor again, but I did not say, for instance, try killing the. Let me restart Unity just in case there's some sort of something cached. Yeah, so I tried playing an editor again, but with similar results. Okay, so just opening the project again. Okay, so I will just try running again with no changes real quick, see what happens. Same issue. So I've definitely seen instances where the folder where this needed to be created wasn't created. So wait, no, it's seemingly right here. So that is strange. Okay, just in case this is something about my iOS build process, I'm going to also try Android and therefore add the Android app real quick. So from here, so going back to here, one way you can get the config files again after creating a project is going to project settings. And if you want, you can also add another app. So I'm going to add a Unity one for, I'm going to add one for Android. And let me get the name of that file exactly. Whoops, wrong window. Okay, so going back here. So for Android, the name is slightly different because of a quirk about the way bundle IDs and package names work between the two of them. They're, one allows hyphen and the other allows underscore, and ne'er the twain shall meet. So we'll just call this one similarly named, you know, GGJ Android Mega Hamster. Show that. So I'm going to download the config file. Yeah, and let's go through that. Okay, so from there, I will show in Finder. I will get this file, and then I will go back into here and reveal in Finder, and then paste that. Okay, so that should be registered in here. And from there, oh, that's odd. So I'm actually going to try pressing play. Interesting. So somehow, yeah, well, working right now. So I'll take that and we can continue from there. But anyways, from there, we're going to try to build the project. And so if you're using Android, there's a couple more steps you're going to have to do. But since I'm going to be using iOS, I'm just going to kind of keep this simple and breezy. But we're going to go into the build settings dialog. So from here, we're going to go to File, Build Settings. And from there, we're going to go into start a build. And so I'm going to be running this in a simulator. And so I have to make sure to use the simulator SDK, because if I use the device SDK, this will not actually run in simulator. There's a lot of reasons for that, but just know that that's something to be done. But it's right here under, it's the target SDK, which is under the configuration setting in the other settings page. This is discussed in the code lab, so don't worry, you don't have to, you know, commit that to memory. But from there, I'm going to build and run. And this will take a second. I've already done a pre-build, so it won't take as long as an initial one would do. But in the meantime, we can, oh yeah, so when you do this, you're gonna wanna press replace. Append, I don't think would work properly. But while we're doing this, you know, I can sort of take questions or talk a little bit about what's going on, or like how are people, what are people's thoughts / what are people wondering about? Okay, I see many of the questions that have been posed are already answered. Oh yeah, Rachel asked a good question. Is anyone working along with me? And if so, are you running into similar errors? I know there's obviously like a large variety in terms of Unity editor setups and also what platforms everyone's targeting / what platforms they're building from. So, you know, it might be highly variable, but if anyone's running to a similar thing, I would definitely like to hear your experience. So that build is still going. And again, if you're following through on this, the initial setup will the initial build will take much longer than later builds. It just has to do a lot of work that will then be cached and used in later builds. Okay, so Unity has like a little timer over here indicating sort of the percent done. But going forward, we're going to set up a test crash in order to make sure that Crashlytics has been properly set up, and kind of go from there. All this is going to do, it's not even a test crash, it's a test exception. So all this is going to do is it's going to be a script we're going to put in the game that will just every 60 frames send out an exception that won't crash the game. It will just literally log to your screen and be handled the way a non-fatal exception is handled. So, okay, let's see if that is done. Oh, Ilaria, you're using Unity for the office setting. So just to better understand, are you interested in this to work with Global Game Jam or just for general Unity development? Okay, it seems like it's near done. So it will start launching the simulator. Okay. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, so it's opening Xcode. All right. So far, so good. So the way this is set up is that this actually delays the display of the main menu until it has checked for the Firebase install, the Firebase app install and dependencies. So if we can get the main menu to show up, that means that at least that part has gone through, which is obviously a first and important step. And then we can go through a little bit more and validate the way that it handles crashes, which will allow you to then start doing much more advanced features with crash reporting. So we'll just take it step by step and go from there. Build dialog is at 844 out of 1036. So I guess like after that, we're going to just put this in, and then we're going to place in the test exception, and then we're going to remove it because you really don't need that showing up in your console all the time of just like test exception, test exception, test exception. I mean, it's nice to know the first time. After that, you can start waiting for real ones. Unless you're perfect, in which case, like, hey, you're good. But for myself and for everyone else I know, it's good to have that information about times where you maybe didn't notice something. It's one of the few times I wish I had a faster machine, because for my own work, very fast. But when other people are waiting to see it, somehow it slows down. That's got to be it. Okay, we're almost there. Oh, everything's looking good. So the build has at least succeeded. So yeah, when you make a iOS build from Unity, it actually is just a Xcode project that then has to be opened up in Xcode, which will then do another build. Hence this 2-layer build process. For Android, it will either spit out an APK or a project you can open in, say, Android Studio and go from there. But depending on your flow with Android, sometimes just outputting an APK is preferable unless there's some specific things you want to do with your build process. All right. So the simulator's up, and it's going to launch sideways. It's like the N gauge is back. A phone I doubt anyone remembers. Okay, so that means Firebase is at least configured because we can get to here. And if I go into play, I could technically start it, but without, tilt controls on my computer, this isn't going to work. So I don't really want to drop my laptop and end the session early. So I'll kill this for now. Sorry, I will turn it off for now. You guys get to hear this nice beat. Hopefully it's coming through. Actually, does the music come through for you guys, or is it just my voice? Oh, darn. So basically when I killed it, it just hit a note and then just kept on beating. And so you guys missed out on something you could have sampled. So from there, I'm going to find a empty game object, which is in the hierarchy. And it's over here. And I'm going to go to the scripts section, or I can really do this anywhere because I'm going to delete this afterwards. But I'm going to create a new C# script, which we're going to call Crashlytics tester. And then from there, I'm going to open that up in my editor and just wholesale replace the contents with that. This kind of details what it's doing. But again, just every 60 frames, it just reports an exception. I'll show this once and play an editor, and then I will show it in game. Hopefully the build will not take as long this time. But so in editor, in order to see the log, you're going to go to the console, which, oh wait, I did not apply it to the object. That would probably be helpful. So from there, I'm going to take this and put it onto the empty game object. Let's see if that applied. Okay, no, I'm going to add it this way, Crashlytics tester. Cool. And so I will just start that and then look at the log, see what it does. As predicted, it is, every 60 frames, which I think based on my settings is probably once a second, is just causing an exception, which, not great in a real game, but good for our purposes. But now I'm going to build the game and actually test it on the simulator, which will allow us to then confirm its reception in the console. So I'm going to build and run. And oh yeah. Okay, so I'm going to save first. That I am not sure whether it took. Okay, I think that's saved before it started building. If it didn't, then this test won't really mean as much. So you know what? There's no harm in just canceling this. I'm going to cancel it, make sure it saves, and then start the build again. Because otherwise we'll be sitting here for a couple of seconds and then, flip a coin whether or not it's actually going to do what we hope it does. Okay, cool. So I'm going to make sure it has the file on it I want. It has Crashlytics tester. It is saved. I'm going to, hit Command S again just to make absolute sure. And I'm going to build and run. Okay, this time we can be sure it's at least going to try to do what we're hoping it's going to do. The instructions here have some stuff about what to do in the case of using Android. So long story short, for both Crashlytics on iOS and Crashlytics on Android, you can get stack trace information for where bugs and exceptions and crashes occur. But the way in which those symbols are uploaded to the console is slightly different, depending on whether you're using the IL2CPP backend or Mono, which are two different scripting backends for Unity. In the case of iOS, you can only use IL2CPP. And in the case of Android, you can use either or. But IL2CPP is more efficient, but you then have to add in an extra step in order to properly debug things. Okay, that built way faster this time. Probably because we built with Firebase last time, so that was the first time it did that, so it had to cache some of those details. Oh, wow. I have a lot of Mac hamster installs. It's almost like I've been playing around with this for a while. Okay, so I'm going to allow, and then I'm going to kill this because I want it to stop catching the exceptions. Basically, oh, which of these versions is it? Sorry, let me... Okay. I'm going to, in order to make sure it is, in order to make sure it is the most recent build, I'm just going to delete all of these. Because I want to make sure I'm not just doing it based on a previous build. Okay, and so I'm going to do this again, and it will probably be just as fast, so we don't have to wait that long. I was going to say this is definitely one of those times where it's a perfect time to, you know, go and get yourself a, like when you're doing it yourself, it's definitely a good time to, you know, go and get a glass of water, make yourself like a snack, you know, go to like a couple push-ups, not like a run is too long, but, you know, you could do a couple push-ups, get in a little bit of a sweat. It'll be nice. I used to have a pull-up bar next to my desk at a games company I used to work at that I definitely did that during some builds that I did using Unreal, which took a long time. So I got a lot of pull-ups in at a certain time, not as much anymore. Okay. So once this starts running, I will then close Xcode again so that it stops catching the logs and go from there. This is detailed again in the code lab. So don't worry about memorizing this. Okay, so with that running, I'm going to close that. Or at least I think I'm going to close that. Gonna flip this a couple times so it's readable. That's sticking around. I really wish you guys could hear this music because it's pretty good. I mean, you will hear this music when you do it yourself. It's kind of like a space opera-ish type theme, but it's a little bit spooky too, which you wouldn't guess, being that it's a game about a hamster that is just, you know, chilling around in a ball and such. I think the credits include, you know, where the sound is from and the like, but it's a good one. Yeah, my Xcode is not responding, so I'm just gonna try to force close it. Or it might already be closed, or... Wait. Sorry, just checking, but I didn't stop the video from my side, right?
Nope, I think you're still going.
Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, well, whatever's going on with Xcode. Oh, okay, there, cool. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm going to, that only took a second, but yeah, from here, now we'll probably actually be getting the exceptions because they won't be being caught by Xcode. So, you know, I could just go into like whatever settings and mess around here, but that's not really relevant because we're really just going to be looking for the information about the exceptions. So opening up the Firebase console, I'm going to go to the console. I'm going to open GGJ level up. And from there, I'm going to go to release and monitor Crashlytics. And that's the Android version, but I'm going to check the iOS because that's what I was building and testing for. Hey! Nice, it showed up. So we got the, we have this information right here, the test exception, please ignore, which there's parts later on in this where we kind of talk about these different sections, but I think I might actually just give you a brief overview of them now. Long story short, this is the main stack trace of what you're getting. In this case, it's very shallow because it's just an update function, which if you know how Unity works, this is called every frame. But what's interesting is you can actually get some metadata from the device you're using it on. And so this will tell you a little bit about my computer, but it's actually about the Apple iOS simulator. Talks about the GPU and like a number of other factors. So if anything else, this is incredibly useful for knowing sort of the physical data of some of the machines you might be working on. It's obviously nothing too deep, but it's enough to give you an idea of like what devices things do and don't work on, what OS they're being called on, etc. There's places for logs and things like keys, which we'll elaborate later. So I'll come back to those actually. So now that we've confirmed that works, let's go on to enabling and understanding the debug menu. So this is actually a menu I have hidden in the project, which is in assets, hamster, prefabs, menus. Let's go through this step by step because otherwise I might get lost. So, when in doubt, read the instruction/documentation. Also, sometimes writing it is good for yourself too. The button to access the debug menu exists in your, okay, so I'm going to go to open the prefab name main menu, which is in assets, hamster, prefabs. Okay, and then from here, I'm going to go to one called menus. There, okay. And then I'm going to go to main menu. So I'm going to open that up. And so in Unity, you sort of have a default view of, it's kind of an isometric angle you're looking at things, but I'm going to rotate this to a different side so I can actually read the text. But from here, in the prefab hierarchy, there's a disabled sub-object named crash menu button. Actually, now it's called the debug menu button. That's an older name, still checks out, I guess. But enabling that, you'll enable it by going to the inspector panel and hitting the check mark up here, which will both display it and enable how it's going to work in interactions. And then you save the prefab. So I'm just going to Command S. If you're using Windows, it's, I think, Control S. And then I'm going to run the game from editor real quick just to make sure that actually sort of shows up. So there's the debug menu. And when I open that, there's a couple different things here, which when I press them, will just give me, system not implemented exceptions, which, oh yeah, I should actually get rid of the other one that's just generating random ones because that is not helpful. So I'm going to go to the empty object and I'm going to remove this because it's definitely clouding the log right now. So I'm going to remove components. I'm going to save, remember, save often. And I'm going to take the Crashlytics tester and I'm going to delete that because this is something you do not want in your final product. Okay, so with all that in mind, I'm going to start this again. I'm going to show you how that works. Go into the debug menu. So there's a couple methods here that we're going to fill in, actually. They run the gamut from things like just crashing immediately to purposely causing an ANR if you're using Android. If you're using iOS, don't worry, we don't need to implement that one, but we'll have a couple functions that I'll discuss going forward, such as the ability to log non-fatal errors, log strings, and set custom keys. And I'll tell you a bit more about what those are later. So we're now going to open up crashmenu.cs, which we can, again, just find in the project folder. Menu. Oh, yeah, it's also debug menu. So this is, let me make sure the name of the file. Yeah, this is debugmenu.cs. Oh, yeah, okay, it's this one. Cool. So from here, we're going to open up a file that, it kind of includes some GUI logic, so don't worry about that. It's kind of done in a different way than Unity typically does theirs, but what's really important is these method bodies over here. which we're going to fill in with different advanced Crashlytics usage. We have Crash Now, which, as you might expect, causes an instant crash. We have log non-fatal error, which I already kind of discussed earlier. And we have log string and Crash Now, which is basically showing that you're able to note things in logs that then will show up in crash reports, and they do not have to be directly associated with each other. Basically, anything you send to Crashlytics through this logging method will just be counted towards any subsequent crashes or issues. And this is a nice way to tell how or where things happened and kind of assemble a list of events, or like a way of trying to understand the logical flow of how things happened, either within your program or user interaction, like say if they did a couple events in a row. And then we also have set and overwrite custom keys, then crash. So this is sort of the opposite. It's if you want only the most recent value of something rather than like a list of them. And one thing that's nice about this is if you don't want to be inundated with extra information for you to have to read through, and you have something where only the last value of it matters, this is really nice. Again, I'm not actually going to be doing this one because this is something for the Android version, but I have a method that purposefully causes an ANR and kind of shows how, so for any of you who have done Android development, or for any of those who not done Android development actually as well, ANR stands for application not responding, which is a condition where basically your application is blocking the UI thread for a significant amount of time, and it can cause, like basically users can decide whether or not to force close your app. And this can count against you in a number of metrics and rankings, and it is not a good user experience. Like it's actually really frustrating. So it is very nice to be able to better understand why these are happening, and this is something that people have had difficulty with for a long time. And Crashlytics makes it actually very, I won't say easy, but it makes it much easier to better understand these. And we have a method that kind of shows you how you can look into these. What's interesting is that some of this stuff actually can also help you better understand stuff that's happening in a cross-platform setting, so Android and iOS. But the reason we don't have it on the iOS version of this code lab is ANRs don't literally exist on iOS, or at least the general idea exists, but the phenomena, like where it's actually called that and does that, does not. So I won't get into that later. Just wanted to give a little shout out to a very helpful functionality. Oh, another thing that we do in here is we actually use Google Analytics to log a couple things, such as logging progress events with string literals, or using ints and parameters. And this is nice because Google Analytics, for many reasons, enhances Firebase functionality. But one of the ways in which it does is this information is actually logged to your crashes or Crashlytics events, such that you can get a better idea, or quote unquote breadcrumb, of how things happened. And analytics, as a very useful product, being able to be automatically used for both purposes is very nice. Not to mention, a lot of people are already using analytics, so being able to apply it again is very useful. So moving on to ensuring delivery of crash reports. This is actually where I talk about what I've already brought up regarding in the iOS simulator, you have to close the Xcode. You have to close Xcode, and if you are running mobile devices such as Android or iOS, you have to launch the app again after it either crashed or ran into an error. This may change, but for right now, basically it records the error, and then you have to restart it, at which point during its contact with Firebase, it will upload that information. So one of the first things we're going to do is sort of call Crash Now, which is one of the buttons available in that menu. And I'm just going to have it call test crash, which is a method I've already placed in here. It actually calls a built-in Unity method that is just for testing crashes. And so from there, one thing to note is you cannot David might be able to speak to this more, but you cannot really test Crashlytics itself in the editor. You have to test it either in simulator or in devices. And so, like, while I build for that, David, that sounds about right, right?
Yeah, it's for actual crashes. That's correct. You can test logging and events in the editor.
Yeah, good point. yeah, so we're just going to rebuild right now, and I'm going to cause a test crash, which, yeah, as Dave mentioned, this is an actual crash, which I've basically set this up so that if you call this method on your desktop, it's not going to crash. So don't worry about that. It gives you a pretty stern warning, like, hey, maybe don't do that, or something to the effect of like, hey, I've, you know, made it so that it doesn't happen, but sort of try testing this on the correct device. So yeah, this shouldn't take too long. So once that finishes building, I'm going to stop Xcode, and then I'm going to press the Crash Now button, and we'll see how that shows up in the editor, or in the Firebase console. Just imagine if every time I started my real phone, I you know, just did a series of, you know, 3 flips, or 4 flips. Oh no, 3 flips in order to get to the right position, just as a ritual. Okay, so I'm now going to close this, and from there I'm going to open this. Okay, so I'm going to go into the debug menu, and again, notice these ones don't do anything. This one is now going to. Oh, interesting. It did. Oh, hitting it twice crashed it. So it's definitely something I've seen before, but kind of varies. But let's see if I restart this, whether that gets reported, and kind of go from there. So again, it has started with the main menu, meaning that it has made contact and, you know, check things properly. So from there, I'm going to close this now and then look at the console. So I'm going to go back to the Crashlytics console, and I should have I have a series of new ones actually. Let me make sure. Yes, this is the one I was looking for. It's happening in on pointer click because, you know, I'm clicking that button that has Crash Now. And so if I go through, has the on pointer click, which is basically this is going through the stack trace, some of which is pretty easy to read, and some of which is, you know, a little bit more difficult. But the GUI button.cs is calling on pointer click, and it's calling a custom method called force crash, which, you know, this is basically happening through what occurred earlier. I think we can get a little bit more context. Oh yeah, this goes into a lot more than I think you need right now, but this is what we were hoping to find. So from there, I talk a little bit about understanding this window, which, you know, I've kind of already elaborated on. Talks about the additional metadata, which is, and elaborates some of the ways in which that's very nice for debugging. So now we're going to, so that's basic use of Crashlytics. Like as it stands, you would be able to get crashes, you would be able to get exceptions. And like many people kind of stop here. And frankly, that's like, you know, a valid use case and helps a lot of people better understand their app. But what if I told you, you can go a step beyond? Sounds like I'm talking to, you know, a young Goku or something. But anyways, so I'm going to open up the debug menu again. And from there, I'm going to go to log non-fatal error. So, oh, actually, I'm going to start by including this using Firebase.Crashlytics, because to include the non-automatic, more purposeful functionality, you're going to need to place this in. So in this code lab, I kind of have it set up that you're supposed to do all these changes and build repeatedly between each. But for the purpose of today's session, in order to save a little bit of time, I'm actually going to do a couple of them at once and then show their functionality. Because, you know, with the context of me talking a little bit about it, you won't need to demonstrate each step. So here's the log non-fatal error method. So I'm going to replace it with the one that exists here, which all this is going to do is it will, let me indent that one more time. It will basically just log an exception, which is, we're going to, so it's going to first just throw a system.exception and explain, hey, it's a test exception and that where it's thrown. At which point we're just going to catch it. and then kind of just log it. For those of you who, kind of use exception handling, you obviously know this is maybe not always ideal, but for the purpose of illustrating this, we're gonna kind of keep things simple and not actually handle like whatever logical error we could create. So all this is going to do is when you press the log non-fatal error, it will just demonstrate how these are shown. I'll do like say 2 of these at once. But long story short, it kind of shows how this is displayed here. And from there, it talks a little bit about the event type. So you can set to, non-fatal error if you want to check that. And this is very useful if you have something that is happening consistently in the background, but not crashing things, but that could lead to odd behavior or could lead to an eventual crash. There's many other reasons to use it as well, but those are kind of 2 of the more common ones. So going forward, we have another method called log strings to crashlytics. Oh, no, that's not the name of the method. That's the name of the section. It's log string and crash now. So you might be able to guess what this does. But it will just log a couple strings and kind of show how it can be used to better understand the execution path of your app. And so, for instance, I'm doing something that the compiler is going to warn me about, which is I have this const here, which is set to false, and then I have an else, statement, or no, I have a the if statement that will never get, run. And this is just to kind of show you like, hey, this obeys flow of control, etc. So yeah, let's try building this real quick. We actually don't need to build it to show just like sort of the flow. So let me just do that real quick. So opening that up, I'm going to go into here and log non-fatal error. That that one actually we would actually need it. And then I'm going to do log strings and crash now. So this is where you're going to get the, hey, test crash called an editor, avoiding a real forced crash of the editor. That's the message I was referring to earlier. So let me actually build this now that we have 2 of these under our belt. And yeah, as sort of quote unquote advanced features go, these are relatively simple, but you can use more elaborate versions of these. Say if you had logs strewn throughout like a sort of crash vulnerable module, you could definitely collect information from like dynamically pathed like execution, as opposed to this, which is very static. But I kind of wanted to keep the example short so people could easily understand what's going on at any given point instead of having to really fight the code. But you can kind of imagine what you could do with this at a larger scale. So just waiting for that to build. Okay, so I'm again going to close this. Okay, thankfully the stop showed up a lot faster this time. So from here, I'm going to enter, and I'm going to log a non-fatal error a couple times, just to make sure I get what I'm looking for. And then now I'm going to do log strings and crash now. Yeah, this is still running to the issue with the having to crash twice thing, but for right now, it's not the worst. So basically, the Unity debug crash method has a bug that on certain versions causes it to have to crash, have to be called twice before it actually crashes, which it's whatever. Slash, I could, just call another sort of crash, but as it stands, I wanted to use the simplest one that Unity offers so that it's kind of more standardized. And from there, I'm going to go back into Crashlytics, and I'm going to look at these. So these are all open. One issue with this is having to filter through all the ones that I see right now. So let me get rid of all the not implemented exception, just because those are not really relevant to what we're talking about. So I'll just close that for now. You can find documents regarding sort of like what that means and like what that flow is like in another case. But for instance, let me make sure this is. So this should be. Oh wait, I have to relaunch the app. Yes, in order to upload that. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing the one I was expecting. Okay. This is what we're looking for. Okay, so for the log non-fatal error, we're just getting a non-fatal error, which tells you where it came from. And then for the actual fatal one that crashed, we're going to go over here and we're going to look at logs where we'll find this information regarding, what the exact logs that were spelled out in that method. And again, this can kind of tell us what was and wasn't hit. So while quote unquote printf debugging is not a great way of doing things when you have something local on your machine where you can easily attach, when something is in the wild, this is definitely a nice way to tell the order of execution is to have similar things like that log, because again, these are one, timestamped, and two, correlated with other much more substantive information. So even though, again, printf debugging on your own machine, not great, here it actually does like a lot of good and can help you learn a lot more about what's happening with your app. And yeah, I was just making sure we're good on time. So we have like a little bit more information here. So it talks about the logs. And then from there, so I'm going to do write and overwrite a custom key. So as discussed previously, this basically will only keep the most recent version of a certain piece of data in a key, in a keyed dictionary, basically, that will get uploaded. But while it uses strings, you can actually, one, use the toString method on whatever you're hoping to store. But two, it is helpful to often reduce the complexity of what you are trying to send up. So for instance, in this method, I'm actually using times, but in order to filter more easily, such that I'm not having to filter exact times and look for them, I am instead looking at time of day, which is, I'm instead looking at like which part of the day it is, so morning, noon, night type thing. And therefore, I'm doing a process called discretizing, where you take a large, expansive type of input and you turn it into a smaller output that makes things easier to sort of like, one, understand, and two, more easily search for pockets. And, obviously there's much more complicated statistical versions of this, but my version is really just like cutting the day into a couple either quadrants or something like that. I forget off the top of my head. And so with that said, I'm just going to emplace this method. Let me see. So set an override, custom key, then crash. Okay. It's this one. I'm going to put that in line with the rest of it. And kind of the information here tells a little bit more about it as well. I will see what is next after that. Oh, okay. The next one's Android only. So actually, I will just run this now and show you kind of what that does. But this is like handy, again, if you have like a large continuous distribution of data that you want to make into something more easily understandable / like categorizable. You could do similar things with like ranges of numbers or like positions. If you like, say, took like a 3D space and made it into like an oct tree or something like that, you could do that. But I'll leave that up to you to figure out clever ways to pack very complicated information into a, more easily understandable and hopefully helpful space. I'm now just thinking about someone taking a 2D space and turning it into a battleship grid and kind of going from there, which again, given this is games, you could easily do something like that. actually thinking about it, if you did some stuff with if you're doing anything with procedural generation, that could be a fun way of turning something back into a seed, or not really relevant, but could be fun. Okay. Okay. Here. It's a custom key and crash. Okay, and then I will activate it and go from there. Cool. So I'll confirm reception. Okay. I think this is the new one. Let's check it out. So if it is, yeah. Ooh, maybe not. Okay, let me. Okay, it's refreshed. Okay, okay. So this one of these might be the new one. Let me check this one. Okay, this is the one I was looking for. So I'm kind of doing something a bit odd, but basically the time that I'm setting is not actually the current time. I take the current time and then I add a certain amount of time to it to change the key, because I just wanted to demo, like, hey, if you took the current time and then added an amount that sets it over to like the next period, what would it be? And so currently here, as I'm recording, I think it's technically afternoon. So I just put in enough extra time on it that it'll become night, and it's reporting that out. And then from there, so that works, and you can use that for any number of things. Like if you wanted to tag, hey, what was the player's most recent action, or like, hey, what was the most recent like library call to something external. Say if you're trying to better understand code happening in external libraries, and you want a record that will survive a crash so you can better understand the crash. That's definitely one way of doing so, and I've seen people use it as such. So the next section, again, Android only. I kind of already elaborated what it's doing. It's a fun method. It's definitely, simulating some work on a thread that is not actually within Unity. So it's doing some unnatural things, but in a way that like real external libraries might. And oftentimes people run into ANRs most when they're working with external libraries that they don't have visibility into. So this actually gives a pretty good example of how to use a combination of keys and logs to do that. So if you are doing this with iOS, it might actually still be useful to read this, but not necessarily implement it. So finally, we have some stuff about interspersing analytics data to further enrich reports. And this is really simple. So as some of you might know, Google Analytics, a very feature-rich product with many different aspects. I'm going to use the most basic version of what is offered just to keep things very simple. You can do much more complicated things, but I'll leave those as an exercise for the viewer. So I'm going to find log progress event, which I think is also in here. Yes. Okay, cool. And all this is going to do in this version is just say like, hey, this person's progress, the abstract quantity of progress is 40%. And I'm going to then log an int, which will use some of the built-in event parameters rather than custom ones. And so these include things like post score and parameter score, which are included constants that you can look into our documentation about, but they are just strings similar to this. But these are ones that are kind of more standardized, while these are ones that you'll want to do yourself. You're clearly scoring 42. It's a very meaningful number. And I'm going to, again, save this, and I'm going to wait for it to compile and then rebuild and deploy. So if you guys followed my advice with doing push-ups during these, I hope you've been getting a pretty good workout, Just a good start or end of your day, depending where you're at. Okay, so we'll be in business soon. And then after this, we'll pretty much be done, but I'll kind of talk more about what, next steps there could be or things like that, and then kind of open things up for questions. There's more steps to the pathway, but this is the most technical of the various steps. So I figured it would be nice to go through and kind of talk with people about their questions regarding it. So, okay. From here, all I'm going to do is, so these are regular analytics events. They're tied to this log string event and log int event. And I'm just going to press them randomly. And then I'm going to cause a crash. So what I should see when viewing it is the crash should be annotated with strings mentioning those and also saying that they're from Google Analytics. So going into here, should be this one. Or maybe, no. I think it will be this one right here. So on opening this, I will go to logs. And since it's the most recent version, so notice when you have one type of crash, you can actually look at the different instances of it, which might have different data or different logs. So on the most recent one, it shows these various Google Analytics events, such as progress and post score, which by weird coincidence happen to be the same ones that I just implemented. And by weird coincidence, I mean, this is what we were looking to do. So we have successfully done that. With that in mind, that's kind of the end of those. And the last page is the going forward section, which talks a little bit about, how you can use these, that you should use them, and things that we could do later, such as a upcoming pathway and code lab that are coming up called Instrument Your Game with Remote Config, that hopefully y'all will check out at a later time. But if I were to go back to the pathway itself, I'll just show what remains. So there's that intro video that I do, but then there's a little comic here that y'all can check out. I'm not going to turn this into an audiobook or anything and read through it with you. But after that, you'll take a quiz, kind of making sure that you kind of understood some of the lessons here. Hopefully, it kind of serves the purpose of helping people better understand not only Crashlytics, but their own games, because it's definitely helped me. So yeah, that's pretty much it for what I wanted to go over just on my own. But I'd love to take questions from y'all. Oh, well, thank you. You can also write them as well. I don't mind either way. And like, if you're worried about like asking something that quote unquote everyone knows, don't worry. That means there's inherently someone else there who also doesn't know it. I think that's definitely oftentimes an unfounded fear. So please go ahead. Yeah, if you guys if you guys don't have any questions, I guess David, Huey, if you have anything that you would want to either say to the audience or to ask me about that you think I might be able to add or that you would like to add, I'd love to have that little discussion before, kind of wrapping up.
Well, that was a great session. Thank you so much for presenting, Joe. Well, for those of you who are joining us for our Global Game Jam, next week, we will also be available to chat on the Discord channel. So feel free to reach out. And Joe will be also there to answer any questions you may have and things like that.
Yeah, another question. This was this session's recorded / will this be available at a later time for participants, or is this are there other plans for that?
Yep. We're going to share this whoever wants to view it later on as well.
Oh, cool.
I would also point out for our users, if you do run into any issues between now and the game jam, feel free to post an issue in our GitHub repo. All the developers who work on the SDKs monitor that repo and can help you out. And if there's anything that you need to share with us that's private to your application, you can also reach out to Firebase support and they can work with you to get all the information they need to help you out. So be proactive. We're here to help.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I'd also say if there's anything that you think is happening on your side rather than something that's happening on the Firebase side, like, yeah, use the Discord channel. But if it's something that you think is happening on the Firebase SDK side, then definitely do what David said. Or even do both if you are unsure about which one it is.
Well, I think that wraps it up. Thank you all so much for joining. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye. Take care. Happy Monday.
So, we said we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And the online multiplayer.
What?
What?
Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gas.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean coherence at coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah, just 2 boxes syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ. Hi, today we're gonna have a look at how to take a single-player game and make it multiplayer with coherence. Coherence comes with a lot of features that help you make all kinds of multiplayer games. What we'll focus on today is how easy it is to get started. To test this, we wanted to see how quickly we could add multiplayer to a popular package in the Unity Asset Store. You'll find the link in the description below. So let's get this started. Let me turn on the timer. First, let's go to docs.coherence.io and click on the installation page. We scroll down to the package manager section and I'll copy the URL to the package repo. In Unity, let's open project settings and click on package manager to add our scope registry. We'll enable pre-release packages and then enter the name, URL, and scope. We'll click Save and close the settings. And now let's open the package manager itself and select My Registries. We can see that the coherence package is already available, so let's go ahead and install it. Now that Coherence is installed, we can click Welcome in the Coherence menu and open the Coherence Hub. Let's connect the project with our free online username by clicking on Login Sign Up and logging in the browser. Going back to the Unity editor, we can now select our default organization and project. Now let's set up our scene by clicking on the Scene tab and adding a monobridge, a live query, and a sample connect dialog. Now we can look at our Fox game object. We can see that it has a lot of components for handling animation states and inputs. Let's add a coherent sync component to it. We'll need to convert it into a prefab, so let's click on Convert to Prefab in Assets and add it to the prefab mapper. We have to define what fields to sync over the network, so let's click Configure and select Position, Rotation, Local Scale, and all parameters in the animator. There is a lot more we could be synchronizing and fine-tuning, but let's stick to the defaults for now. Right now, we don't need to expose any methods as RPCs, but we do need to define what happens to components on remote Foxes. We want the rigid body to be kinematic and disable the input and other components that control the Fox's logic. When Coherence spawns this prefab over the network, it will make sure these settings are applied. Now let's close the configuration window and go back to the Coherence Hub. Let's go to Schemas and click on Bake Now. This will generate the client-side network code for all our Coherence prefabs. If we want to use the Coherence Cloud, we have to make sure that our configuration is uploaded. So let's click on Upload to Coherence Cloud. Now we can hit play and we'll see that the region selector gets populated with the EU region already. So we can go ahead and create a room. We're connected to the cloud, but there's nobody else in our session. So what do? Let's make a build. We'll create and join a new room called Demo. And run the editor scene again. We can now see that the demo room is already here, so let's join it. And voila, 2 Foxes synchronizing online. We can now send this build to a friend and play the game together. Let's check the timer. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to set up basic networking. Not bad. Coherence also allows you to share builds online. Let's first go to our project dashboard, go to Share Build, and make sure we have build sharing enabled. To make things extra interesting, let's switch to WebGL and make a new build. Let's give our build a name. Let's call it WebGL. And when the build is ready, we can navigate to the Share Build section of Coherence Hub. Let's select WebGL and the corresponding build folder. Now we can click on Begin Upload. Alright, the game build is uploaded. If we go back to the dashboard, we can see the public URL of the project. Let's open it in a new tab. There, the game's running in the browser. Let's create a new room and call it Demo Web and join it. In the editor, we can now join the same room. So let's hit play, see the room listing. As you can see, the demo room's there, and we join it. And now we can see the Fox syncing between the web browser using WebRTC and the Unity editor using UDP. Thanks for watching this video on how to make a simple multiplayer game with coherence. This is of course just the start, and there's much more to explore, like network commands, server-side simulation, authority transfer, and other advanced features. Stay tuned for more videos, join our Discord, and head over to coherence.io and sign up for your free account.
For an upcoming game jam, at some point every jammer faces the same question. What am I going to use to make my game? Well, look no further. I've got something just for you. .BigBang is a fully featured, web-based game-making platform that you should totally use for your next game jam. So here we go. Let's just jump right into it. Here are 10 surprising reasons that you should use .BigBang for your next game jam. You don't need to download anything. .BigBang runs in your browser and works on any device. Laptop, smartphone, tablet, console, or even your smart fridge. All you need to do is make an account and you're ready to start making games. You don't need to worry about downloading or updating an app, how long your builds will take, or where you're gonna host your game. We've got everything taken care of for you. As long as you have an internet connection, you can start sharing your games right away. .BigBang runs best in Chrome or Chromium-based browsers like Edge, Brave, and others. And if you'd rather not work in a browser, you're also welcome to install the desktop app. You can share your game instantly with a link and play with your friends. In order to share your game with your friends, all you need to do is click the share button, copy the link, and send it to them. Or just send the link that's in your browser. Once they click the link, they're already playing your game. And when you use the share button, you get a multiplayer link. So you can actually instantly play your game live with your friends. This mechanic is great for playtesting your game while your game's in progress during the jam, and really great for sharing your game with your family and friends once the jam's over. Your game will work on any device, console, mobile, desktop, you name it. Like I mentioned before, no need to worry about where to host your game or how people are going to play it. We've got that covered. If you're planning on working with a team, .BigBang makes that super easy for you. Just by sharing a multiplayer link with your teammates, you and your teammates can instantly start building out your game together. .BigBang supports live multiplayer editing, which is the click of a button, and you can all playtest the game together while you're building it. Here's a big one. Networking is built in. So if you've ever wanted to make a multiplayer game, .BigBang is the place for you. Every game on .BigBang is multiplayer by default. All you have to do is share the multiplayer link. Our networking system is super straightforward. Entities in your game can be marked as networked by just adding a tag. And there are a ton of multiplayer games and scripts on the platform already that can show you the ropes of writing networking code. Also, we have great articles and documentation introducing you to the various concepts you'll need to know when you want to take your multiplayer aspect to the next level. Did you know you can have all the power of VS Code in your browser? Well, with .BigBang, you can. .BigBang has a built-in VS Code editor with TypeScript, complete with debugging capabilities and autocomplete. You can use the editor to edit code while the game is running and see updates happen in real time. We have plenty of documentation and videos that cover scripting in .BigBang as well. You'll have access to thousands of scripts for your use. .BigBang creators have created tons of scripts that you can use in your own games. Just select an entity, select Browse Items, and you can search for scripts that other users have made. For example, if I want to make this door open, and I don't know how, I can search through scripts until I find a door script that works for my purpose. You can also remix other users' scripts to repurpose them for your own use. Remixing and repurposing scripts can really speed up your game making process during a game jam, where time is everything. And whenever you write a script of your own, you can easily share it with other creators to use the script in their games. .BigBang allows creators to remix games, meaning that creators can actually get their own copy of another game and edit it. If you find a game you like and you're wondering how it was made, as long as it's set as remixable, you can actually take a look into how they made that game and how everything works. You can even make edits of your own, or entirely make your own version of the game if you'd like. .BigBang has made some starter templates that you can use as well, like a first-person shooter template and an obstacle course template. There's also a template for people who are new to scripting and want to learn more about it, or new to building out an environment and want to learn how to do that. So definitely check those out. You can find the links in the description. You're probably wondering where all these lovely art assets are coming from. Well, .BigBang has a robust, built-in voxel object editor, complete with animation capabilities. You can make your own assets, and then jump into your game and drag them right into your level. There is a huge library of voxel art for use in your game. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, what if I can't make art? You're in luck. Just like with scripts, .BigBang has thousands of voxel objects made by other creators that you can use in your game. If you're working with a team, your teammates can make art that you can instantly drag into your game. And if you're an artist, you can make your own art usable by other creators. You can talk to the devs directly for help. If at any point you're stuck or need some guidance, you can reach out to the .BigBang devs on Discord. The link's in the description. The devs have been making games with .BigBang for years and are happy to help out creators as much as we can. We've also got documentation, videos, and live streams that show you all sorts of ways you can use .BigBang. Whether you're an artist or a programmer, if it's your first game jam, or if you're a veteran, or if you're anywhere in between, .BigBang has a place for you. So that was 10 reasons to use .BigBang at your next game jam. If you want to give it a try, go to .bigbang.com to get started and join our Discord to meet other creators and have your questions answered by the same developers who built the platform. The links are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy jamming!
Hey, how's it going?
Hey Tim, how are you doing?
Doing well.
Is everything,
Things-
all the prep is happening for Global Game Jam?
Yeah, it's going well so far. We've had a lot of good sessions. Looking forward to yours with Big Bang.
Sure.
Yeah. Thanks everybody for tuning in today. GGJ Prep Week, day 1. Getting ready to have a session with one of our headline sponsors here, Big Bang, who's back again for the second year in a row. We're super excited and happy to have them with us, and they're going to show you what you can do with Big Bang during Global Game Jam and beyond. So that's all yours.
Awesome. Thanks, Tim. Yeah, so just to do some quick introductions, my name is Robert Anderberg. I'm known as Bobby D on the Big Bang Discord. And today I'm just going to talk a little bit about making games, breaking games, the kind of things you can do with Big Bang, why you might want to use it for Global Game Jam, what it's good at, what it's not so good at. And yeah, that's it. So in the background here, this is a live game that we've built. I'm going to do some more things. But yeah, I thought that, maybe just to kick off the stream, I could use my ukulele and sing you a little song. This song I made up 5 minutes ago, and it's just about Global Game Jam. So let's go to the tune of a song you might know. Global Game Jam, come on, grab your friends. We're gonna make some good old games with Big Bang and Rob the Human. We're gonna make some games, it's Big Bang. Look at that, what a nice little start. So let me put down my little ukulele. I didn't think about this aspect of it. Where should it go? It's coming down here. Okay, so I've said this word Big Bang, which probably doesn't mean anything, a few times, but what actually is it? Well, Big Bang is a video game creation platform where you can make your own stuff. You can use things other people have made, and you can make games and share them with your friends. You can make games with friends in multiplayer. And what I like about this little game that's running in the background is you might not be able to see it, but my game character is actually in here, and we can go and have a look. So let's stop this game. Just zoom in for a second, and you can see that all of the different individual parts to this game are made out of separate entities, which are voxel objects. And we can take any of these things and we can move them around, and we can recompose stuff. So we can spin this stuff around, we can grab this like this, and then as we're going, we can jump in and play it, right? See what it feels like. And I think that one of the really nice things about the platform is that it all runs in a browser, so you don't need to install something. So often, when I want to build something new, I'll just go, over here and find something that I've already made. So let's jump into a more playable version of this game we've just made. And as you can see, it loads super fast. And I think that's also something that I really always like to make sure is the case, simply because, you know, I think there's a lot of times that you want to do something creative, but it never really happens. And I think, you know, a lot of that is down to the time it takes between thinking of an idea and like actually doing the idea. So today I'm just going to show you, you know, I'm not going to build a game. I'm just going to show you all of the different bits and pieces that we've got. I'm going to do a tour through some games, some things that I like, some different experiences, and then kind of show you a couple of things on the way. You know, the audience for this, you know, is people who've built games before, but also if you've never made a game before and you just want to jump in and do something, there's a lot that you can do too. So yeah, that's how it's going to go. Let's see. So here, you know, I'm taking a piece of this thing that's called Octo Temple, and I'm just doing a little bit of playing around with it. I'm just going to make some steps for myself. And then as soon as we've done that, you know, we can run around in the editor and see how it feels, you know, and we can actually change it in the editor here while we're playing. And all of that will get remembered and saved. And, you know, we can also jump back and see what it would look like without the editor, just playing the game. So this is kind of fun. So far, we're just building very simple things. You know, so far we're just like, there's no logic here. We're just messing around. And one of the things I really like, and one of the kind of main aspects of this, you know, editor is that you can scale things, you know. So if we want another platform, instead of having to make another object and make more voxels and stuff, we can just scale this guy up. There you go. See? And then that means that you can reuse a lot of these pieces in lots of ways. Let's see how that works. I'm going to jump back to the editor camera. Jump up here. Now, in the preparation for this stream, I didn't fully think about where it's streaming. I think it's going out to YouTube and to Twitch. So I should probably, oh, so the other thing I should mention is I'm not a streamer. I have no streaming experience, as you probably have already realized. So please be kind and gentle. And I'm going to go and find the Twitch stream, see if I think actually I can ask somebody to post it to me. Chris, if you can hear me, please be my savior and post me a link to where the streams are happening, or send me questions. So yeah, so Big Bang is a platform that lets me make and play games in a web browser. It works on mobile, so it works on Android and iOS. It also works on desktop devices. Works best in Chromium-based browsers, but that's just because, you know, Chrome is generally faster to run code. So yeah, so what can we do now? Well, you know, we made this thing. It was quite simple. But if we want to add some logic to it, well, there's a few things that we can do. The first thing that we can do is just grab some scripts that people have already written and just throw it on there. And now we've got a super fast spinny thing. But it's spinning, I would say that's spinning way too quickly for something to be fun. So we can just slow this right down with a slider. And that looks a lot better. We can change this number. Here you go. Chris is coming through, sending me all of the stuff. I don't know. Is that a good speed? Maybe 8 is a good speed. Maybe 10 is a good speed. I think that's a good speed. So let's go and play from the player camera again. Now we've got ourselves a rotating thing, and you know, by default, the player will stick to this thing and move around with it. So we can create quite a lot by just doing very simple things here. Okay, now I've got my links. I can see if there are any questions or thoughts people might have. This stream's going to be quite relaxed and fun. That's what I'm going for. So if you're looking for high energy, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Global Game Jam. Okay, now I can see it. Okay. So now I can see the Global Game Jam chat. We can see if there's anybody in here who wants to ask questions. Yeah, so if you want to ask questions, I'm new to streaming, like I said, but feel free to put them in the Twitch chat. There you go, chill vibes. Yeah. So I didn't get any. I didn't see what the response to my ukulele playing was. Hopefully it was. Hopefully that's a good way to start. I don't know. I like to add a little bit of music. Yeah. So we've got some really simple things happening here, and let's see what else we can do. So we've also got this thing called templates. They're also called prefabs in other game engines like Unity. Just chuck some stuff on here like this. These are little jump pads. We've got lots of other bits and pieces of fun stuff in here. Like a checkpoint. That sounds like a good thing to put in here at some point. So I'm going to go back to the player cam. Let's start the game as if we had started from scratch. So this is what it would look like. I'm going to jump up here. Boing, boing, boink. Yeah, seems pretty fun. So yeah, you can create stuff by just dragging things in. This kind of template library is available for everyone. So you can go and look in here and browse stuff. I've also got this other Jeep thing. And what else have we got here? Loads of different things. Shrink drink and a grow cake. Yeah, that's another fun thing, right? So like I was saying earlier, scaling is a really simple thing, but we can make our character bigger or smaller, maybe too big, like this. I'm going to be terrible at keeping up with this chat, by the way, so let me just, please bear with me. Yeah, and so you can, let's have a look. Feral Bob. People waving. Oh, yeah. Haven't seen you for a while, Feral Bob. What a great name. That is your name, isn't it? Feral Bob? Yeah. I'm a Zergling. I hate too much. How about you? Okay, yeah. So there's no questions so far. That's good. So, you might be thinking, well, how far can I go with this? Like, what can I make? And that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. I'm going to jump back out here. So when I threw this script on earlier, I grabbed spin and I put it on. Like one thing that's interesting is that we can click this little pencil icon here and we can just see the code, and what we can do is, here's a version that I made earlier. That's my own. Mine. And then in here, this has got a slider that is kind of like a nicer feel to it. And then we can just change this code. So the platform uses TypeScript as its scripting language. And then the code editor here is the code editor from Visual Studio Code. If you've used that at all, this will be very familiar to you. So I'm going to move my little spinny guy over to the right. And then we can just edit this code. So if we wanted to go just to experiment with things, we can change it in here. And then this is a full TypeScript editor. So, all of the stuff that's in VS Code is in here. So yeah, you can write very simple things like this, or you can write much more complex stuff. And then in terms of the way games are made, everything in the game is just an entity. That's our name for like a thing in the game that has it's kind of got a position, etc. So if we click on the player, there's no difference between the player and anything else. And the player has, everything that we've written. I mean, obviously, a player controller is usually quite complex in a game. So everything that we've created for our player, for example, this player can do emotes like this. It can move around. It can. It has like some camera logic so that the camera doesn't clip through things like this. He says as it clips through some things. All of this code about how the player actually moves and interacts with things is visible on the player character. And you can see all of these scripts that we've written. And so you can go in here and see how they work. The player itself is obviously a bit more complex than a kind of a thing that's spinning around, but you can take the speed of the character and change that around. Now we've got a fast character. And then you can go and look at this code. And obviously there's a lot more code here. Anyone who's made a game before realizes that you tend to accumulate stuff in your player controller. So we are no different, but it's all available for you to see. So my point there is everything that's in a game is the same. There's no difference. The only difference is that the player entity comes from a template, and the template is spawned when the game starts. So you can say in here, like, here's the default player template. You can pick a different thing in here. So yeah, so that is, that's a really quick tour of the basic. Oh, now I've got a super fast character. The basics of this. But there is another aspect that I want to show really quickly. So what I'm going to do is copy this link. And when I press this share button up here in the top corner, it says, share this link with your friends to invite them to this game. And what might not be 100% obvious is that what that's doing is creating a multiplayer link. And then when we share it, people can jump in and directly join this game. So I'm going to put this in the chat. Verify your email in settings to join in with the Global Game Jam chat. Oh man. Okay, well, I'm going to paste this to my friend Chris. And they're going to put it in the chat. Here you go. And then anybody who's in the chat right now can just jump in. And if you have an account, you'll be able to edit along with me. And if you don't have an account, you can join as a guest. You don't need an account to be able to play a game or jump into a game. So hopefully that, oh, I think DMM can't post either. Do we know? Can we get a link in the chat? How does it work? Maybe I'll put it over here. Here you go. I'm going to put it in this other thing that we're using and see if it turns up in the chat. Doobity-doop, there you go. Okay, well, we've got one friendo in here, so that's good. So, you know, Chris clicked this link. Now he's in here, and we can edit together, right? So that's really fun. So, you know, Chris can start putting stuff in. He can grab things. And when he starts doing stuff, you know, you'll see that we kind of draw a line from the thing that he's clicking on. So there you go. Look, we've got some other people turning up. So yeah, if people, there you go, he's adding some stuff. So you can see, like, you know, we got a whole bunch of people here turning up. And one of the things that I really like is just making stuff. You know, I think, especially when, you know, in the context of like a game jam, I think there's a huge amount of emphasis, you know, often put on like creating final games or like making the next big thing. I actually think there's a huge amount of joy just in creation itself. And so, you know, when we go and just like jump in here, hang out as a group, and people start just making stuff, then I think there's a lot of fun to be had, right? So I always like to put a little house in. Oh yeah, I got to search everything, not just my things. Basic snowy house, I don't know about that. House of straw, do I want a complicated house? Oh, too many decisions. Let's see, maybe somebody else knows, maybe somebody else watching the stream knows a good house to add. I don't know, I don't want to get it wrong. I don't think this one's got a door, no. So all of these things here along the bottom that you're seeing, this is like every object people have ever made in .Big Bang. And they, you know, when you make something in .Big Bang, you can decide whether or not you want to allow other people to use it. So if you wanted to make something and just have it in your games, it's totally fine. If you want to make something and allow other people to use it, that's totally fine. And if you want to make something and let other people edit it and make their own versions of it, you know, that's totally fine too. So yeah, I think, oh, yeah, wow. Somebody, so then, you know, people have built things. So we can see this right here. Let me just jump to this me just jump to this. Yeah. How do I do this? I know what I'm doing. So people have built some things in the community. I believe that this was made by Scooter D, one of our old school builders who's in our Discord. And, I think just there's no way, well, I don't think there's no way I could build this if I spent, 10 years learning how to do art. But today, there's no way that I could build this. And so the ability for me as a programmer who's, mainly spent my career doing gameplay programming, to be able to put something like this in a game, that's really kind of fantastic for me. And the idea that you can just bash something together very quickly is hugely appealing. So yeah, we can see people have brought some other stuff in here. I still didn't get my cozy building, but rating chat, isn't that part of being a streamer? You've got to call chat out for things. Chat, put a house in here. See, I'm a good streamer. Maybe I should just fight. There is actually a building. I know. It's because maybe I should be searching for building. Town hall. There's this wooden encampment thing. This thing's huge as well. We can all get in here. It's too small. Okay, I'm going to jump to the player camera so I can see what it feels like. And we can see it's too small. So let's grab it and make it bigger. Sync here. Whoop. Whoop. Is it big enough yet? Sync. Yes, now it's big enough. Okay. I think we should make it a bit bigger. The doorway feels too small still. Okay. Here you go. Okay, so now we can jump in here. Whoop. Get in here. Oh, the ceiling's a bit low still. I'm going to make it bigger. Okay. Here we go. Let's grab it again. Whoop. Zoom out. Better move it back a bit as well because I don't think it's a bit weird that it's right here. I'm going to put it down here. There you go. That's much better. Okay, so let's go along. Everyone got a bit bigger who was in the house as well. Oh well, we scaled them. Let's go upstairs. What's upstairs in this place? Yeah. DMM's upstairs. There's some holes in the wall here though. Look at this. It seems like this place has fallen on hard times. Oh, we're gonna get some lights in here. I feel like this map doesn't have static shadows enabled. Let me go and see. Where is the... I'm going to look at the complicated settings about static shadows. Maybe it's in this thing now. This is fascinating streaming. I'm going to stop doing that. Okay, so now, yeah, there's people putting some particle systems in here. Oh, look, it's turning into fire as I live and breathe. Okay, let me see. I'm on a Mac. How does Safari on an M1 handle it? Handles fine. Yeah, Safari is actually really fast. JavaScript core, which is the JavaScript virtual machine in Safari, is really fast and is very comparable to V8, which is in Chrome and Chromium browsers. The only thing I think in Safari is sometimes Safari itself lags behind a little bit in terms of its web features, but yeah, it's totally fine. And I think the best thing to do is just start doing it. Let's see more questions. What's up? DBB's awesome, says Jump Toast. Thank you very much, Jump Toast. I remember you fondly from last year when you were trying to make a game valiantly, but the player kept getting deleted because it was deleting parented objects. Yeah, I remember that. How are you managing that user-generated content, avoiding the MTTP? I don't know what MTTP is, so maybe I do know what it is. It's probably not appropriate for the stream. yeah, I mean, managing user-generated content, I think, is a huge topic, and it's probably not something we can cover on the stream. But I think fundamentally, there's nothing that you can do apart from look at what's being built and have reporting tools. And sometimes somebody might make something a bit offensive, and that's kind of going to happen. But yeah, if somebody knows where the static shadow settings are these days, go and press that button for me. Oh, what's happening? There's a dragon. OMG. Check this out. It's happening. Yeah, so I mean, like I was saying before, is this a game? I don't know. I mean, it's just a space that we're making. It's got a whole bunch of random stuff in it at the moment. Look at that. A global game jam. And our little doodle friend. Is this this is going to change when I bump into it? 11. I don't know what's going on here. Who's doing this? Lullabus. Lullabus is making some kind of terrifying fire forge. I feel like it should damage you. Maybe not. I'm rather ancient. Look at this person. A little owl on their shoulder. Very nice. Wizarding. I think this wizard is the wizard of this tower. I think the other thing is, one thing that's really nice about voxels and building with voxels, especially at multiple resolutions like this, is that some of these objects here, right, are super complicated. Like this thing here is super busy. Same with the Apollo thing. But then the wizard tower is really simple. And I think what that does is it means that, you can build something that's really simple and use it. You don't need to be, really, really complex artist. Hey, look, somebody fixed the shadows. Whee! Okay, look at that. You see, this is how I want to do game development. I want to do game development just saying things, like shouting into the ether, and then other people do it. Now look inside here, the shadows are fixed. Hey, look, and we got this fire, a beautiful little particle system and some logs. Look at this. What's Lily doing? He's making some. Oh no, DM Digital Monkey Master there's some shenanigans afoot. But yeah, don't scale me. I'm the presenter. Ceiling's a bit low still, but I think maybe it's like a medieval. I don't know if you've ever been to a medieval house in the UK or anything, but it's always super low. I suppose because people were a lot shorter. I suppose. Somebody find out the average height for somebody in the 1600s. Is chat doing my bidding? Look at this. There's a little, and so what's fun is this little thing here, right? This little ship. Oh, let me get in the editor. Ooh, I'm gonna bash through the wall like a god of wall. Oh man, I'm sorry. For anybody who's watching the stream, I'm going to apologize right now for my puns. It's gonna be 2 hours of wall-to-wall puns. Yeah. So, I can take this thing, right? This little ornament that's on the table, and let's go place it on the ground outside, and then we'll discover that, in fact, this thing can be scaled up, and we can go and sail the merry seas. Let's have a look. There was a TV show when I was a kid called Sport Billy, and he had an amazing bag, and in his amazing bag he could put anything of any scale. Sometimes I feel a bit like Sport Billy when I'm making games in Big Bang, because I'm just like, take this tiny little object, and now look at it. Oh man, but it really needs a sea to sail on. We need to make a sea for our. We need a gangplank. We need a plank to get onto it. How are we going to get onto it even? Oh, the sea is happening. Look at this. Oh man, this is the future of game development in the sense that I just say stuff and people just make it. But I want that sea. I want that flippy floppy sea. Like I want a rotatey. I don't want this. I don't want this. Who's making this sea? I'm complaining. Not only am I demanding everybody build stuff, I'm also complaining. Who's making it? Summer. Okay. Summer's now giving up because I'm complaining about it. Okay, there's a field of wheat, a scarecrow. Oh, look at this. If we build it, they will come. If we build it, they will come. That's our company motto. Not really. Oh, look, a ladder is happening. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Captain Bobby D. Sailing the seas. I need a pirate hat now. Is there a pirate hat in the is there a pirate hat in the templates? Come on, somebody must have made a pirate hat. Yes, there is. Okay, let me jump back to player cam. Pirate hat time. Gonna put the pirate hat here. Yar me hearties. Oh well, it's kind of in my face, but you know, I'm a robot anyway, so I don't think I really mind. I don't see using my eyes. I've only got eyes there to make other people feel more comfortable with me. Yar me hearties. Right, I'm gonna survey the land. What is happening? Oh, what is happening underneath here? I'd like to tell you that we planned this, but we didn't plan this in any way, shape, or form. Yar. But now I need a jump. I need a jump pad or something. I'm keeping my ship in a pond that I built in the yard. Okay, I'm going to put a little jump pad down here so we can get back up. Boing. And again, if you want to join it, if you want to come and join what we're doing here, you can. You can click the link in chat, in Twitch chat, and just jump straight in. So, Feral Bob, instead of saying "Does it work?" just click the link. Click the link, bro. Click the link. How do I get this hat off? Is there a hat off thingamajig? Surely there is. Hat. Pick up trash. Does anyone know how to get hats off your head? How hard can it be? It's probably this thing. Let's try. Wink. Nope, it's not that thing. What's this here? Is this a it's a monkey. It's a pirate monkey. I mean, that seems perfect for this. Oh, it's a bit too scary. It's the same size as me. Oh dear. Sync. I think it needs to be smaller. Sync. I don't feel comfortable having a 10-foot high monkey as part of the crew here. Yeah, I just feeling somewhat inferior. Right, let's go back and see if I can get rid of this hat. Hat time. Get rid of a hat. I'd probably just put a different hat on. Wearable cosmetic. It's a good name for a thing, isn't it? Alarm hat. Somebody's probably telling me, somebody's probably screaming at the screen right now saying, "No, you idiot. Jump boost checkpoint." Yeah. Oh, we need a plank to walk. So anybody who comes up here, there's Heather. We need a plank to walk, I believe. Let's go and find it. We've got some guns, but we haven't got a plank. I'm going to make Heather walk the plank. The plank. Plank time. What is the plank constant? Plank. Okay, wooden plank. Castle, wooden plank, wood planks. Now you see Heather's bringing the dragons. I'm not so sure that is this plank. This looks more like a build, like a construction site plank. Castle. This could work. This thing. What else we got? What else we got? Well, that plank's the wrong way around. I'm not using that plank. Wood planks. This looks more like a bar of chocolate. Okay, so I'm gonna just scale this geezer up burp. We've actually got a few different tools here. We've got this like super simple tool that helps you just drag stuff around. It's really nice to start with, but sometimes you want a bit more control. So we've got some other tools here, like a traditional axis tool. So if you want to just do that, that can be easier. Same with rotation. Hey, look, we've got a guest. Welcome, guest. We're about to make you walk the plank. How wide is a plank that you have to walk? I don't know. Okay, so what's going to happen when you walk the plank? There's got to be a shock, I think. No? And that's what's happening down here. Look, someone's got a Jeep. I was not brave enough to spawn a Jeep, but yeah. Yeah, and so, you know, you can click this guy and you can, yeah, there's two people in it. What are they doing? Let's go and have a look. And so this thing is, oh, stop. I command you, as Lord of the Stream, I command you to stop. Okay, so there's like a 6-second delay. I know everything about streaming. Yeah, so you can click this under here, and then this is showing you the code for this car. We've got Jeep seats. This is where the people are in. It's got the spatialized audio hack because we are yet to ship proper spatialized audio. That's soon. But in here, you can see all the code for the car and how it works. So everything that's controlling the physics for this vehicle is available to you, but you also just don't need to know that at all, right? You know, if you just want to play, that's cool. Okay, I will now allow you to continue your jeeping. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, Crow's Nest. I see no ships. See no ships. Okay. We've also got some other stuff in here, like, you know, if you're more used to game development, you can hit F9 and you can get a whole bunch of stats about what's happening. So, you know, you can tell how much time your scripts are taking if your game is running slow and find out the answers to that, or you can see if it's something in the engine over here on the right. Oh, you know, that's like a noob streamer move, isn't it, to put yourself on top of the thing. Let's see if I know what I'm doing. I move this over here. Sure. Let's see it. Okay. So yeah, you can see these stats. It's probably the resolution's probably not great, but you can hit F9. It's got a simple script profiler in there, which lets you see your own scripts that you've written and the amount of time that each one of them are taking. It's also going to show you some engine stats. It's going to show you some stuff about the total number of entities you've got in a game. And then some networking stuff. You know, we're getting 24 messages a second right now from all of these people who are hanging out. Yeah. Syncs in there. Heather, Bradley. Yeah, I feel like there's got to be, well, this, yeah. Oh, look, what's happening here? Is this, oh, it's like a Loch Ness monster. There is another Loch Ness monster that I think it's called Nessie. Let me go and find it. If anybody wants to ask any questions or do anything in particular, by the way, let me know. But I'm basically just messing around doing what we do all the time in .Big Bang. Is it called Nessie? Nessie? What was it called? Nessie. Nessie. Because it's Scottish, isn't it? There you go. Check this out. Burp. It's going to live in the water here. Let's just sink it in slightly. Burp, burp, burp. Oh, look at that. That looks cool. You can see it just under the water because it's transparent. I'm learning new things along with everybody else. Okay, well, so, you know, we've got a little world going on here. We've got, let's just recap. We've got Captain Bobby D's pirate ship here with first mate, the first mate that is some kind of pirate monkey. Although it does seem that anybody can be the captain of this ship because you can just come and get the thing here. Captain's hat. We've got some kind of vertical parkouring happening here. Oh, we've got a little, I don't know what this, let's go and see what this, let's see what this NPC is saying. Pirate Dragon, swab the deck. Arr. Oh, look at that. A little thing. But I don't know, I don't really understand. Is this person instructing me to swab the deck? I don't really know. I think for this game, I would like the game camera to be closer. I think that the game camera is too far away and it's hitting too much stuff. So I am going to go and find the game camera by pressing the search button and typing in camera. And there's lots of people in here with cameras on them. But my camera is this one. There are many like it, but this one is mine. And I'm going to go and find maximum distance. I'm going to push it in, whoop, like this. And then when anyone plays my game from now on, I'm going to have a much closer view. See, I like that. And, you know, just because I can, I'm going to select this hat and delete it. If in doubt, use the editor. So Pete, I think Pete's instructing me to swap the deck. So I don't know. And also, if we go down here in the hold, we do seem to have a problem. There is a problem. Oh, there's another problem with this ship. There seems to be a hole in the back. I'm not sure what the design concept was here, but that doesn't seem great for a seafaring ship. I think we need some bilge pumps. We need some bilge pumps. Oh, I don't really understand. Is this just a carpet? I think it's just a carpet. Some bilge pumps. Ah, now over here, we're getting a bit surreal. Now over here, the popsicles demand an offering. Look at that. I'm going to offer you sync. Okay. One of the things that's a little bit silly that in our editor, which you know, maybe we should have stopped this happening, right? Is that I can take sync and I can move them around. So let's stand still. I'm going to make you an offering. I'm going to make you an offering. You can't refuse. Stand still. Okay. You're going to become the offering. Yeah. Oh, and look down here. We've got some like sonic trees. Is that green hills? Sonic green hills. Riveting content. Okay, so we got the building and the forge we wanted. That's looking nice. I'm going to go into Orbit Cam. We've got a little Orbit Cam here that works with the Mac touchpad and Windows touchpad, so you can just, you know, easily kind of navigate your way around the scene. And one of the things I do a lot is just hit F on things. You know, that's going to mean that it's going to frame the thing that you're doing, and that's a really fast way to kind of navigate around the scene, just review what you've done. So yeah, we've got so much stuff in here. Got a dragon. And then each of these things that we're using here, you know, this is just the public version of .bigbang.com. If you want to use this, you can just go to .bigbang.com. Obviously, we've got people who are already jumping in as guests, which means they're already coming to the website. In order to create, you do need to sign up. We have a plan to remove that restriction in the future. Okay, and this is another example, right, of scale. Like, it's super cute that we've got this little house and these little birds are just chilling out here on top of the pillar, having a nice time. Yeah, so I think we've kind of seen how you can, you know, quickly just put a whole bunch of stuff together, you know, make some ideas, have people start building a space. And it's really quick and fun to do so. Just going to grab my my hoodie because I'm slightly chilly. And then I'm going to show you some other bits and pieces. So I think another thing about, building something, like when you want to all work together, like how do you get, I think it's pretty obvious here, like you can combine all of these different art assets together. We've got all this stuff going on. But, how do you combine code? And, one of the things that we have that I think is just really great is that we've got this event system. So wait a second, is this, oh, it is killing you, oh dear. I'm going to get distracted every 3 seconds. So if anybody is interested in any of the things I'm talking about, feel free to remind me in chat. What's happening here? Yeah, so, one of the things you can do in code is you can send events, and, an event is just a named thing, and it will try and find a function on the entity you're sending it to. So it'll look on all the scripts on the entity you're sending it to, and it'll look in all of those scripts and see if they have a function with the name, and then it'll pass the thing to it. And, that's good because it means that you can now write stuff that collaborates without having to either of those two things to know about each other. Obviously, they have to know the name. And we've also got this idea of sending events to tags. So you can tag things in the game. We can go and look in here. And this is tagged with player. And this is a player health change listener. So anytime anything sends an event to player health change, this script can pick it up and do something with it. And that means that, anything in the world now can damage you or, create damage on the player. And the script on the player doesn't need to have to know anything about that. So that's a nice way to kind of compose things together, and also to use, to reuse things that other people have used without having to first, without having to have knowledge of each of those things. So should be able to find it in here. Yeah, there you go. So this is sending an event, sending a damage event, and then that damage event is being picked up by the player script, and then it's damaging me. Games aren't all about damaging things, and I think sometimes we focus too much on making games where everyone's shooting everything. Let's get straight out of here. I'm gonna respawn out of here. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Look at this. Is this? Oh, okay. Heather's giving me a magical potion that adds health back. So now I can get rid of that heart UI that I had. See how helpful these people are. Okay. Let's go back here and have a look at this. Hurt over time. So it's the same thing, right? But it's hurt over time opposite -20. So, you can look in the script, right? And you can like read the code and change the code and, make your own versions of it. But you can also just use these things, right? So this one is adding 20 health every 3 seconds. And sorry, this one is taking away 20 health every 3 seconds. And this one is adding health because this Heather's just set this to a negative value. So yeah, that is super fun. Okay, well, I feel like we might want to go and tour some other places, to go to distant lands. What's happening? Heather is making a conveyor belt. I don't understand. Well, maybe it's something to do with the farm. Oh, look at this tractor. I've never seen this before. Who made this tractor? This is so cool. I don't understand how it works, though. Find out. I can find out who made the tractor. Tractor. Surely it's called Tractor. Red Tractor by Digital Monkey Master. Look at that. That is an epic tractor. It's so detailed. Look at all the mud on the wheels. That's so cool. And the lights are flashing. Some frames in there. What's happening? Everything's going. Look at that. All the levers. It has no pollution though, so that's good. It's a zero pollution tractor. Yeah. All happening down on the farm. Bradley. Bradley's now made this crazy conveyor. Well, look now, purely within this virtual world, I can get my steps in. I don't think it counts though. Check it out. Oh, life is just a conveyor belt. Making games is just a grind. What does this mean? I wonder what the theme's going to be this year. Maybe it's going to be like endless or infinity or time or something. We've already done it. Check it out. I never feel like I'm getting anywhere. Okay. I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this whole thingamajig. And I'm going to save it as GGJ 2023. Save as, boom. Is it going to work? I don't know. Maybe I blew it up. Let's find out. Oh, it did work. We're back. But I think we're back in single player, which is okay. Okay, so next up, I wanted to go and do, oh, hello. Wait a minute. Look, I got a fine puppy friend. Come with me, puppy friend. I'm gonna go and look at some other games. Okay, so let me just quickly save this. I'm going to jump back. Yeah, so I think we covered quite a lot in there. You know, you can make games, you can throw stuff together and just kit bash things. You can kit bash both just simple objects. You can scale things up and down, which is really helpful. Like if you want to make something small and simple and then scale it up. Like this wizard tower is, you know, there's not that many blocks in it. And when you get up close, you can see that the blocks are pretty huge, the voxels. And then we have other things like this building, which are, you know, much more complicated. So yeah, you've got the option to build at any resolution you want. You can combine things. We've shown that when you hit edit here, you've got a whole bunch of stuff along the bottom, like a palette. And all of these things are available to use to throw in there. Templates are kind of things that have some scripts and some logic to do with to do things. And like I was saying earlier, everything in .Big Bang is kind of open for you to look at. So if you wanted to see like, how does this launchpad work? Well, you can just open it up and dig around in the code and make your own version. So there's no like magical things. The idea is that you can look at everything. We've seen that you can add scripts to things. We've seen that you can throw objects in there. And then we've seen that you've got this TypeScript, VS Code's TypeScript editor. That if we go and look at that simple script I made, it's probably the best one to illustrate the point. You can go and just hit this. We've got this inline TypeScript editor that we looked at, and that is live. So we can like just multiply this number and see it changing in real time. Then every edit that we make while the game is running stays. So there's no need to like write down values and copy things across. That's just instant. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the home page and I'm going to just look at some other games. Sometimes people ask about save games and things like that. So I'm going to just show you this game I made. Yeah, so this is a little game. Obviously, there's not much in it. And this person's giving us some directions. Whatever you do, don't step in that lava there. This one, no, seriously, don't go in there. Well, I mean, you know, I think whenever somebody gives you a direction like that, it's always good to, you know, find out. I think we should find out for ourselves. So, if let's do this. If anyone thinks we should jump in the lava, put a plus in the chat, +1, thumbs up, something like that. They think that we should be very sensible and avoid the lava, as these very helpful people are advising us to do. You put a minus in the chat. Something of that nature. +2. Okay. Well, so far we're at +3 for finding out. Let's find out what happens when we go in here. I don't know. I feel like we should make it more spectacular, though. Like, we should come from a greater height. Need to see if I can just quickly let's do something. Platform. Look for a platform. Oh, the classic grass platform. Let's go for a square aesthetic. Okay, I'm going to make it move up and down. Move up and down. Here it is. Okay, because I feel like I need to make this feel quite epic and spectacular. I'm going to go and take a high dive into the lava. Okay, well, literally nobody has said -1 so far, so I'm not really sure that everybody has my best interests at heart, to be honest. I think, perhaps, these people are wishing me harm. But let's find out. Okay, well, on 3, 2. Okay, ready? It's happening. On 3. Oh. Well, we found out. This arcade machine seems to be called Permadeath 2 Turbo. So, as I was saying, some people were talking about save games, so let's reload this game and see what happens. Oh. Well, it turns out this game is only a game you can ever play once, and you can never again get back to the start. So, again, maybe that's we can add that to our philosophical set of things we've discussed today. Okay, that's a fun one. So yeah, you've got per game save data API. It's super simple. You can just put some JSON in it and then get it back out again. And this game does exactly that. Let's break the illusion for a moment. Breaking the illusion. So in here, it checks for the save data, and if there is some, it checks whether or not you're dead, and otherwise it plays the normal game. And you can see here that there is maybe a way back from purgatory, but we made our decision, so I feel like it should be permanent. If you want to use .big bang to make games in Global Game Jam, we, the .big bang team, have a Discord, which is at .bigbang.com, so dotbigbang.com/Discord. We've got a whole bunch of channels in there to help people build stuff, and we've got the people who made this platform, so the actual engine programmers plus gameplay programmers. We've also got a specific Global Game Jam channel this year. Just let me change it's too cold for me in here now, so I'm just getting a bit warmer. We've got a specific Global Game Jam channel and forums. And then some people on our team, Boo Radley and Punkarella, have made some really awesome kind of getting started content. So we've got a whole game level. You know what? Whenever I say game, people in the chat should scream. Just show us the game. Show us the game. So what I'm going to do is go and find it. Oh, look at this Global Game Jam poster. What's going on? Global Game Jam, baseball cap white, Global Game Jam hub. Okay, let's come back to that in a minute. Too exciting. Environment examples and tips. Oh, look, somebody has put a whole bunch of stuff on the front page about Global Game Jam. I think that somebody is the highly skilled and professional digital monkey master. This game, actually, let's take a small detour. This entire stream is going to be detours. So if you don't like side questing, time to jump off the train right now. This is a game that Chris and Ashley made together last year for last year's Global Game Jam. The Game Jam starts today. I need some coffee. Me too. I'm actually out of coffee, which is really a dire situation. Look at this cute little. I think this cute little thing here was made by Charlie. It's got Charlie's fingerprint all over it. Anyway, let's keep going. Wait, why does my kitchen look so weird? Who are you? How did I get in here? Hi there. I'm your other half. And if you're here, that means things must be pretty bad out there. Yeah, I'm really stressed. End of the Global Game Jam. It's about to start, but my team is leaving me on red. I need to finish my prototype. We can get back in time, but the only way is out is through. We can do it if we work together. Okay, I'll show you. Let's go. First, push the big statue out of the way. I'm a spirit, so I'm not strong enough to push anything. Well, neither am I. That thing is huge. Just try. You'd be surprised what you're capable of. Okay. Burp. Wow. Super strength. See, that was easy enough. You see those green platforms? Those are spirit surfaces. Only I can interact with them. If you press Q, you can switch to control me. We'll have to work together to get out of this room. Okay, so this person is a spirit and can go on spirity things, and these are solid for this person, but they're not solid for this person. I get it. I'm a professional gamer. I can do it. Oh, wait a minute. There's a gap. Okay, Q to switch characters. If I can't do this level, this is probably should probably hand in my gamer gun and gamer badge. Okay, done. Simple, easy. Problem opens the door. Yeah, so this is a game that Ashley and Chris made last year. I super love it. It's really fun. It's really coherent. You know, I think making anything in a short period of time and making it kind of come together is tricky. And yeah, this is remixable. So if you wanted to see how this worked, any of these other games, 8,800 people played this game. 30 people commented on it. What did they say? They say they love it. I did a speed run and I beat it in 10 minutes, 21:25. Rahek says, I do not understand. Well, you know, what can I say, Rahek? I feel like the tutorial was pretty good. Puppy dog, Ashley. I barely slept. Okay. It's nice. I can't walk. Let's press E to get through the dialogue before you can move. Yeah, bit of customer support there. I can't walk. Great art style, fun puzzles. I can't walk when I'm playing with mobile. Yeah, okay. So maybe it's a maybe there's a can't walk on mobile problem. I don't know, but it's a game jam game, so sometimes there isn't enough time for everything. That's just how it is. I'm sure that I had a point. I was sure I was making some point. Yeah, I was talking about all of the cool quick start game stuff. Let's put the quick start game on the front page. That's what I think we should do. Okay, so let's look for it. Quick start. What's it called? Somebody tell me what it's called. This stream is so prepared and organized. Quick start. Not called quick start anymore. It's probably got a much better name. It's probably called examples. Example tub. Well, this player template examples and tips is really cool. It's getting remixed a lot. Look at this. I feel like Heather's beating Bradley in terms of remixes. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Look at all these remixes. Where's the first one? Where's the first one? Yeah, if I click this, it will go to the original, right? Oh, that's the Cyber Speedway. Man, there's got to be some coherence to this stream. Let's try. Boop. What was that? I wanted to see that. Yeah, I wanted to see this. It does go back to the... Oh, you've got to open this to go to the remix. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I'll stop the game and test your own player templates. You first need to remix the game. The button's in the upper left. By default, the player in a game on Big Bang looks like the player's avatar. Yes, it does, right here. Has health, movement, and emotes, and can wear things like hats or guns. All of these features can be altered by making a new player template for your game. That is true. Very true. Oh, look at all this. It's like a zoo. All of these people are in jail, player jail. You know, this one is super fast. This one is a boat with a little interact thing, right? Oh, and now the boat's getting eaten by a shark. This is super fun. What does it say? I'm just a voxel object with trigger hurt script. I'm just a voxel object. Don't mind me. Oh, I didn't remix it yet. Okay. What else have we got? This boat has changes to the DBB character movement properties, as well as a custom template set in the DBB symbol health bar. The life preserver beside the cube was used to make the health bar. Yeah, so to make UI stuff in Big Bang, like user interface items, you just make voxel objects. You don't need to make special things, and then you can use those. So you can see that one there, and it just gets squashed down, right? So we can see this this health bar on the boat is exactly the same voxel object as this thing down here. Very cool. The particles that play when the player dies or respawns can also be altered. If you stop the game, you can see the two emitters here. Okay, I'm going to need my own version of this. But I need to go and find it. What was it called? I've forgotten already. It's called Player Template Examples and Tips. But why does that remix button not go to the original? That's what I want to know. We should make that happen. Okay, here we go. Remixes. I want to go to the original. Here it is. I'm going to make a remix of this. So to remix a game that you have permission to remix, you just hit this button in the top corner. I'm going to do that right now. Remix game. Boop. The author of this game allowed people to remix it. This means you can make a copy of it, change it, and maybe make it even better. Remix this game now? Question mark. Absolutely. Remixing. Remix successfully. Yeah. And that's a great way just to look inside games. Like anytime you see that remix item, you can just see, you can click it, make your own version, and instantly you're able to just look at everything and edit. Particles that play when the player dies or respawn can also be altered. If you stop the game, you can see two emitters here. The effect plays pretty quickly and then they delete themselves. Oh yeah, that's right, because this is like a little spawn effect when the player spawns. So we can do stop and play. Oop. I need to stay in this camera, right? That is, why does that happen? F this, there you go, play. I can't remember how we get it to stop jumping back to the player camera when you press play. So let's do play pause. There you go. So yeah, so these are the kind of, when you die, you get this like slightly gory, check this out, slightly gory blood effect. And when you respawn, you get this effect here. And you can change those too. You can see all of these characters spawning are actually spawning with, sorry about that, the camera went slightly crazy. All of these characters are spawning with this green effect. So change that. And then everything else about the character. Look at this. There's an egg. Notice that your movements are controlling this balloon. Oh, it's a balloon. They are also controlling all the other characters in the scene. That's right. Egg, egg, egg. I think it's an egg. There are lots of player scripts on the player by default, but you don't need to use them if they don't fit your game. This balloon has everything removed except the base movement and respawn script. Okay, let's take a look at it. Doobity doop. What is on this? Okay, so it's got the movement, the character velocity, respawn forces, simple death, and entity visibility. Yeah, so that's way fewer things just to simplify it. That's a good one. This is exciting. What else am I going to learn? First, a set of characters have the same scripts as a default player, different template, different emotes. Oh yeah, so this is like the emote thing. But yeah, so you can emote. These have all got custom ones, and you can change these. Some festive winter ones on the right. These are all cute. I think if you stop the game, I think I spied them all over here. There you go. Look at that. These are all the little emotes that I used. And so you make these things, you can make these things separately, make your own player character, and then make it use these ones. Super cool. Okay. What are we doing for time? 1 hour 15? I feel like we're doing okay. You can use the bird's eye camera. That's the second camera along. Switch to fly cam in play mode. Switch to fly cam in play mode. Yeah, you can switch to fly cam in play mode. Let's do it. So when you're in the editor, you've got these 3 cameras. You've got the game camera. So right now we're in the editor, but we're playing the game from the player's perspective. And so we can grab things and move them around, and edit as if we're from the player's perspective. Obviously, if your game involves clicking on things and getting mouse events, then being in the editor, there's a bit of a conflict there. But for lots of kinds of games, this works great. And then we've got this edit cam. This is a fly cam you can jump to. Has normal things. You can hold shift to go faster, like this. And then we've got this orbit cam, which is kind of more like a traditional kind of 3D software camera where it orbits around the thing that you're selected on. And again, the F key frames things. So one good way of navigating your scene is just to hit F on things, click on things and hit F. There you go. These people have been, I don't know what's happened to these people. It's a bit like Ulysses 31, where they've all been like banished to some other dimension. Okay. So yeah, one thing I wanted to do was kind of look at the range of things that you can make. And I thought I could jump into this game. Let's have a look. Okay, there are 8 people in here, and I'm playing on a touchpad. So before I potentially don't win this game, I just want to let you know that I'm playing on a touchpad. So the pro move in this game is to get the shotgun and then go and find some people. There's 10 people in here now. Oh, okay, there's 1. And if you're logged into this game, if you're logged in, you get some stats here, which is kind of fun. You get to see who your nemesis is. Okay. There's also a little secret here many people don't know about. Oh, you know what? Maybe it got fixed. I can't believe it. Or maybe my frame rate's too high to do that. I'm going to go and find some other players. Maybe this person here can aided. Oh, you know what? I should have looked behind me. Hey, keep going. Yeah, this is a first-person shooter. Let's who is this? Is this Sync in this game? Did I get killed by Sync? I don't think so. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, so I'm being like hunted through various games by sync. So yeah, so this is a game. You know, let's go and look at the simple version of this. All the games that we showed so far were in a third person, but there's no reason why that should be the case. So this is a first person example. We're actually making a more remixable version of this for Global Game Jam, so that'll be out for that. I'm going to find this thing called Game Manager, which has a bunch of code on it that runs the game, unsurprisingly. And in Game Manager, I think we can turn on... Oh, you know what? It's already running the game. Don't need to do this. Yeah, so, you know, in this game, it's the same setup as we had before. So let's find the player. I'm going to look for actually a tag, only a tag. Player. Here you go. So yeah, we're going to, you know, this is the same type of thing, only as you can see now, there is no actual physical player character. And the camera is, instead of being behind the player, is now the player's head. So that's like this. And, you know, a lot of the other stuff that's on the third person player controller is also on this one. So when we select it, we can see that it has a whole bunch of stuff on it, just like the other one. But yeah, I mean, this is the same thing. You know, the editing works the same way. We can jump out and see this level and set the whole thing up and then run around with it and play immediately. It's got some fun chain exploding barrels. Go and have a look up here. This. Can we get the rocket launcher? Yeah. Immediately, I feel like the person who built this, Charlie, you know, was like immediately dashing our hopes because they give us this submachine gun as soon as we get the good gun. Yeah, you can make this kind of game. We've got this vehicle that you saw earlier, which is also a template that's you can go and look at how that works. So this person says, hey, run up to that parking sign over there, press interact, then do the same on the Jeep. Boop. It chonked into existence. So now I'm in my my radical Jeep. I can drive up this hill. You may notice, if you're observant, that this landscape that I'm currently crawling across is not made out of voxels, and would be correct. And yes, as we've gone on and built the platform, one of the pieces of feedback that we really do continuously get from people is that, you know, they find it difficult to build out space, to build out landscapes. And so, you know, because of that, we spent some time building what, you know, initially is a terrain system, but actually, in terms of kind of the underpinnings of it, it can be used for a lot of other things. And I think that we will see people building, you know, many more types of objects using this stuff than just landscapes. It's still in development, so, you know, although I think we're pretty close there in terms of how the tools work. I think people are getting some great results now when they're building. We still got a bit more work before we can get that out and ship it. But yeah, it's super fun, and it's also really, really fun and fast to build with. And, you know, you can just sketch things out. And our plan is to ship that across all devices. So didn't mention it earlier, but all of the editors work on all devices, so you can do some form of editing even on a phone. You know, we hope to bring more kind of logic editing to those devices. So yeah, you can be in multiplayer on a phone, you can be in multiplayer on an iPad. Whoop, whoop. And desktops, everybody can edit together. And we want to have this terrain editing be the same thing. Yeah, this is a kind of a slow game with a, you know, the idea is to kind of like crawl up this hill. And if you go directly up the hill, just like with a real 4x4, you're going to get kind of stuck. So you need to go sideways a bit. That's fun. And you know what? Just like everything else, I think what we should do is, I think we should just grab some other people and we can all play together. So I don't know how to get this. I'm still going to post into Twitch chat. Let me see if I can do it. Oh, it's still complaining about verifying my account when I'm not. I don't think you want to watch me verify my account. So I'll paste it to Chris to see if you can do some magic and get it in the chat. But yeah, you know, you can. I think one of the things that's really fun about something is, you know, somebody you know, made this Jeep, and somebody else made the landscape. And oh, somebody spawned a Jeep on my Jeep. Oh no, terrible. Wait for me to. Oh, it's happening. Happening. Get out my Jeep. Get in my Jeep. Yeah, when you're making user-generated stuff, it is sometimes very easy to make something that doesn't work. What I'm going to do is, with my power, is I'm going to restart the game. The power of the gods. Okay, now don't, one at a time, everybody. Okay, one at a time. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Don't drive into me. Don't drive now. Come back here. Don't drive off. Come back here. Come back here. Don't drive off. Line up. Line up. Line up. We'll line up. Line up. Okay, line up. Now we're gonna play a game, and the game is called whoever gets to the top of the mountain first is the winner. Don't stop. Get back. Sync. Who is it? Comet Rain, you're about 2 centimeters over the start line here. So let's be fair. Okay, I'm going to do a countdown, and then everyone's going to start at the same time. Now, to make this fair, because there is a stream delay, I'm going to wait until I see everybody else moving. Okay, I feel like that's fair. Okay. Into the Wonderful. Oh yeah, man. Right, I'm going to have to listen to that today. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Wow, that delay is insane. Wow. You can hear some music going. I don't know what's happening. There's music coming from somewhere. Is it in the game? I don't understand. I'm confused. Okay, let's see what's happening. Who's in the oh Bradley. Oh, okay, here we go. I don't know who's in the lead. What is now this is the bit where it gets difficult, right? Because the trucks can't climb directly up. Now I'm gonna, well, oh, President Cheese is really losing it. Okay. Bradley, oh, this is so dangerous. We're right near the edge of the map. Bradley's giving it some. Sync is giving it some. Oh, President Cheese. Oh, rip. Are you respecting the chat for President Cheese? He was a good developer. Oh, here. I was busy berating President Cheese. I think, though, there's a secret path. I think there's another path, which is this way. And so, yeah, just to talk about what's happening behind the scenes here, we actually don't have a physics engine. I think, you know, when you think about making video games in general, I think people often think about rigid body physics as, you know, some kind of solution to all or many problems. But I do think that when you think about like wanting to have custom behaviors in games and custom movement, that often, you know, doing that via a rigid body simulation can be, you know, more complex than just writing code to do it. I think we can do this, DMM. Believe that we can do it. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is a good. I'm really feeling good about this one. Okay, and you know, I think that just writing some code with that kind of takes some inputs and does what you want can often be better than. I mean, is this physically accurate? Is it possible to stop? Oh no. Okay. Well, I feel like we're being stream sniped here. You know, I feel like we could have won, but whoever this person is, Bradley, is Brad, as we like to call him. Look at this though. Look at this though. Look at this though. All right, I won. I'm just saying I won. I didn't see anybody else up there. You know, it's not a competition. But if it were a competition, if it well, they're off the end. If it were a competition, we would have won. DMM plus Bobby D for the win. So yeah, you know, I think there's a lot of fun to be had in building simple things, and I think that especially, you know, with game jams, one of the things that really people struggle with a lot is just scope. You know, it's like how to make something small enough. You know, I've been making games a long time. I think 24 years professionally, and I think the core of most games is pretty small. So I think, you know, this movement model on this car, this is giving us a huge amount of fun in this little experience here. Oh man, what is going on? It's chaos. It's total chaos. So yeah, I mean, my advice for Global Game Jam in general, but also for just building games on any platform or any engine, is to try and reduce it to the absolute core of what you can get down to. Think about Mario games, Pokemon games, Zelda. They're all at their core, you know, quite simple. Now, of course, you still need to execute well. Oh, look, there's a high frequency outline being created. You still need to execute well, but I think that starting with that really small core is really key to being able to build something that feels coherent, successful. What is this person? Wait a minute. Side quest time. What is this? What's this person look like? Oh, I see. Look at this. Biggie, what does it say? Let me try and get this name right. Biggie Greer. Biggie Greer. Check it out. Look at their own custom head. Oh. Is this my car? Slowly falling off the world. See you later. Oh well. It was a great car, but you know, everything comes to an end at some point. Okay. Well, I feel bad leaving now, but you know, have fun. Have fun building this. Oh, Bradley's car is now a monster truck. Things are going badly for Bradley. Yeah, so you know, we've covered multiplayer building, putting things in a game from templates, throwing things in. We've covered you know, just bashing stuff together and not worrying too much about it. We've covered like proper code editing, you know, and the kind of things you can do to have scripts collaborate together without having to have them know about each other. We've looked at some different kinds of games. We looked at a first-person game, Terminal Junction. This is another really great one to look at if you want to just see some differences here. There's nothing like a live demo to get some fear going. Now, I know for a fact there are some people in our community who can complete these courses in this game faster than me by about 5 seconds. You know, part of the fun of playing games is just playing them right. So I think we should have a go. This is a game that's got a jetpack movement. So again, the player in this game is just an entity, just like any other entity. And it's got this kind of movement script, which makes it feel like a jetpack. You can see this little icon thing on my screen that kind of shows you where you're going to go, where you will be. It's predicting the future. Just like that Greek goddess who could see the future but not affect it. If you know the name of that person, put it in chat. Yeah. So, you know, that was not a, oh, look, I got the fastest time on this course. Nobody here in chat or in anywhere else is going to go faster than me. Oh, no. Somebody who's faster than me just came past me. Okay, so this is the hard course, which is way more difficult. Yeah, so, you know, this game, you know, is a completely different game. It's like a jetpack racing game. And this game, you know, the thing that's making it different is just the code on the player. And that player is just an entity like anything else. And so you can just make yourself a new player template. Oh no, so slow at this one. Help, help, help. You can make yourself a new player template and change the entire way the game works. Okay, let's go through here. And then where is it? Through here. Okay, if I get around this course without dying, I'm going to count that as a win. Okay, where are we going? Oh, through here. Round, down. Where now? Finish? Yeah. Oh, I'm going to, oh, narrowly avoided dying there. But now we should die. Yeah. So this game, you know, is remixable. You can go and just check out how this works. Have a look. The version I'm playing here, you know, the reason why there's people in here, right, is that I'm playing like the version that's on the front page. But if you make your own remixable version, then that's your own private version, just to mess around with these in single player or in multiplayer. Another really great looking game is Chase Heroes. It's super cute. One thing it does is it squashes the player. So we've got this, like, what we'd call, I suppose, a chibi character like this. And this is like just a multiplayer obstacle course. And as you've seen, you know, with what we've been doing earlier, it's really simple to build a course like this, to take something like this course and remix it. This is a really fun looking thing. I've got a version of this I can show you some edits on. Chase type. Here we go. Oh, I've been ignoring chat completely. Let me see. Did anybody ask any questions? If you asked a question and I ignored you, ask it again. OMG, the music. Is there a producer behind the scenes? Yeah, Jeep Club. That sounds like fun. I want to be part of Jeep Club. There's 30 people in your town who just have Jeeps and drive them around. That sounds good. I'll be part of Jeep Club. I fell off the world. Yeah, well, you know, sometimes it happens. Sometimes you do fall off the world, but then, you know, you got to get right back on the world and carry on. Such a cool look, ha ha. Giant Brad, Deborah, boopity boop, boopity boop. I don't know where that music came from. Somebody put some music on. It's like I feel like I'm not in control of the world. Okay. This is a version of this game, Chase Heroes, that I remixed. I'm gonna jump out. Yeah, you can easily just make parts of a course, right? Change it around like this. Often when I've played this game with people, they really struggle with this bit here. So, just make the game easier. Easy path. And maybe we can put some extra stars up there for people who are hardcore. I'm gonna go past these moons and these rainbows, hardcore rainbow moon players. This whole jewel face person out. Yeah. Lots of different things. Oink. That you can do. And yeah, you can just click any of these things and see how they're implemented. This has just got a little spin thing on it, right? Pretty simple. It's just spinning around. Not much to it. And I think because of the kind of basic multiplayer aspect of Stop Big Bang, where you can just throw a link out there and jump in, you can make something like this, pretty trivially, and just jump in with your friends. It's not going to be as polished as this the instant you make it, but I think it's quite easy to get started. And this game's really fun because it has this finishing area up here. If you've ever played Chase Heroes before, behind the scenes stuff. And you can see the whole course, which is cute. And then it's got this finishing podium and a little finishing area up here. Cute stuff. Some cannons to shoot confetti over the other people who are not finished yet. Maybe that would be seen as nice, or maybe not. Okay. We've got Capture the Doodle. It's like Capture the Flag. Let me see if there's other types of games that might be interesting to look at. Oh yeah, this city skyline thing, that's been made by McFunky Pants. McFunky Pants has got fireworks that they just made. So this one's kind of interesting because it's just a black screen, and when you click, it makes a firework. And I think that's a good thing to show, because often people think that you have to have a player character, or you have to have a first-person camera or something. But in fact, the game engine is very flexible, and you can just build something that doesn't have anything in it. So yeah, you don't need to you don't need to build something which looks like another game for any particular reason. Let's see, Metal Rush. So this game, I'm sure there's a game he's making. 2D game template, Metal Rush logo. It's probably not ready for prime time. He probably doesn't want it to be streamed. Let's have a look. 2D game. Yeah, this Planets one is super fun as well. Just a little view of the world. Let's get off the sun. Neptune, Earth, Mercury. You're not so big, Jupiter. Or maybe you're quite big. Saturn. Yeah, you can be much more abstract. You don't necessarily need to build something which is like, oh, it's a video game. You can build something which is way more abstract. The game template, is this the one that's just nothing? Sure. Sure it is. Cool stream, bro. Oh, this is fun. Toboggan ride with pugs. Is this the one that's like a endless world? I should show some of that stuff as well, actually. Can you get audio signals? Can you sync it with the music? Oh, what is going on? I've not played this since it had all these trees in it. OMG. What is happening? What? Look at it. This is crazy. Can you get the... Oh, my Funky Pants is in here. Oh no, I've been found out. I've been found out showing Funky Pants' games. Well, I don't know. They're listed on the website. What can I say? Doink, doink. Look at this. This is too cute. I feel like my legs are going to be somewhat sore after this ride. Whoop. But the pugs seem to be way more chilled out than I am. This. Made it publish mode for you. Okay. So we're getting some interactive chat interactions. Back out. Let's go and find the Metal Rush prototype. Reload this page. Here it is. Okay, for the first time ever, Metal Rush made by Funky Pants. Yeah, check out this game. Is it going to work first time? I don't know. It's got a logo. Metal Rush. I suppose that's what the reference is. Get out the way, tank. Yep. So you can build 2D stuff as well as 3D stuff. This is a bit of a cheat here. Well, I shouldn't say it's a cheat. I should say it's a inventive way of using the engine that Funky Pants has been working on. They've got a prototype of this, a little template of this 2D game, and then this game here. This feels good. Metal Rush. For some reason, I feel like I want to get into a small tank. Has a lot of personality. This, I have a feeling that perhaps we reached the end. Should we jump into the void? Okay, let's go. This is another time to tell me what to do, chat. Should we jump into the void and find out what's below? Leap of faith? Or should we just look at another game? Metal Rush. Shotgun. +5 already for jumping into the void. Shotgun. Heavy machine gun. Okay. We're maybe going to get some voiceover for this game. That's being organized right now in chat. I made Y less than 0 impossible, so it's an invisible. Okay. Well, it looks like people want me to leap into the void, so let's go. Whoa! Oh. Oh, that was such a anticlimax. But look at this, though. Bop, bop. One of the only Big Bang games with crouching. New crouching technology. Oh, jump and crouch. That's the classy move. That's the Counter-Strike move for getting into vents. Jump, crouch. Boink, boink. Okay, this is going to get my approval. Like, and I'm going to say, this game is super cool. Exclamation point. Boop. Did I just delete that? What an amazing demonstration of this product. / engine / tool. Super cool. Let's hyphenate correctly. We don't want to not hyphenate. I'm going to sneeze, by the way, so just... And I don't know how to mute. Oh, no. I'm going to sneeze, and I don't know how to mute. Oh, you know, this stream is so much fun because the host of the stream, Tim Collins, just muted me so that you didn't have to hear my sneeze. You know, it's a pro streamer is on the stream when there's sneezing involved. Okay, So yeah, you can come to .bigbang.com. You can make stuff. Sometimes people say, can you put your game on itch.io? You can put your game on itch.io. You can embed your game with a tiny little bit of HTML in itch.io, and it will play. Super fun. But I feel like we're kind of coming to the end of our time together. Did somebody tell me what the quick start game is called now? Did I get that through some channel? Let me see. I want to change my player. I always feel this screen always feels super relaxing to me, like with the little flowers there. It's a good place just to chill out. Maybe change something. What should we change? Accessories. Well, I don't know what's going to happen though. I should never have done it. I made a mistake. My head's gone all blue. Well, sometimes that happens. Sometimes your head does go blue. Global Game Jam hat though. Boop. I think it's because I got a custom head. I think that's what happened. I think it's like, I don't understand your head. No, look at that double head. There, that's better. Let's find the version of my head that's green. There you go. That's weird. Or let's just become like a super cyborg robot. Unicorn. Snake. Oh, this is great. This is solid. Okay. If anybody has any questions that I haven't answered, and to be fair, I haven't answered pretty much any questions. So, there are many questions that I haven't answered. Scripting examples and tips. Okay, scripting examples and tips. Let's go back. And environment examples and tips. Let's find them. Oh, no, that was wrong. Scripting examples and tips. Oh, look at this, though. Look at this. Bradley's coming from behind with many remixes of this game. Wow. Very impressive. Very good. This is the original, I believe. Yeah, so this is really cool for Global Game Jam, because what this is showing you is basically everything that's in the engine and what it can do, and you can kind of jump between all of the bits and pieces here, right? So it's a game to tell you how to make the games. So we've got send event, which we were talking about earlier. We can jump on the button and fire a rocket. Boom. That's a serious rocket. So the button sending an event to the rocket launcher, which is firing the rocket. And you could replace that rocket launcher with something else that also took the same event, and that would work. And then we've got spawning stuff, spawning templates, and templates are these kind of prefab type things that we've talked about. You can wrap up all of the functionality of your entity. Then we've got send message, which is a way to send network events to other peers. Easy. You can do two different ways of doing that. You can be like server peer or peer-to-peer. Which one you choose. The peer-to-peer one is often simpler, but then people can cheat. Maybe it doesn't matter. Spatial audio. Spatialized audio works super well, but the audio isn't coming from the game into this stream, so we'll skip it. This is a particle system. Turning on with this button. Transform and position stuff. So yeah, you can move stuff around with scripts. And each of these things in this level have a script that's commented that's showing you how things work. It's talking about network synchronization. This is talking about input. So you can see that these things are also responding to the input in addition to my player. These guys are cute. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. This is using the noise, 2D noise stuff that we put in recently, made by somebody on our team called Lily. And that lets you do like really nice, smooth noise in a really simple way. We've also got some seedable random number generators, which you don't normally get in JavaScript or TypeScript. And so you want to do some random procedural stuff. That's all great. And did we get back to the start yet? Oh, this is some UI stuff. UI voxel object. UI text. Yeah, so one game with trying to cover as much as possible of the engine and platform. This is really fun. It's called Scripting Example Tips. Scripting Example and Tips. And then there's also one for just building environments with hints and tips for doing that. So let's take a quick look. Tips. Yeah, template examples and tips. Examples and tips. Here, did I find it? Environment. Examples and tips. But I think a lot of people made this. So we're going to need to go back. Back. I'm sure that this remix button should let us do it. That's what we should be doing. But you know, I'm still looking for it. This is the content that you tuned in for. I know that. Header Control Z. I just need to find something by header. That's what I need to find. And I think there's going to be a lot, so I'm not worried. But maybe I am worried. Okay. I am going to quickly find something. These are all made by Summer. Okay. This is the first part of this. I'm going to say this is the first part of the stream that I would tune out for. So I apologize. Please disconnect right now. Okay, let's find it. Snow. Maybe something to do with snow. Snow test. Snowy cabin. Snow stuff. Giant snowball. Ashley made a snowball. Snow world. It's snowing. I'm never going to find it. Okay, and let's just go for environment. And I'm just going to play the first one, and hopefully this person remixed it in a cool way. Yep, so this one is Heather on our team, Punkarella, showing you everything about how to build levels. And I'm going to remix the remix so I can show you some things about how that works. We've got a couple of minutes left. Yeah, so everything here, like these three circles, you know, Heather's explaining that these are the spawn points in the game, and this is where the player starts. And then everything else about building worlds is laid out across this world. So everything here about how to build stuff out, how we have got all of these examples, all of this work here. So yeah, finally, if you want to build something using .Big Bang, or you know somebody who might want to build something using .Big Bang for Global Game Jam, please, you know, come and hang out with us on Discord. We're there pretty much 24 hours a day, and that is .bigbang.com Discord. And if you want to build using .Big Bang, you can just come and sign up today and start making stuff. So yeah, thank you very much for your time and patience with my nascent streaming skills. I think I'm done. I don't know how I get out of here. I'm like an old person stuck in IKEA. Oh, the person after me bailed, so feel free to go longer. Okay, longer. I feel like this stream has been an epic journey. So yeah, okay. Well then, maybe I'll show a couple more things, and then we'll go.
Go for it. Thank you.
Okay. So the person after me bailed. I mean, is that common with streamers? I don't want to comment on streamers. I don't want to comment on streamers as a group of people. Some of my best friends are streamers. But you know, maybe, I don't know. Maybe they're flaky. Okay, so we've got another couple of minutes. I'm not going to bore you to death with a whole bunch more stuff, but I've got two things I want to do. One is come and hang out with us in Discord if you want to build stuff, or if you know somebody who wants to build stuff, come and hang out with us in Discord. We've got tons of resources there, people to help you if you have a specific problem. Also, you don't need to know how to make games to come and hang out on our Discord. You don't need to know how to code. Like, we are super happy to help you if you've never made anything before and you just want to throw some stuff together and you want to say, oh, I've got this idea, how do I do it? Those are great questions. We've got creators of all skill levels, going from like super beginner all the way up to people who've professionally shipped games, using things in a building stuff. So yeah, there's never a question which is too small or too large. And then for Global Game Jam itself, people on the team are going to be jamming across the weekend when it happens. And yeah, I mean, you can come and hang out, jump into their games, see what they're building, just like we've been doing today. Yeah, I think it's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. And I feel like there's going to be some really cool stuff built. Last year we had some really awesome games, and this year, yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting in there and seeing what people make. So I don't know. I feel like I should go out the way I came in with my ukulele. So let me find it. Yeah, so I actually learned to play the ukulele to stop myself going insane singing my kids to bed every night. And then during the pandemic, I taught myself to play the guitar. When I say taught myself to play the guitar, I mean I can play 5 chords. But what is music? So yeah, please, if you want to build stuff with Big Bang for Global Game Jam, and I am going to leave now because I feel like 2 hours of streaming is as much as my tiny brain can possibly survive. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody. See you next time.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. That was a great stream. Thanks for joining us. Make sure you head over to .bigbang.com and check out all the awesome content that they have prepared for us on for Global Game Jam, their hub world that they've set up. Start making stuff, learn the tools, use it for Global Game Jam, make some great games that they'll be featuring everything that, there's some of the games that get made during the jam on their own streams, playing through them, featured them on social media. You can get yourself a little promotion there and learn some more from the folks over on the Big Bang Discord, the Global Game Jam Discord, wherever you hang out and chat with other developers during the jam. So yeah, the next segment was going to be cubes. They had to postpone that though until Thursday, where we'll see them, and then we might have another presenter coming up shortly. Otherwise, we'll be back in about an hour.
for an upcoming game jam, at some point every jammer faces the same question. What am I going to use to make my game? Well, look no further. I've got something just for you. Topic Bang is a fully featured web-based game making platform that you should totally use for your next game jam. So here we go. Let's just jump right into it. Here are 10 surprising reasons that you should use Big Bang for your next game jam. You don't need to download anything. Big Bang runs in your browser and works on any device. Laptop, smartphone, tablet, console, or even your smart fridge. All you need to do is make an account and you're ready to start making games. You don't need to worry about downloading or updating an app, how long your builds will take, or where you're going to host your game. We've got everything taken care of for you. As long as you have an internet connection, you can start sharing your games right away. Big Bang runs best in Chrome or Chromium-based browsers like Edge, Brave, and others. And if you'd rather not work in a browser, you're also welcome to install the desktop app. You can share your game instantly with a link and play with your friends. In order to share your game with your friends, all you need to do is click the share button, copy the link, and send it to them. Or just send the link that's in your browser. Once they click the link, they're already playing your game. And when you use the share button, you get a multiplayer link. So you can actually instantly play your game live with your friends. This mechanic is great for playtesting your game while your game's in progress during the jam, and really great for sharing your game with your family and friends once the jam's over. Your game will work on any device, console, mobile, desktop, you name it. Like I mentioned before, no need to worry about where to host your game or how people are going to play it. We've got that covered. If you're planning on working with a team, Big Bang makes that super easy for you. Just by sharing a multiplayer link with your teammates, you and your teammates can instantly start building out your game together. Big Bang supports live multiplayer editing, which is the click of a button, and you can all playtest the game together while you're building it. Here's a big one. Networking is built in. So if you've ever wanted to make a multiplayer game, Big Bang is the place for you. Every game on Big Bang is multiplayer by default. All you have to do is share the multiplayer link. Our networking system is super straightforward. Entities in your game can be marked as networked by just adding a tag. And there are a ton of multiplayer games and scripts on the platform already that can show you the ropes of writing networking code. Also, we have great articles and documentation introducing you to the various concepts you'll need to know when you want to take your multiplayer aspect to the next level. Did you know you can have all the power of VS Code in your browser? Well, with Big Bang, you can. Big Bang has a built-in VS Code editor with TypeScript, complete with debugging capabilities and autocomplete. You can use the editor to edit code while the game is running and see updates happen in real time. We have plenty of documentation and videos that cover scripting in Big Bang as well. You'll have access to thousands of scripts for your use. Big Bang creators have created tons of scripts that you can use in your own games. Just select an entity, select Browse Items, and you can search for scripts that other users have made. For example, if I want to make this door open, and I don't know how, I can search through scripts until I find a door script that works for my purpose. You can also remix other users' scripts to repurpose them for your own use. Remixing and repurposing scripts can really speed up your game-making process during a game jam, where time is everything. And whenever you write a script of your own, you can easily share it with other creators to use the script in their games. Big Bang allows creators to remix games, meaning that creators can actually get their own copy of another game and edit it. If you find a game you like and you're wondering how it was made, as long as it's set as remixable, you can actually take a look into how they made that game and how everything works. You can even make edits of your own, or entirely make your own version of the game if you'd like. Big Bang has made some starter templates that you can use as well, like a first-person shooter template and an obstacle course template. There's also a template for people who are new to scripting and want to learn more about it, or new to building out an environment and want to learn how to do that. So definitely check those out. You can find the links in the description. You're probably wondering where all these lovely art assets are coming from. Well, .BigBang has a robust, built-in voxel object editor, complete with animation capabilities. You can make your own assets and then jump into your game and drag them right into your level. There is a huge library of voxel art for use in your game. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, what if I can't make art? You're in luck. Just like with scripts, .BigBang has thousands of voxel objects made by other creators that you can use in your game. If you're working with a team, your teammates can make art that you can instantly drag into your game. And if you're an artist, you can make your own art usable by other creators. You can talk to the devs directly for help. If at any point you're stuck or need some guidance, you can reach out to the .BigBang devs on Discord. The link's in the description. We've also got documentation, video. If you're an artist or a programmer, if it's your first game jam, or if you're a veteran, or if you're anywhere in between. That was 10 reasons to use .BigBang at your next game jam. If you want to give it a try, go to .bigbang.com to get started and join our Discord to meet other creators and have your questions answered by the same developers who built the platform. The links are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy jamming!
Hey there, jammers. My name is Reagan, and I represent Intel's gaming and creator team in collaboration with Global Game Jam 2023. Intel believes in empowering creators with the tools and systems that they need to create exceptional games and experiences. This year, we're contributing over 50 Nook Dragon Canyons to jam sites across the world to use during the jam. With the power of 12th-gen Intel Core processors and the discrete graphics cards of your choice, Dragon Canyon will exceed your performance expectations. Packed with the latest technology and components available today, Dragon Canyon delivers a mind-blowing gaming, content creation, and media viewing experience like no other. Also, 5 lucky jammers will get the chance to win a Nook Dragon Canyon system in our Nook Game Jam giveaway. Be sure to sign up for a chance to win a Nook by submitting you and your site's information so that we can contact you during and after the jam. You can find the sign-up form on the sponsors page on the Global Game Jam website under Intel. Make sure you submit by February the 3rd. I can't wait to see all the cool games you make.
So, we said we were making an action game, right?
Yeah, in a fantasy world.
With robots. It has to have robots.
And online multiplayer.
What?
What?
Dude, are you crazy? Making multiplayer games is 100 times harder than single player.
Gas.
You're right, multiplayer is usually 100 times harder. But with coherence, it's only 17 times harder.
Only 17? That's insane.
You mean coherence at coherence.io, right?
Right. Coherence really is the fastest way to make multiplayer games, even during a game jam. Wouldn't it be cool if you could play your game together online?
Hey, guys, look, I already got something running.
Wow!
Seriously?
Yeah, just $2 is syncing, but it's a start.
Fascinating.
See? If you want to try it yourself, you can get more information at coherence.io/GGJ.
Use regular selfies to make a realistic, recognizable 3D avatar? Do it inside your own product with Avaturn, a new realistic avatar platform where any user can become a 3D avatar under a minute. Avaturn easily integrates in your product through web. It works great with Unreal Engine, Unity, and most web solutions. The integration gives you highly customizable models. Choose body type, hairstyle, clothes, and accessories. Our models are rigged and easy to animate. So sign up now to bring the users to your world. It's your turn with Avaturn. No, seriously, go integrate right now.
Greetings, Detective. I'm Special Agent Janice. You have been authorized by the Metropolis Bureau of Investigations to conduct interviews with possible witnesses.
What do you know about the crime scene?
What are you doing here?
Is it dangerous here?
It's hard to say. We're still piecing together the evidence.
I saw some humans running away from the building shortly after the fire started.
Detective, I believe someone is watching us.
This is a delicate situation. Let the professionals handle it. We wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, now would we?
Why would you say that?
Listen carefully, Detective. This is no place for a rookie cop. If you know what's good for you, then turn back now before someone gets hurt.
You seem different from the other robots.
I saw the bots of unknown life forms die in the explosion. It made me feel something for the first time, and I don't know what to do with these feelings.
I'm Chris from Panavox, and I'm here to introduce our no-code interactive story creation sharing platform, RichCast. I work for the Oliver Twins and Neil Campbell, and together they've all worked on a bunch of games, with the Oliver Twins being responsible for Dizzy way back in the 80s. My personal skill sets include, game design, experience design, and interactive narrative design. I've also taught architecture. I spent a lot of time in academia as a lecturer, and I'm also currently a final year student finishing off my PhD, which is in user experience through the lens of cultural heritage, which, as I'm sure you know, cultural heritage having loads of cool stories that need to be told, interactive experiences to be designed for telling them. I've recently found myself at this wonderful company, Panavox, in the game industry, which has been an experience unto itself. See, RichCast is a lovely platform because it's been designed so that practically anyone can use it. You can use voice or buttons as inputs. There's a library of AI voices to support your project, and you can include your own art, voice, music, animation, and videos. It's available on the desktop right now, with the mobile application coming out soon. We're just going to take a deeper look into what RichCast can do in this video right here now.
Hi, my name's Kieran and I'm one of the community managers here at Panavox, where we've been developing RichCast. RichCast is a brand new form of entertainment that allows creators to build exciting interactive content without any prior knowledge of coding or programming. RichCast uses a simple drag and drop interface, meaning anybody can build a game, an interactive story, quiz, educational tool. In fact, the possibilities are endless. Creators are free to let their imaginations run wild, whilst players can access each title via desktop or mobile and control the action with either their voice or by using on-screen buttons. The unique aspect of RichCast is that you can quite literally have intelligent conversations with your characters and your creations. RichCast is bridging the gap for those wanting to create their own games and interactive content, but who don't want to have to learn coding. So let's take a closer look at how RichCast works. Here's the RichCast editor. As you can see, very, very simple. The system works in the same way a flowchart would. Each tile represents an action, and all the creator needs to do is link them all together. So the first thing we're going to do is drag a visuals tile into the project. After all, the player needs something to look at. This is used to import pictures or video, and using an intuitive system, you can work with multiple layers to create animations and movements. As we all know, music and sound effects really do make a story's believability. Dragging an audio tile into the workflow will allow the creator to upload their own music or sound effects and customize these with a variety of options, including reverb, distortion, panning, pitch, and volume. Next up, we're going to add a speak tile to the project. Using a unique text-to-speech system, all the creator needs to do is type their text into the box, which will then be read back in an AI voice during the story. RichCast uses over 150 actors, which can be customized to suit the character. Creators also have the option to upload their own voice clips, which can be done with a few mouse clicks. One of the most important things in any RichCast project is choice. We want players to feel a sense of freedom and that they are controlling the story themselves. To do this, we have the aptly named choice tile. Integrating this into the project allows the story to reach a point where the player can make a decision about what they want to do. This can be as simple as a yes or a no, but using RichCast's voice recognition system, choices can be as complex as the creator likes. Let's say your story begins in an empty room. How are you going to get out? The door? The window? Maybe the player needs to look under a table to find a key. RichCast uses a keyword system to pick up on the player's speech and influence the storyline and instruct the characters from there. The possibilities of choice are limitless, and this is how we've crafted RichCast to allow players to have a conversation with their characters. For example, a character could ask you how you are feeling. Using choice tiles, you could respond in a number of ways, but however you decide to respond will affect how the character reacts. Lastly, we have one of the most important tiles in the RichCast interface, logic. Logic allows RichCast to have a memory by setting variables. Variables are things that can change in the story. This could be the fact that you found a relevant item, it could be that a character remembers they've met you, or it could be used to trigger an event. Let's go back to our previous example. You wake up in an empty room, but you need a key to unlock the door. When you find the key, a variable can be switched on so that next time you interact with the door, you're able to open it. Logic can be used in hundreds, if not thousands of ways, whether it's remembering a score in an interactive quiz, changing the way a character responds to the player, or used as a way of creating multiple story endings depending on the choices that the player makes in the game. We've also included several other options such as pages to help organise projects in a page system, junctions to avoid overly complicated projects, and comments which act as sticky notes for creators. RichCast can be used collaboratively with multiple creators able to access each project. Once a project is finished, the creator simply hits the publish button and the project will go live for anyone to enjoy. Of course, before publishing, creators will want to test their project. RichCast includes an intuitive test mode, meaning creators can ensure their project is complete, fully working and entertaining before it goes live. Entering test mode will produce a preview of the project, which can either be viewed in landscape or portrait depending on how the project has been set up. Creators can choose to play from the start or at any designated point in their story, with an option to trigger variables to allow testing of multiple routes and scenarios. Test mode also has a handy function to help creators predict any potential causes of running issues they might want to fix before hitting the publish button. Now let's take a look at RichCast for players. So we've been working with writers, artists, sound designers, and voice actors to create a diverse catalogue of interactive titles. One of the first is Sherlock Holmes and the Eminent Explorer. Playing the part of the world-famous detective, you'll need to interrogate suspects and find clues as to who murdered Sir William Blanchard. But what makes this title unique? Well, you need to follow your own line of questioning, gather evidence, and then present this at the end and see if you can deduce who the killer was. Far from a linear story, Sherlock Holmes gives you the chance to play an active role in solving a murder, using your initiative and cunning to find the answer. Let's take a look at the title using AI voices.
Dr. Watson burst into the cozy sitting room of 221B Baker Street, and there you were.
Where would you like to go next?
Okay, let's go to the bedroom. As we mentioned, voice clips can be easily uploaded and assigned to a speak tile as well. The really exciting aspect of this is that anyone can play a part in their title. In the past, casting voice actors would involve sourcing expensive talent, hiring a studio, a sound engineer. RichCast skips this and lets anyone integrate their voices into their story. We've built a vibrant community of creators at RichCast, many of which have written and published their own titles. 911 What's Your Emergency is one of these. Playing a part of a 911 operator, you'll need your wits about you to help save Penny, a stranded caller who is reporting some thing breaking into her house. Following her progress with a series of images sent to you through your mobile phone, you'll need to instruct her on how to escape her home and reach safety. Depending on how you do this will result in different endings. 911 What's Your Emergency is an absolutely thrilling title with excellent replay value. Of course, RichCast can be used in a more humorous way, as we see when we're introduced to the story with a series of warm-up calls.
911, what's your emergency?
Yes, hello, I wish to report a noise complaint.
Who is calling?
My name is David Miller. I live in Westview, 124 Cherry Tree Road. I swear, if I find beer cans on my lawn tomorrow...
Okay, sir, what's the problem?
Some punk kids are having a party on their front lawn. They're keeping the whole street up, and I've got work tomorrow.
I'm sorry, sir, this isn't an emergency.
Seriously? This is where my tax dollars go? Screw you.
The caller is hung up.
London's Calling is a title that's really used the RichCast toolset to maximum potential. The story puts you, a police officer known as Rookie, against the Raven, a twisted psychopath who has placed bombs all around London. Your job? To defuse them. But you need to be careful, as one wrong move and the bombs will go off.
Why are you targeting London?
So how are you going to stop them? Well, the Raven sets a series of puzzles that you must complete. Failing to do each one will result in a bomb going off. This is a really gripping title that features puzzles, riddles, and more that the player needs to overcome to be able to progress. The officer in charge is Chris Davis, and how you perform reflects how she behaves towards you. Let's take a quick look at one of the puzzles in action.
Now we move on to the main event. Before you is a box containing a maze of train tracks. All you have to do is navigate the model train through the maze, reach the other side safely, and the bomb will be disarmed.
As we've mentioned, RichCast is so much more than a tool for just creating games. We recently teamed up with popular gaming YouTuber DJ Slope to create Slope's Game Quiz. If you're ready to put your retro gaming knowledge to the test, then this is definitely the title for you. As Slopes himself told us, despite being a passionate gaming fan, he had zero knowledge of how to create a game despite always wanting to. Using the simple RichCast toolset, he was able to make what you're seeing now. He'll ask you questions and react depending on your answer. This really is far from a linear quiz, and using a series of video recordings, Slope's reactions are genuine and based on your own responses.
Who's your favourite company? Is it Sega or Nintendo?
I'd say it's got to be PlayStation, to be honest.
Sony? Come on, we got a whole section of Sony related stuff coming up.
In creating RichCast, we've built something truly unique. In 2022, gaming is more popular than ever, but there's always been a divide between those making games and those playing them. RichCast brings creators and players together, allowing anybody, and we mean anybody, to build their own interactive content. The RichCast mantra is create, play, share, publish. Until now, it was difficult to be able to do all of these things, but with our unique platform, we're giving creative control to anyone, anywhere, regardless of their skills, knowledge, and experience.
Hey everyone, my name's Kieran and I'm one of the community managers here at RichCast. So hopefully by now you've got a bit of an idea about what RichCast is about. We've basically been working hard to create a platform that allows anybody to create interactive content, whether that be interactive movies or games or quizzes, without the need to know anything remotely technical. So you don't need to know any coding, you don't need to know any programming. There's a very, very simple drag and drop system that anybody can use and within minutes get to create their own unique interactive content. So at the moment we have a desktop app which you can download on Mac and PC. We've got a mobile app launching very, very soon, which we're really excited about. So what we've been doing for the last 18 months or so is building a nice, big, diverse catalogue of interactive content for people to play. What's really exciting about RichCast is you can pretty much make anything in there, and that's brought us to learn or to work with a lot of interesting and unique writers. So where we are now, we've got sci-fi titles, we've got horror, we've got interactive movies, we've even got interactive magic shows, which is really, really cool. It's been a good 18 months for us, so we've been able to work with a lot of up-and-coming writers from all different backgrounds, writers, game designers, interactive fiction creators, and that's helped us build something that we think is really diverse and really exciting. A couple of examples of people that we've worked with. So we recently signed off on a project with Jane Fenn, who's written for Warhammer and she's written for Doctor Who, among other things. Bronte Dawson, who's very, very established in episode and the romance genre, so she was great to work with. We've worked with Eddie Robson, who's worked on Transformers comics and Captain America, and as I said, we even have a magician on board, Jason Michaels, who was recently on Fool Me with Penn and Teller. So it was great working with, well, it's great working with everybody, but Jason in particular was great to work with because he hadn't actually built an interactive story or any kind of interactive content before. And it was great to see him pick up RichCast really easily. The main thing is he enjoyed doing it as well, which is always very promising for us to see. So we've worked with people from all different kinds of backgrounds. Where we are now, we've got a pretty good catalogue of things for people to play. When the mobile app is launched, you want to have lots of things for people to enjoy. One writer that we did work with is Dan Whitehead. So if anybody is not familiar with Dan's work, Dan works, well, he's an established comic book writer. He actually helped us build our first interactive comic called Pegasus Lost. You can play this on RichCast now, and this is one of the titles we've been really, really excited about. It's set in deep space, and I won't give too much away about the story, but basically you wake up and you've lost your memory, you're stranded on the ship and you have to try and figure out what's going on. Depending on what you do and the choices you make and how you interact with the other characters, it'll lead you to various different endings in the story, which is great because if you don't get the ending you like, you can go back and play another one. We hired a really good artist to work on this with us to bring the, this comic book look to life. So what we like to do is we like to celebrate the writers that we work with. RichCast is a UGC platform after all, so it's really important for us to acknowledge and showcase the people that we've worked with and the people that have put a lot of time and effort and passion into building the titles that we have. So we recently did an interview with Dan, which I'm going to play for you now. So Dan will tell you a little bit about his background, a bit about Pegasus Lost as a whole, and also how he found RichCast and how he found actually building the project. So hope you enjoy this.
I've worked on loads of things. I've written for magazines, I've written books, comics, I've written for TV, I've written for video games, I've written video game scripts and things like that. Among the things I've worked on, Star Wars, Minecraft, Lord of the Rings, Looney Tunes, Rugrats. I'm currently writing the official comic series of Terrorhawks, the old Jerry Anderson TV show. So yeah, I write anything and everything. So Pegasus Lost is a sort of sci-fi mystery, I guess. The Pegasus is a trade ship on its way back from a routine mission. You, as the reader / player, are the captain of the ship. You wake up having been knocked out to find that the ship is off course. Your co-pilot has locked themselves in the cockpit and changed the course, and you've got to try and figure out what's happened, basically, by exploring the ship and working with Dola Sunday, the only other person on board who's the engineer, and there's also a ship's computer who will kind of help you out and guide you along the way. So with Pegasus Lost, what I wanted to do, when Panivox came to me and asked me if I was interested in working on a story for RichCast, I wanted to not create something that was so big that it would get out of hand and I wouldn't be able to finish it. So I wanted to choose a story that would have a limited location. You know, you're stuck on the spaceship, and also have a small cast, just so I could make sure I was comfortable using the technology. In terms of inspiration, it's I mean, obviously things like Alien are a big influence on this kind of thing, but I didn't want it to be about you being chased by a monster around the spaceship. I want it to be more of a mystery. I wanted this to be a mystery for you to solve rather than an enemy to overcome, if that makes sense and isn't a spoiler. Yeah, I've worked on several games as a scriptwriter and sometimes narrative designer. Usually the kind of stuff I've done has been much more straightforward in terms of writing the scripts for cutscenes and in-game dialogue, that kind of thing. Just prior to working on Pegasus Lost for RichCast, I worked on a game called Closed Hands with a games collective called Passenger. And this had 5 overlapping stories which told all through text, as if you were interacting with the computers of each of the different characters, which is about the closest thing to what I've done with RichCast. So I've got some experience with coming up with stories that work in this kind of area where you're not just telling a linear story from A to B, you're giving the player choices along the way. You can have different outcomes, you can have different responses to situations. And it requires a lot more planning than just writing a straightforward story. You have to kind of consider every alternative, every outcome, every option, and also make sure that the player will know how to navigate through that. They won't necessarily clear, then they won't find those options, and all that effort you've put into that part of the story is wasted. So there's a lot more thought that goes into it. When you're writing a linear story, there's always all these little ideas that come to you, like, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. And the great thing about an interactive story is you can follow all those threads and see where they go. The trick is not doing it to such an extent that you're so overwhelmed that it becomes a huge tangle and it's impossible for you to finish, let alone for someone else to actually play it all the way through. And as my background as a writer, I kind of understand the principles of coding, but I don't know how to code. And one of the things I love most about RichCast is that you can just drag and drop the story elements without having to worry about the code underneath them. So it is just like, as a writer, I tend to see my stories as jigsaws anyway, that kind of need piecing together. And RichCast makes that literal. You can create a scene, you can create a dialogue, you can create an option, and they're all little, pieces that you can move around. So it's not just easy to put together, it's easy to change and tweak and edit and shuffle and all the things that you do as a writer once you've kind of got a story in mind. And RichCast lets you do that on the fly. And then test it immediately. That was what was great as well. You can start writing your story, and straight away you can play it and see, is it working? Do I need to add something here? Does that make sense? This input needs to be different. That outcome needs to be different. So just from the nuts and bolts mechanics of how you tell an interactive story, it takes all the hassle out of it. My favourite aspect of RichCast is how quickly you can get started with it and how quickly you can make things with it. When I first loaded it up, I was expecting to have to spend, at least a few hours, maybe a day or more, sort of figuring out what went where and how to do it. But as it was, my kind of like first faltering efforts at putting something together actually became the story I ended up doing, because it was so easy to iterate, so easy to go, oh, I can put that there, I can do this, I can shift this over there, that I didn't need to do a lot of onboarding, I guess. I just got on with it and it worked. You know, I would think, you know, I wonder if I can do that, and I could. So it was really intuitive, and it just kind of removed all the barriers between writing a story and making it interactive. I felt like I was just writing a story and then moving the pieces around however I wanted to, which was really refreshing. And also the AI voice acting is really good, which surprised me. I was thinking it would be very robotic, which is one of the reasons why when I started writing Pegasus Lost, I had the ship's computer as a character, because I thought, well, if the voices are going to be, you know, a bit robotic and computerized, if I have a character who is a computer, that won't be as jarring. But in the end we ended up using voice actors anyway. But I was really surprised at how good the AI voices were, and I probably would have been okay with putting them out without voice acting. But the best of it is that you can hear, you know, your story read back to you straight away, and the voice recognition part of it as well is so cool. You can talk to your story and have it respond. And we should be used to that by now, because it's the same kind of thing as, you know, Siri and Alexa and all those kind of, you know, voice activated assistants. But to have it in a narrative sense where, you know, you're being told a story and then a character speaks to you and you can reply and the story responds to what you say, that's really cool. As a writer, that's really cool. As a reader or player, it's even cooler. And it's so much fun to do as well, because in RichCast you define what terms is it listening for. So you can kind of drop in little Easter eggs, like there's some in Pegasus Lost where, you know, if you talk about aliens, the characters get a bit exasperated that you keep talking about aliens. But also it lets the player be themselves. You don't feel like you're... The thing with old text adventures, for instance, which was kind of my first experience of this kind of interactive fiction, was getting through the parser of, you know, do you have to get the torch? Do you take the torch? Do you pick up the torch? And that's really hard, you know, that's a barrier between you and the story. And with this, it's not there. You can tell, you know, you can tell your story to just listen for any of these words, and as long as you hear them, it doesn't matter how they're said, it doesn't matter what else is around them, it doesn't matter what the sentences your player says. As long as they say get, or as long as they say pick up, it will respond. So it feels really natural when you're playing it, which is probably my favourite thing about it, is that you become an actor in the story rather than a player. As for tips, I think the main one is just have a go. Play around with it, try things, experiment, because it is so easy to put things together and then change them and mix them up and shuffle things around, that there's absolutely no reason not to just start and, you know, play around with it. You know, in terms of practical tips, keep your stories nice and clean on the screen. You know, nice rows of outcomes and plot threads. You know, it's very easy with this kind of thing to get tangled up with lots of crisscrossing lines, you know, linking back to stuff, things like that. But RichCast makes it very easy to not do that. You've got a huge kind of workspace to work with, so it's really nice and easy to make sure everything's laid out neat so that you can follow it and you can go back and change things. But yeah, it's so easy to use. My advice is just use it. Give it a go. Why not?
Welcome to the Right to Life orientation video. If you're watching this, that means it's your birthday. From the age of 20, all citizens must complete a Right to Life assessment. You find a wallet in the street. It's filled with cash.
Yeah, let's steal the cash.
Note that once the assessment process begins, it cannot be stopped.
Thank God you answered. There isn't much time, so listen. I'm from ComSec. We've made it our job to get you out of this.
RichCast is an exciting platform because it's been designed so that practically anyone can use it. We really want to lower the bar of entry so that if you've got a story or your friends have got a story that you want to tell and you want to make it interactive, you want to make it exciting, then we are there for you to support you through the RichCast tool. You can use your voice as inputs to guide the experience, or you can use buttons on screen. And what's really cool is there's a library of AI voices already built into the system so that you can quickly populate your experience with digital voice actors. Or if you prefer, you can add your own art, voice, music, animation, and videos. It's available on desktop with the mobile app coming out soon. And in a moment, we're going to take a deeper look into what RichCast can do in this video right here, right now.
So this is the RichCast editor. So as you can see, it's very, very simple to use. It's just a drag and drop system, and all we use are the tiles across the top, which we drag in whichever order we want, all with various different functions. And then once they're dragged in, we just link them up, hit play, and then it'll just follow this through as we set it up to go. If you've seen the video previously in this presentation, you'll see it's pretty easy to use, it's pretty self-explanatory, but what we'll do today is we'll go through a brief example of how you build a short story. We're going to go for a horror story because everybody loves a good horror game. And I'll show you how quick and easy it is to actually build something really fun that looks good and is fun to play. So I think the first thing we want to do in this story is bring in a visual tile. So the visual tile is used to upload, as you can imagine, visuals, any graphics or pictures or even videos that you want to use in the project. You could, if you wanted to, film an entire interactive movie on your mobile phone, send this to your friends, and they're effectively going to be able to have an interactive story with you, or you could film yourself talking to them in an interactive quiz. There's quite a lot that you can do. Again, very, very easy to use. There's a few different options in here that you can use to customize your visuals, whether it's you know, panning across, zooming in, zooming out, making things a little bit more animated and exciting. But we'll get a nice background for this setup now. So this is how you're going to see the game on your mobile phone. If you wanted to, you can switch this to landscape as well, but we're going to go with portrait for now. And we have a layering system as well, so you can put an image in there and layer whatever you want over the top. So, you know, for example, if you wanted to bring in a particular character into the scene, you can set them up so that they'll come in from one side, or fade in, fade out, however you want to do it to make it a bit more exciting. So all we need to do is select an asset for the layer. We have an inbuilt asset library here that you can see, but I've actually imported a few things into the project just to use for this particular example. So for a nice background, let's go with the this creepy looking kitchen over here. Now, you might have seen this already if you've downloaded RichCast. This is actually a kitchen from 911 Watch Your Emergency, which is the title we've got live on there at the moment. But it looks cool, so I think we're going to use it for this one. Obviously, it's not going to look great on a screen like this, so all we need to do, just resize it. Zoom in as we want. And this looks kind of a nice place for the player to start looking at the big chunky knives on the table. So as I mentioned, we've got a layering system, so if we want to bring in some more objects that we can interact with, we just need to hit new layer and find the object. So let's have a look. So prop gun, let's go with that first of all. If we've got a monster chasing us, we're going to want a gun, aren't we? So let's stick that on the table. Now, as I mentioned before, you can do a few extra little things just to make this a bit more engaging. So rather than just have the image flash up and just have the gun just available to us straight away, what we can actually do is set this to fade in. So we've got a 5-second time here, which gives the image basically a time limit. So if you want something to fade in or to move, that will do so over 5 seconds. We can change that, we can make it shorter, we can make it longer, but 5 seconds seems about right, so let's go with that. So the gun's there on the screen. All we need to do is fade the gun out, flip to the end of the 5 seconds and make sure that's on 100%, test it out, and there we go, we've got a gun fading in. So let's do the same thing with a couple of other items that we could interact with. So keys would be a good shout. We might want to get out into our car and escape, so let's stick them down here in the middle. And we'll do the exact same thing with those, so let's make sure they're fully transparent and then fully faded in at the end. Make sure that's working. There we go. And let's give the player one more thing, just for good measure. How about a prop phone? We might want to call the police. Let's say we don't want to fight this monster. We want to call the police, send for help. Again, just one more click. 2 more clicks. And there we go. Everything fades in. The great thing that we can do if you want to actually test this, make sure it's actually working, we've got a test console. You can jump into this whenever you like, you can play it from any point that you like, and you'll get this little example mobile phone that'll come up and show you exactly how it'll display on the screen. Just click on the block weight. And there we go. If we want to reposition them, we can do, but we know that it works. But what we probably want to do as well is set some atmospheric music or some atmospheric background. So we're going to use the audio tile for this, which, as you can guess, imports audio. So there's a number of different things you can do on here. You can import audio files, whether that's speech, whether that's sound effects or music. We've got different effects that you can put onto the sounds. You've got distortion, you've got reverb. So for example, your character's, walking around a cave and you want some footsteps, you can put reverb on that and it'll instantly sound like you're in a cave. We can fade it in, we can change the pitch, we can change the volume, we can put that up and down as we please. So let's call this background music, and let's find some music that we want to put in. So we've got different channels we can assign these to, so we can have multiple channels playing at once. So in this case, we obviously want that to be the music channel. Now I did actually put some music in here already, so let's see, we can listen to what the music is before we actually put it in. Yeah, that sounds nice and creepy. Let's put that in there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to separate the two flows. So we've got one going off to the left and then one that's going to come down here. I'll actually play those both at the same time. And the reason I've done that is so that I can put in some ambience on the ambience channel. Let's see what we've got in here. Let's go with Stormy Night. Let's have some nice, some nice rain type effects. Like I say, if we wanted to, we could put some distortion on this. That's probably a bit much. We don't want that. We could have a high pass filter if you want the typical telephone effect. But this one sounds pretty good on its own. So we'll turn it down because we don't want that background to be too loud and destroying and annoying or distracting. And then hook that up. So now, as you can see, when we hit play, it's going to go this way and play the eerie background music, whilst also going this way and playing the stormy background noise. So what we need to do really is think about what characters we want to bring into this. So RichCast at the moment has got over 150 artificial intelligence characters that you can use, and you can set these up by going to actors. Now I've actually set this up already, so you'll default with a female narrator and a male narrator. I've actually created my own actor called Joe here, and his speech type is a character called Oliver. So you can actually audition these before you put them into the project and see if you like the sound of them.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
If you want to, you can change the speed if you want a bit of a slower character.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
If you want to, you can even get ridiculous and turn the pitch right up.
Hi, I am Oliver and I often try my hand at open mics doing some stand-up comedy.
Oliver's obviously been inhaling some helium balloons, but I think we'll keep that at 0. You can change the colour, you can change to all these different actors. Like I say, we've got about 150 ranging from various regional accents, male, female, older, younger, children. So there's quite a bit in there that you can use. So we're going to stick with Oliver, who is going to play the character of Joe. So we've come into the kitchen with Joe, and what we're going to do, so let's have Joe ask us, what are we going to do? We can get a lot more creative than this, but this will do for now. If you want to listen to it back, we just hit play.
What are we going to do?
And we can type whatever we want in there. So what we're going to do, we can give this a title as well. So what are we going to do? That way we can recognise the tile when we come out. One reason this is important is if you have quite a lot of dialect or dialogue in your story, I should say, you can export the entire script and then the title will be assigned to the actual speak tile here, so you can use that as a reference. One really exciting thing that you can do is you can actually import your own voice clips as well, in the same way that you'd import media. So if I have got a friend who wants to play the part of Joe and I don't want to use the AI voice, I can send him the script, he can send me back his lines, and all I need to do is import them this way. We've got a batch import function, so if you've got hundreds of lines, they can all be imported in once. And we've just released a new system where if you there's a particular file name or file naming system that you'll see in the script. If you assign the file name to the file, when you upload your voice acting clips, they'll automatically assign to these tiles. So let's say you've got 300 lines of dialogue, you don't have to go through and import every single one and import them all to the right tile. It'll just do it automatically, which is so useful, and as you can imagine, a massive time saver. So we're in the kitchen with Joe, and Joe's just asked what we want to do. So this is one of the probably the most exciting functions of RichCast is the choice tile. So a choice, as you can imagine, gives the player a choice of what they want to do. So at this point, we want to think about what we've got in the scene and what they can interact with. So we've got our gun, we've got our phone, and we've got the keys. So let's give the player one of these choices. Let's pick up the phone. Now down here is our keyword box. So with RichCast you can play either with buttons or with voice. As a creator you can turn buttons off, so if you want someone to play entirely with the voice you can do, or you can use buttons so that the player can actually tap on-screen buttons. So keywords are what the system will actually look out for when you're speaking to RichCast to give a command. So picking up the phone, you'll want words like phone, telephone, mobile phone, anything really that the player might say. You could put in, you know, anything you like in here, but whatever the player says, the system will look out for, and it'll pick up on the correct words and then send them down the correct route. So we've got to pick up the phone here. Well, equally, you might want to grab the gun. So let's go with gun, pistol, shoot, handgun. All things that the player might say if they were playing with voice. Then we've got the keys. Take the keys. Or the player might say, let's get in the car. Let's use the keys to unlock the door. Just a few of the words that the player might say to actually command what's going to happen next. So let's just do a little test from here. So we've got up to the part with Joe.
What are we going to do?
And we can see that we've got the three choices have come up on the screen. Now what you might want to do, let's say that the player gets to this point and they're a little bit unsure about what they want to do. They might not know specifically which option they want to choose. We can actually give the player little hints by using a nothing option. So nothing basically triggers if the player doesn't respond within a certain amount of time. So let's give the player 5 seconds. We'll just call this nothing. Now this won't show up on the screen, but what we'll do is it'll lurk in the background, and if the player gets to 5 seconds without saying anything, it'll trigger that route. So let's hook that up, and then we're going to give the player a hint. So Joe's going to say, what should we do? Grab the gun, the keys, or the phone. And again, we can test this. So let's go to Joe.
What are we going to do? What should we do? Grab the gun, the keys, or the phone.
So there you go. You can give the player a nice little hint by doing that. Now you will notice when we go into test mode here, nothing appeared on the screen.
What are we going to do?
The reason is because we've tested after the image was generated, whereas if we go back here, we can see the image. There's also another option that you can incorporate, which is called anything or anything else. And what this does is this looks out for any speech that doesn't appear in the choice boxes that we've already put in. So for example, if a player decides to say bacon and eggs, obviously that isn't relevant to the story and that's not going to be picked up on the choice tiles. So we need to think about what the system is going to do if the player does that. So let's say they say something stupid just because, you know, they just want to be daft. So they've said something that's not relevant at all. Joe might say, I don't think that will work. And we'll test that.
What are we going to do?
Bacon and eggs.
I don't think that will work. What are we going to do?
There you go. So now we've got all eventualities covered. We've got the 3 choices. We've got an option if the player doesn't respond, and we've got an option for if the player says something that isn't recognised. So what we can do now is think about what's going to happen when the player interacts with one of these objects. One of the things that we can do is use a logic tile. Now logic is arguably the most complex part of RichCast, but the great thing is it's just literally a drop-down menu. So this is where we set our variables. So for example, if a player has picked up a key or a player has found a bit of information that's key to the story that we need to refer to. The key example is probably the most common one. So let's say we need to get through a room or get through a door and we need a key to unlock the door. Once the player's got the key, the system needs to know that the player has picked it up, and then it will allow them to unlock the door and get through. So we're going to create a variable here. Again, this is probably the most complex part of RichCast, and it's literally a drop-down menu. So let's say the player has chosen the gun. The system needs to know that the player has chosen the gun. We can assign a number, or we can make this a Boolean variable, which means it's true or false. And that's it. So let's say they've chosen the gun. We want to set the variable to make the chose gun become true, because now they've picked up the gun. Chose gun. Very, very easy. So now when we go down this route and the player says, I'm going to pick up the gun, the system's going to know that's the option that they've chosen, and we can refer to that later on. So for example, if we got to the end of the story, if we've got the gun, we might be able to shoot the monster. If we picked up the phone, we haven't got a gun, so we can't defend ourselves, but Joe might say, let's call the police. So we're just going to repeat this for each item that we could choose. We're going to set up another variable. Let's go for chose phone. And we're going to set that as a Boolean. And then down here we're going to set the variable to chose phone to true. And lastly, same thing again for the keys. So we're going to set chose keys to true. And now we know that whatever choice we make, the system is going to know that that's the item that we've picked up. So what we might want to do now is, let's bring the monster in. So let's go for a sound effect here. Now again, these are uploaded to the system already, so we've got a nice monster noise here. Maybe a monster growling might be nicer. Sounds a bit like a dog. Let's try this one. Okay, that'll do. Let's turn that down a little bit. Now what'll happen is we'll link that up so that once we've chosen an item, the next thing it's going to trigger is the monster sound. Now because we can hear the monster, let's have Joe jump in again. The monster is in the room. So Joe's nice and scared. Now, what we can do is now refer back to these items that we've already picked up by doing a quick check in the system. And we do that with what's called an if check. So we set our if up and we have, let's have if chose gun is true. So what this is saying now is, if I've chosen the gun, I'm going to go down this path. So if the gun is chosen, I'm going to go down here. If I chose the phone, I'm going to go down this route. Now what we also need to do when we're doing an if check is make sure that one of the options is always an else. So in this case, an else would refer to if I chose the keys. So we're saying if the gun's chosen, we'll go this way. If the phone was chosen, we'll go this way, or else we'll go this way, in which case, or in this situation, it would be the keys. So this is how we really make RichCast customizable and immersive for the player, because we want to make them feel like the choice they've made has had an impact in the story. So in this case, we're going to refer back to the items we've got. So we've got Joe saying the monster's in the room. If we've got the gun, Joe's going to say, shoot that thing. If we've got the phone, call the police. Call call anyone. Maybe the phone's not the right choice. I think I'd have gone for the gun personally. And then if we've got the keys, unlock. Can't I? And let's get out of here. So we've basically now got a very short interactive story. So what we could do here is we can build onto this. So we could put a separate page for shooting the monster, which we could link to. So maybe the next page where we shoot the monster leads to a different bit of action. You know, we shoot the monster and it's wounded and we have to find a way out to escape because we've bought ourselves some time. If we call the police, that could link us to a different page, which, you know, let's say we've called the police, we now need to hide in the house and wait for them to arrive. Or we've got the keys, we maybe go to the car, unlock the car, but we find the battery's dead, and that means that we then have to go and find a battery to fix the car to get out. There's really pretty endless things of what you could do. So we're going to leave the demo there. Hopefully that's showing you exactly how you can build a short story really quickly. It's very simple to use, but we need to make sure we can test it and make sure it works. So we're going to do this on a mobile phone. So we've got the stormy night and the eerie music.
What are we going to do?
Let's take the gun.
The monster is in the room. Shoot that thing.
And there we go. So that's very brief, but it gives you an idea of how you can actually build an interactive story in there. As I mentioned before, there's page functions, so I can build a different page in here if I want to. So these effectively act like internet browser tabs across the top, and that just helps you organize things. So for example, if you have various rooms in this house that you wanted to go to, maybe you've got the lounge, you've got the basement, you've got the kitchen, you've got the bedroom, you can separate these into pages, and that will really help with your organization. Another key thing that's worth doing is having some comments in here. So we're really keen for RichCast to be used as a collaborative tool. Comments can help you if you're coming back to something. So, you know, reminder, needs audio. So when I come back to the project, if I think, oh, do you know what, I need an extra sound effect in there, I can jump in and do that. Similarly, let's say you're collaborating with Joe. Joe, rewrite this text. So when Joe comes to it, maybe Joe's our script editor. When he comes to the project, he can see that and I'll think, okay, I'll rewrite the text, and that's his job done. So yeah, that's RichCast in a nutshell. Hopefully you can see how easy it is to use. It's something you can pick up very quickly. If you do have any questions about it, you can email us directly at community@panivox.com. If you want more information, you can head to richcast.com, and that will give you a bit of a help guide as well as some details on how to get going with your first interactive story. But yeah, we hope you enjoy RichCast as much as we do, and anything you need to know from us, please don't hesitate to get in touch.
You are a field agent of the Omega Institute. Dr. Alexander Kane has attempted to change history by interfering with the assassination of Julius Caesar. You are not to attempt to alter history, or you will be fired.
We have to go back in time and collect evidence by talking to people and snooping around. Let's go. Just tell me where and I'll be right behind you.
Let's go to Rome.
You've arrived in Rome. The year is 44 BCE.
Right then. Let's get a move on.
Hey there, welcome to the Magic Show. Now, I'm going to ask you to place your left index finger on your pinky finger. I'm going to ask you to move a total of 5 times. I'm going to do it too. Ready?
My hand is ready. Let's go.
You're on your right index finger. Isn't this fun?